You go. This is going to be a very interesting stream, in part because I was super lazy and did not bother to. It's funny saying this in this way. I was super duper lazy and I wanted to spend the day resting and getting ready for what is going to be a couple of very long marathon streams. But unfortunately, I did not do so because I put everything off. So I had to go and run around and do errands today, which meant, despite the fact that I um, wanted to spend the day resting and relaxing, I was not able to. So we're going to see how this 24 hours goes. But nonetheless, thank you all for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. So a couple of ground rules. Smokey the Clown is first. And by the way, Smokey, how's it going with you? I've been seeing that you popped up on my stream. Actually, I think the last time you popped up on my stream was when I jumped in to say hello, and you were having some of those technical issues, which I know you got resolved. But how are the streams going for you? Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the star. Whatever you say, I hope that you're doing well. Once again, please take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. What we're going to be doing today, like I said, we're going to have another marathon stream. At least we could if I could figure out how to deal with something here, having technical difficulties. This is a good time to announce some of the... Yeah, you told me that, but you can still stream for bed rest, right? You can still stream from your bed. Your man Kool-Aid, I don't know if I'm so intelligent, but I appreciate that nonetheless. How are you doing? So let me go over some of these ground rules. First 60 minutes, as you know, I'm not going to discuss any specific talking points. Just answer questions as they come. Talk to people, see how you all are doing. Doesn't have to be about Freemasonry per se. It can just be anything we want to talk about. So that'll be really fun. Then, the second 60 minutes, we're going to talk about the first specific subject, which is Freemasonry in 50 years and where do we see it? Because that is what was voted on by my Patreons, which I'm grateful for and I very much appreciate. Let's see here. 60% of the vote went to where do we see Freemasonry in 50 years. Yes, Mayo, this is the 24-hour stream. So we'll be talking about that after the next 60 minutes in. If at any point I have technical difficulties, 60 minutes is unfortunately a very long time, which means it's more time for technical difficulties to happen. Don't worry, we will restart the stream and we'll be all set. So just be patient, turn the notification bell. So if I do have to cancel the stream and come back on, you'll get the notification. If during 24 hours you need to take a break, and I know I will, if for another reason to go to the washroom, but also to get coffee, things like that, I may either put the stream on pause, give you guys a view of the river, which I love to do, or shut off the stream for a minute and then restart it, maybe at a new location if I'm grabbing a coffee, something like that. Don't worry, I need a lot of coffee. I've been drinking a lot all day. I'm just trying to create a poll question here. One thing I'm hoping we can do is actually set some records with this 24-hour stream, because I set a few records in the past. Let me just write this out quickly. North. So Where do you see Freemasonry in 50 years? That is the poll question. Let's see what we can do to answer that. I will, oops, as I'm kind of in a weird, there we go. Let's see if I can get this a little bit better. I'm not going to do 72-hour streams. And Wade, yes, I will show you the ring. Tell you what, I'll show you the ring after the first 60 minutes. So stick around. By the way, today is a few different days. Today is International or National Indigenous Peoples Day here in Canada. So to all the Indigenous people who helped make Canada, as well as have had a major impact on Freemasonry, we will be talking about you. And there's some really cool things to talk about. So we'll be talking about that. It is Father's Day. To my dad, happy Father's Day. I love you. To all the fathers out there, we hope you enjoyed your day. It's also summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the start of summer. So that's a great day. We'll talk about that as well. Also, every now and then I may stop and restart the stream. Sometimes what that can do is it can help reset the stream. It can help reset things, and it can help find new audience members. If I'm ever going to do that, I will certainly let you guys know so it doesn't just automatically cut off. So yeah, bunch of cool stuff we'll be doing. Just follow us along. And the first 60 minutes though, let's see who wants to chat. That's true, Raj of God. We are back on our way to winter. By the way, in terms of creating a new record, the different records I could perhaps try to break are at least 130 watch time hours in the day, $150 in income, or I think like 3,000 viewers or something. So let's see what we can do. No Mayonorios, that would be gross. I'm not going to do that, that's for sure. That sounds like it would be gross and disgusting. Gooey sounds awesome. 5 votes. Where do you see Freemasonry in 50 years in North America? I want to make it specifically Highlander. I agree. Happy Indigenous Day. I support that. Let me just see if I can get this. Fully monetized, Highlander. Fully monetized, and that is thanks to all of my supporters. I'm truly grateful. Thank you so much for helping to make it possible. Let me just make sure I can turn on advertisements for this stream. For some reason, this stream is not showing up. Now, tomorrow, by the way, at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, so I'm doing this until 9 p.m. Eastern. Then tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern, so it'll be a half-hour break, I am going to be live streaming the Windsor Detroit fireworks. Go for launch. So basically, I'll have half an hour break, and then I'll be back on live streaming the fireworks, which is going to be a blast. So you guys can follow along for that as well. It's going to be so cool to see that. I'm very much looking forward to it. I mean, I won't fall asleep. If I have to take a break and take a nap, I'll just take a nap. But I don't think that's going to happen. But I guess we'll see. I mean, lots of coffee, lots of caffeine. I'm not recommending anybody do this, by the way. So for heaven's sakes, don't follow me in my lead. Mayo, that's very good advice. It's funny. I mean, this is one of those do as I say, not as I do. Because I'm always telling Masons to make good decisions, make responsible decisions. And here I am staying up for 24 hours, which would be the opposite of a good decision. But nonetheless, this is, a rare thing. I don't do this all the time. So what I am going to try to do is stop and restart my computer, because for some reason, my YouTube is not working correctly. But we're going to give this a shot. We're going to see how it goes. No Freemasons are driven by unbridled rage, nor are we driven by rage of any sort. Please ignore the fact that my light just went out. Here we go. There we go. It's back on. At least I don't think I'm driven by unbridled rage. Now, perhaps people like Too Evil to Hope will give me unbridled rage, but that's a whole different can of tuna. True, if that's a weird question. Good. I will always use everything for good. Marcus, welcome. Thank you for being here. It is Pride Month. I don't know if that's what the rainbow is meant to represent or if it's meant to represent other things, but nonetheless, thank you for being here. Boom. I hope that you should also hit the like button while you're doing that, and also don't do that. It's not healthy for you. No, Freemasons don't cast spells. I mean, it's possible there are some Freemasons who believe in magic. I am not one of them. But, I mean, I suppose anything's possible. Brianna is right. It's bad for you. It harms you. It also hurts the community around you. So don't do that. But I do appreciate being here nonetheless. I've been outside a lot. I don't know. So I definitely have a bit of a... tan. Here it is. All right, we finally got it working. Sometimes you just got to turn off and turn on. But I'm grateful that I get the chance to be outside. I'm grateful for the chance that I get to hang out here. No, Lord, bruh, I have not. So, to everybody watching this, by the way, please make sure... sunburnt, yeah, and again, not taking care of myself. What I find, if you do vote, please let me know not just your vote, but why you voted that way. So 36% is saying no longer exists. 27% is saying weaker, less members. 18% is saying stronger, more members. And 18% is saying equal number of members. Let me know why you picked those things, right? What is it that made you think that was the case? And let's set some records. Let's try to get at least $200 in revenue this stream. I'd appreciate it, obviously. Highlander, I mean, I don't know. I would not describe Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens as conservative, not to get political. I think they belong to a different class of streamer and political group altogether. I think, unfortunately, the conservative stream, though, the conservative movement was hijacked by people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, who were very much more into conspiracy, conspiracism, and Freemasonry has always been a very convenient target for that, unfortunately. You look like the kid Buck DeLorean. Did you hit like and subscribe? That's the better question. Hey, $1 is huge, Boom 2020. Are you kidding? I'm grateful. I don't care whether you send me £1 or, 100 pounds or whatever it is. I'm truly grateful. I truly appreciate it. It honestly, what it does is it demonstrates more so than anything else. It demonstrates engagement. And believe me, when it comes to this content creation game, engagement is the key. Engagement is what you need. If you don't have engagement, you are not going to have success. So thank you for that. I'm grateful. Moon Fletch, thank you for being here. Salutations. To everybody watching this, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. I mean, Mr. All-Arounder, I always think when it comes to Wallace Shawn, to me, his best role was as the psychiatrist in Crossing Jordan, which is one of my favorite television shows of all time. But thank you. I like Princess Bride. It's a great movie. Thank you for the stars, Gooey. That's incredibly kind of you. And the sparkles. Food? What's your cat's name? What is that from, Wade? But thank you for being here, by the way. Boom. I'm grateful for that. Truly. Thank you. It's a little bit, but believe me, it makes a big difference. because ultimately what YouTube is going to show and what YouTube cares about genuinely is engagement. No, Alios, you do not have to be Jewish or a Freemason to become president. The last uncontested Masonic president was Gerald Ford. What I mean by that is there are some people who will say Biden is a Freemason. It's highly questionable that he was. He was made a Mason on site by a Prince Hall affiliate lodge, which we're not so sure about if it's legitimate or not. We don't even know if he accepted it. So Gerald Ford is the last person we know for sure was a Mason who was also president. Some say Trump is a Freemason. I've never seen any evidence to confirm that. I don't think he is. No, Highlander, ask a million questions. I'd be grateful. I hope you'll ask more questions. I mean, when you say allied or connected with the Freemasons, I mean, because Freemasonry was so ubiquitous, and because there were so many Masons, many organizations and groups became allied, if you want to use that term, to Freemasonry. Like, many Freemasons are also Oddfellows, many Freemasons are also Rotarians, but Freemasonry ultimately is its own institution, its own organization, separate from any other ones, right? It's its own thing. So while you can be a Mason and an Oddfellow, and many Masons were Oddfellows, that doesn't mean that they're one and the same. Alois Brunner. Well, I mean, what does it mean for something to be Freemasonic? Hello, Yucatan. Thank you, Yucatan. I appreciate that. So, Alois, when you say the French and American revolutions were Freemasonic, what do you mean by that? Because if what you mean by that is simply that Freemasons were involved in them, then that is true. But by the same token, your plumber might very well be a Freemason. Does that mean his plumbing work is Freemasonic? Like, just because a Freemason is involved in something, or even several Freemasons, doesn't mean it's Freemasonic. 13 of the 39 founding fathers were Freemasons. Actually, between 9 and 13. So less than half. And the French Revolution, if I recall correctly, I think the numbers were about the same. I have not studied the Kabbalah. I mean, boom, I appreciate that. I mean, ultimately, the idea of being required to keep a secret, for better or worse, and I would say for better, it's really not a requirement in Freemasonry anymore. There are Freemasons who are exposing secrets every day, and it just is what it is, right? Ultimately, it's a gentleman's agreement. I choose to keep it because maybe I want to be a gentleman, but that doesn't mean everybody will choose to. Sarah, it's okay to cook anytime so long as you're being safe when you do so. They were, Alois. You're absolutely correct. So was Ben Franklin and Voltaire. So was a lot of Masons from different philosophies, politics, whatever it might be. Again, I mean, you will find throughout history Freemasons on all sides of conflicts. Because, I mean, for example, there were Freemasons on both the Civil War on the Union side and the Confederate side. Does that mean that the Civil War was Freemasonic? Or does that simply mean Freemasons happened to be, happened to be civilly engaged? Lord Bruh, is it true the Knights Templars are Freemasons? Kind of, sort of. So the Knights Templars originally were a militaristic and chivalric order and religious order from the Middle Ages, formed in like 11 something or other, I think 1150, disbanded in 1308 when they were Order 66th. If you get the Star Wars reference, they were not Masonic at the time. Freemasonry did not exist. However, about 400 years later, when Freemasonry did begin to exist and was formed, a French Freemason, I forget his name, Chevalier Andrew Raymond, if I recall correctly, made an oration where he claimed a connection between the Order of Freemasons and what he called the Crusaders, which were in fact, most people think, the Knights Templars. Ultimately, it's not a question of they actually were the same. Rather, it's that Freemasons of the time, 1737, looked back, saw within the Knights Templar Order ideals, symbolism, and a story that they liked, and co-opted the symbolism for their own purposes. And, you know, that's why in modern times, the Knights Templar is actually a Masonic order. It's of the York Rite, but it's not direct lineage to the Knights Templars of, again, 1150 to 1308. There you go, Mayo. That's the answer. Dad is correct. Welcome, Dad. I love you. Happy Father's Day. I hope you're doing well. I hope you liked your gifts. There's a French king who destroyed I know I gave you got some stuff before as well. There's a French king who destroyed the Templars. It was, along with the Pope and others. I mean, the French king could not have done it alone. I like cheese and I like pickles light free. I like both of those things. So yes. Boom, it is. I do not. I have a cat, so that's something. I mean, you can see the interview I did with my dad. If you type in Masonic Father's Day, you should be able to see it. A couple years old, but, you know, he's still doing well. He still looks the same. It was neither fake information nor true nor quite accurate in the sense of the way you're interpreting it, Lord Bruh. By the way, Brian Summers, I don't think our public image is quite as squandered as you think, but I'm going to talk to you about relevance. I think that's what we squander, not our public image, our relevance. So Albert Pike, first of all, what Albert Pike was writing was not a manual for Freemasons, nor was it a definitive book on Freemasonry. Rather, he was writing his opinions, his ideas, and his thoughts on Freemasonry. In fact, in the very first section, the very first lines of the book, he opens with a disclaimer, and the disclaimer basically says anyone is free to regard or disregard or discount anything that they read in there that they find to be unsound or untrue. So he can talk about Lucifer all he wants. No one has to take it as gospel or as dogma, pun intended. That includes Freemasons. Ultimately, Pike, he was a Christian, but he was also a Luciferian. And he viewed for lack of a better term, he viewed Lucifer and Satan as different creatures. Lucifer as a serpent was a being that brought knowledge. And so anytime a human is seeking knowledge or seeking wisdom, whether it be through Freemasonry or through any other means, they're ultimately in some sense searching for Lucifer, the light bringer. However, what Albert Pike also said is that the knowledge that Lucifer brings is so bright and so binding and so powerful that if you do not have a solid foundation on which you can judge the knowledge, you will ultimately end up not being able to, it'll be too much for you. Which is why I think Albert Pike would have said either Christianity and Jesus or Freemasonry provided a solid foundation on which you could judge knowledge. Because his basic premise was knowledge for its own sake is so, it can be so overwhelming that it can blind you to more substantive truths. An example would be you develop the knowledge to build a nuclear weapon, but that type of knowledge will not teach you the more important knowledge of how to use them properly and safely and how not to destroy ourselves with them, right? So the knowledge of the nuclear weapon and science itself might be Luciferian, according to Albert Pike, but the actual knowledge of how to use them and safely and what all of that stuff means, that ultimately is something you maybe need Christianity for, or Jesus for, or Freemasonry for, if that made any sense. Well, but I think the difference is, I think there's a couple differences, boom, 20. To my knowledge, Satanists don't actually believe in Lucifer or Jesus or the Bible other than as a metaphor. I think in their mind, they are their own supreme being, as opposed to anything else. And I think, whereas I think in Luciferianism, Lucifer is actually a real being, but he's almost a Prometheus type being. In the same way Prometheus brought fire to man and then was punished for doing so. But again, the most important thing to keep in mind is Albert Pike was speaking for himself and his own philosophy. I never heard at any point in my Masonic career, and we are talking a 20-year, very active Masonic career, I had never heard any discussions of Lucifer, of Satan, of any of that stuff until I started YouTubing. It's not actually part of any Masonic rituals or ceremonies. Rather, it is, part of a book called Morals and Dogma, which is one person's philosophy, not just on Freemasonry, but on life in general. Yes, people tell me I got quite a big nose. I've grown to accept it. Prometheus was Canadian from Ontario. America is humanity's. Clips, I don't agree with that at all. I've said it before. I think Canada is the greatest country in the world, and I do genuinely, in part, because I think Canada is the greatest country in the world. I think Canada is the greatest country in the world, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. I love the States, and yes, I have some real problems with the government right now. I think the government in the States, I have a lot of problems with them, but that doesn't mean the people are not wonderful, and I'm grateful to be able to call them my neighbors. Clips to go. Please hit like and subscribe. Blue, please hit like and subscribe. Boom. Nukes might be humanity's biggest sin if we use them, to destroy ourselves. If we're smart enough and good enough, and we can use not simply scientific knowledge, but moral knowledge and ethical knowledge, and nuclear energy might be the thing that allows us to save the environment from ourselves. Blue, thank you for being here. Alois, please like and subscribe. Oh, that espresso sounds really good. Spoken Truth, welcome. I love Minnesota. Highlander, please like and subscribe. By the way, I'd really appreciate it. Clips to go. I understand that argument, and you're not completely wrong. When we talk about government, countries, yes, we're talking about the governments of the countries. When somebody says America is X or Y, normally they're talking about it based on kind of whatever happens to be in the news at the time, whoever is the government of the time. But I think we have to be really, really careful about that and about how we do that, because ultimately, for better or worse, a government changes. And if we consistently and constantly consider a country exclusively through the lens of the people in charge, I do think that does a disservice, especially when you consider the fact that, look at America, for example. Trump, yes, he won the popular vote, but by like 51, I think he got like 49%. More Americans didn't support him than did. So I don't think it's automatically fair to judge a country by the people in governance at the time. Thank you, Highlander. I appreciate that. You're going to hear me saying that a lot, just for the record. And ultimately, it's because I never know who I will find at any given point on a stream. So I just like to repeat it over and over again. So get ready for it. Clips, I don't agree with that. I think America has done a lot of good. I think America has done a lot of incredible things. I'm thankful for Canadians as well, because I am Canadian. I think Canada has done a lot of incredible things also. So Spoken Truth, Obviously, if anybody is stalking anyone, step one, contact the police immediately. Step two, document everything that's happening. And step three, contact the police again. This These weird conspiracies around Freemasons and gang stalking, I have never seen any Freemasons gang stalking anybody. I obviously, if they were, I would not support it, but it's a different can of tuna for a different day. I mean, I think Canada has a great image, and I'm very proud of our image, and I try my best to promote that image. Whenever I travel, I always do my best to make sure that I'm traveling in a way that's respectful of different countries, respectful of their beliefs, respectful of their um, customs, respectful of their laws. In fact, we are taught within Freemasonry, and this goes all the way back to the Regius poem, which is one of the coolest things ever, genuinely, about Freemasonry, is ever since the Regius poem, we have been taught to make sure that we are respectful of the countries in which we travel and respectful of their laws and their customs. I've actually written about that as well, how to make sure when traveling, we are respectful of those things. Because when I'm traveling, I'm not just traveling as Cameron Adamson, I'm traveling as a Canadian, I'm traveling as a Freemason, and it's my responsibility to demonstrate a good representation for all of the above. Panda Express. Blue, what do you mean by need to fix bad gods too? That is true. Dad brings up a good point. We do not discuss politics or religion in lodge, nor should we. However, I'll be back in just 1 second. I do think, you'll still hear me talking, I do think we need to remember that just because we don't discuss politics or religion in lodge, that doesn't mean that politics and religion don't affect us. And that doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility to consider the way those things will affect us. For example, there it is. If we have got if, like recently, our mayor in Windsor went and discussed and advocated for high-speed rail in between Detroit going through Toronto. That matters a lot. Genuinely, in terms of our ability within Freemasonry to travel, my ability to go, for example, to the Grand Lodge, which takes place in Toronto every year. That's something worth talking about. That's something worth advocating for. You could argue, right? You could argue it's political because it's something being advocated for by our mayor, but it's also something that will make the lives of our Masonic brethren easier, allow them to travel to different places without challenges. I think it's worth exploring and worth supporting. But we have to find that balance, right? Same thing with why I always talk about inflation on this channel, right? You could argue, is it fair to discuss inflation? That's a political issue, but it matters because as inflation goes up, Freemasonry suffers. I even talked about that with somebody today who was saying they're finding it harder and harder to pay for and attend Masonic events as inflation has gone up and they've been faced with financial difficulties as a result. They actually had to forego attending a banquet. Tickets were $60, but it was too much. It would cost them too much to afford to go. So those things matter, but again, it's talking about the effects more so than the actual political opinions, if that makes any sense. Clips, what's not true? Clips, what's wrong with high-speed rail? I love high-speed rail. I wish we could see way more high-speed rail than we do. I think one of the biggest problems we got right now is a lack of high-speed rail in Ontario. especially in the Windsor to Ottawa corridor. In fact, I would say to um, Detroit to Quebec City corridor. I would love to see high-speed rail. Boom, I don't disagree with you. And I think that ultimately that is going to start to affect Freemasonry, even more so than it already has. I mean, you're not wrong. I wish we had clips to go infrastructure that is closer to the some of the Chinese infrastructure we're seeing with things like high-speed rail. Look, there's a lot of issues in China as well. I'm grateful to be Canadian, but I'm not going to say that I don't see within China some genuine and incredible things that they're doing from a infrastructure perspective. And why not take inspiration from wherever we can? Wade, I'm not ignoring you, but I get a lot of questions. To anybody in the stream, no, but if I don't answer your question, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's just because there's a lot of questions I need to get to. I don't disagree with that either, Boom 2020. I think that'd be really cool to see. I've never got the chance. Life is Purgatory. I mean, hit like and subscribe. I've never got the chance, sadly, to visit Japan, but I would love to because it has an absolutely incredible. I'm told it has a really cool Masonic history, and there's a lot of really cool things in there in terms of Freemasonry. So I'd love to visit it. I mean, everything's a balance, right? Again, America has also done some pretty incredible things. So the idea of any one country has got it figured out perfectly is just not the case. But, like everything else, you have to find a balance. Oh, did you say forget-me-not? Yeah, no, it's an acacia. The forget-me-not, the blue flower, most historians say it was worn in Germany during World War II as a way for Masons to identify one another without indicating they were Freemasons, because Freemasonry was obviously outlawed in Nazi Germany and the occupied territories. What were the glory days, Richard? And Clips, thank you for being here. I mean, that's obviously getting very, very. I mean, I think it's a bit more complicated than that. Richard, good day from Kentucky. Good day. It's great to have you back from Kentucky. Kentucky is an incredible state. I've been very lucky to visit there several times. I hope to visit there several more times. Do you believe they're insincere Freemasons? No. Spoken truth, I do not believe that. Now, do I believe that there are insincere Freemasons? Absolutely. Do I believe that some of those Freemasons may have joined Freemasonry with the intention or the desire to use their Masonic position to get into a high-level intelligence agency? Anything's possible. I would not be shocked. The problem is they would leave very quickly because Freemasonry will not allow you to get into a higher position in the world, a higher position in intelligence agencies. It's just not possible. Wade, I'm not seeing any other messages from you except for that one. And when I go back, I don't see anything either. Do I know Randall Carlson is a Freemason? Yeah, I know Randall Carlson is a Freemason. And I've been actually fairly impressed with him as a Freemason. Like the things that he's talked about and the way that he has demonstrated. He kind of talks about Freemasonry in a very positive way, and he does a lot to dispel rumors. No, we do not do any sacrificial rituals unless you want to use the term sacrificial in the most, it's like sacrificial in the most general sense of sacrificing something. We sacrifice our time. And, we sacrifice our time and are willing to give our time to others, which is something that we should be very proud of as Freemasons, without question, and it's something I'm grateful for. But ultimately, that is the type of sacrifice that we are doing within Freemasonry, nothing else. And I mean, if you want to count giving your dues, sure, paying dues is a type of donation. So, Lord Bra, to be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. Most would just use the term God. We use the term supreme being because every Mason will have his own view of what that is. For me, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and geometry. Listen to Oliver Tree, please. I will get around to listening to him. I keep hearing about him, but I don't know anything about him other than he was on YouTube. Which, again, as somebody who, is on YouTube, is trying to make a living on YouTube, turning my passion for Freemasonry into my profession or into a profession, of course, I have to give nothing but respect to anybody who may struggle, and try to make a living on YouTube. It's not as easy as people think it is. What is the chest code? Victor Minko, please hit like, please hit subscribe. So what we do in a Masonic temple or Masonic building, the term temple isn't used much anymore, it really depends on the purpose of the meeting. It can be anything from the administrative meeting, where we talk about our Masonic rituals and ceremonies, through to, Masonic rituals and ceremonies. Sorry, we can do an administrative meeting where we focus on paying the bills, answering correspondence, preparing for events, celebrations, talking about finances. We can do charitable events, or we can do our rituals where we bring in new membership and advance them through the degrees. But ultimately, at its most base level, what we do is spend time with one another, which is what Freemasonry is all about. Boom, if I do a wheelie, will you do a $1 super chat? That's the question. Harry, my dad is correct. If you join Freemasonry, get to higher positions, whatever a higher position is, you're going to end up disappointed. Now, all right, Boom, just for you. Now, I will, I'm trying to think of how to say this. So if you join Freemasonry and you think that it is some type of cheat code to get to a higher position, you are going to be disappointed. All right, let's see. Can you see me? Oops. Let me just move some stuff out of the way here. Oops, don't fall. We're good. All right, can you guys see me? Here you go. Here's my wheelie. I can make the wheel spin. It's the best I can do for you. The, if you join the Masonic Lodge, thank you, Boom, and your goal is they're going to offer you some type of special job that no one else can get, you're going to be disappointed. However, if you join Freemasonry, you will absolutely develop skills, abilities, very practical skills and very practical abilities that can absolutely help you get into higher positions. Or if you get into a higher position, that can help you there. For example, you will learn how to organize and run meetings successfully. If you become a worshipful master, you will learn how to deal with different brethren, different opinions, different beliefs about how to proceed within Freemasonry. You will learn, how to memorize. You will learn how to organize. Those skills could become very handy if you want to get into politics. You will learn things like discipline, tolerance, teamwork. You will learn, I always thought, you, in the same way, in a Congress, you have to work with people of different beliefs and faiths and backgrounds. So is true in a Masonic lodge. But in both cases, in all cases, ultimately, you're not getting the higher positions because you're a Freemason. You're getting the higher position because of the skills, talents, and abilities you honed, refined, and developed through Freemasonry. 5 push-ups for another £1. I can do that. Will anybody else agree to that? 5 push-ups for another £1. Is the current U.S. president a Freemason? No, Richard. At least all of my... I'm definitely not going to listen to him on stream, Wade, because A, that's how you get copyrighted, and B, I have not listened to it before, so I don't want to take the risk. Lord Bruh, metaphorically, we trace our lineage to the stonemasons of King Solomon's Temple. But that's a metaphor. That's apocryphal. That's not literal. You need to understand these are ultimately metaphorical stories. They're not literal stories, right? You need to keep that in mind. Yeah, we have all types of religion clips. Sorry, Wade. I'm sorry you're sad, but I'm not going to listen to him on stream. I haven't listened to him before, so I don't want to take the risk because I don't know what he talks about. I don't want to get copyrighted. Justin, well, so be it. I'm not sure if there's something that would make you want to be a Freemason. Having said that, you shouldn't want to join Freemasonry because of one person. That's not why you should want to join. You should want to join because it's something that speaks to your heart. This is a 24-hour stream. It's more likely and better to say 24-hour streams, plural, because, again, it may be the type of thing where I'm off and on, especially if we need to take a break, get coffee. What type of Freemason stories? All right, somebody offered me, well, if you're going to do that, boom, then I guess I have no choice but to do 5 push-ups. Dad is right. The idea that we exclusively do rituals and ceremonies is not the case. It's important to remember that stories and rituals are a part of what it is to be human. It's always been something that humanity has done, really forever. And there's valid reasons for them. Ultimately, within a Masonic context, the purpose of a ritual and of a story is to create bonds of brotherhood between members. That's my cat, by the way. Okay, here we go. 5 push-ups. Just because I got £1. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 for the lodge. 6. Oof. There you go. And I got my wheelchair again. Keeps me interesting as well. Keeps this stream interesting. That is true. I'm sure it's true, but I also don't want to get copyrighted, so sorry, Wade. Gotta understand, the thing about being on YouTube is obviously the most important thing is I want to make my, obviously I want to make the audience happy, but I cannot do things exclusively for the audience. It has to be also what I'm comfortable doing, because otherwise you're into real danger of audience capture. No, I mean, like the term always, I don't think you can ever necessarily use the term always for anything, but certainly Freemasonry throughout its history has had conspiracies surrounding it. There's a variety of reasons as to why. Part of it is because people just don't like private things. It's not secret, it's private, right? And because people don't like private things, because they feel it's exclusive, they can't be involved, it's natural that they want to try to take it down through the creation of conspiracy and conspiracies. So it's not new by any means. It goes up and down. I think that social media provides a unique challenge when it comes to that, right? Freemasonry definitely provides a very unique, social media, excuse me, provides a very unique challenge for Freemasonry because ultimately it means conspiracy theories can travel around the world so much quicker and so much easier. And somebody, especially like an Elon Musk or whomever, can claim a conspiracy theory, put it on social media, and reach millions of people at virtually no cost and in virtually no time. Richard, I will be. Don't worry. But that's okay. I mean, as I said, I've done this before. I'll be going off and on and kind of working as we go. So we shall sort it out. If I have any technical difficulties or technical problems, don't be alarmed. I will just restart the stream as we go. So I don't want anybody thinking, if the stream cuts out, the audio cuts out, 24 hours is a long time. A lot can go wrong. If anything does go wrong in the 24 hours, don't worry. I'll restart the stream. If I need to take a break for any reason, I'll let you guys know when I'll be back. Maybe I'll take my phone with me and we'll do some streaming from other locations if I need to deal with something. So we'll see how it goes. And don't forget, 9:30 tomorrow, we are doing we are going to be watching the fireworks. It's going to be a blast. I can't wait. I hope that you guys will join me for that. 9:30 p.m. live streaming the fireworks from my balcony. That definitely does not mean that, Chad 0001. There's no way I'm restarting the clock. I can assure you of that. Yes, Dylan. Freemasonry for Dummies is an excellent book. That is the book I always suggest to people if they want to learn about Freemasonry. Start with Freemasonry for Dummies. Ugly Beanie. Please hit like and subscribe. Well, don't quit YouTube, Wade. You still want to see my ring. It's going to be there in another 5 minutes or so. Conspiracy can be hilarious, Ugly Beanie, but what you need to keep in mind is, unfortunately, it's not just hilarious. Sometimes it can be really harmful to people. An example I've always used in the past is the movie Bug, B-U-G, starring Ashley Judd and Michael Shannon. I think that movie, without a doubt, can demonstrate just how dangerous conspiracies can be. Morals and Dogma, Boom, is a good read if you take it for what it's meant to be, right? If you take Morals and Dogma to mean and to be the ultimate, I don't know what the term is to use, Morals and Dogma to be a book about, if you take Morals and Dogma as dogma, it's not a good book. If you take it and recognize and understand, ultimately it is simply one person's opinions about Freemasonry, and it's not actually Freemasonry itself, you will be in a much better position and enjoy it much more. So just take it with a grain of salt. It's not a book of history, it's not a book of fact, it's a book of one person's philosophies. Boom, it's not the Bible of Freemasonry, despite what people say. If I join Freemasons, will they help me get a good career? Again, we talked about this before. Short answer, no. And if you're joining Freemasonry with the desire to get a good career, you're going to be disappointed, because Freemasonry is not about that. It's not about skirting rules to get a good career. However, if you are active within Freemasonry, it is absolutely possible that you will develop skills and abilities that can help you either get or maintain a career. That could include, and is not limited to, you'll develop memorization skills, meeting management skills, public speaking skills, confidence, conflict resolution skills. You'll be very good at organizing and running committees and event organization, depending on, again, what you do. All of those things, you become a junior warden of a lodge and suddenly you have to organize a dinner menu, every meeting for 20, 30 people, all of whom may have different dietary preferences. You have to organize and manage the budget. surrounding that dinner, that is absolutely the case that you will develop those skills, and those skills will come in handy if and when you want to, get a job. But that's not using Freemasonry to get a job. That's using the skills and abilities developed through Freemasonry to get a job. So boom, I mean, every Freemason has different views about Hermetic principles. Cyber Doof, I don't know enough about Hermetic principles to be able to give a good answer to them, unfortunately. So boom, I mean, what I would say is it's completely free to investigate. I don't mean that in a negative sense, by the way, but it is completely free if you're so desirous and interested to go to your local Masonic lodge and just ask them, I'm interested in joining. What's the average age? Are there young people? Will I enjoy it? And talk to them about it. Now, it could be a situation where you actually are able to be the first young person to join and then encourage other young people to join. Or maybe there are more young people there than you think. It's not going to cost you anything to go and ask them, right? Why do there have to? I mean, it's certainly completely fair that if people, if you're interested in joining, you may want people to join who are of your own age, depending on what that is. I mean, I'm not opposed to that as an idea. And if you find there's no young people in the lodge, maybe you want to join something else instead that has more people your age. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I do think, however, don't assume is my point. Don't assume. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It's completely free to investigate these things. I mean, and Dylan, if that's the case, I know many Freemasons who love to smoke a cigar, so I'm sure that'd be great. Richard Muir, for a simple kind of term, yes. Within Freemasonry, the majority of Masons are men. There is, however, the Order of Women Freemason. There is the Order of Women Freemasons. There's also Eastern Star. There's also Order of Rainbow for young women. All of these are groups for girls and women. So Freemasonry is not exclusively male, despite what people will say otherwise. It's a festival of sausages. Honestly, I've never heard Freemasonry described that way. However, I will use that term. And the next time I go to lodge, I'm going to say I'm going to a festival of sausages. So mixed lodges, Richard, there is something called co-masonry or co-freemasonry. However, that is usually not recognized. Like, I cannot visit a co-Masonic lodge. It's primarily out of France. I have no issue with them, and I mean, they do them. But for me, I'm part of a fraternal lodge, and I'm happy to remain part of a fraternal lodge, which is male exclusive. Because it's pretty funny. I mean, I've heard sausage fest. I've never heard anybody use the term festival of sausage, and that amuses me quite a bit. They have snooker tables in some cases, and they have sandwiches as well. Well, Richard, hopefully Freemasonry will not be traumatizing to you in the way the all-boys school was. I mean, it's not, it's 2 hours every month. You'll be fine. I got the joke. I saw the smiley faces, so. We'll show ring. All right, we are at basically the 1 hour mark, 23 hours to go. Hold on just 1 second. Let me get the ring. Although I think if I'm getting the ring, I should get at least a $1 super chat. Okay. Oof. Stuff is falling everywhere. Okay. You can tell I've had a very good success with my Masonic career because I'm lucky enough to have binders like this full of things, full of pictures and stickers and all sorts of cool stuff that I've done. And in here, I keep my Masonic rings and my Masonic jewels. No, Spring Snowman, it will not. You'll be very disappointed. Let's see. In here somewhere is my Masonic ring. All right, here we go. Got my Masonic. I got this case for it, which I really love, by the way. And then this is my Masonic ring. There you go. Oops, upside down. No, 3-9, that's not true. Peter, welcome. My dad gave it to me, and I'm grateful that he did. By the way, make sure that if you have one of these rings, you get it insured. And you get it insured separately from, like you get a rider in your property insurance. Because one of the biggest dangers people have is they don't have these items properly insured. And that gets problems down the line. So the red jewel, the red jewel doesn't symbolize anything. Sometimes the backing is red. Sometimes the backing is blue. It doesn't symbolize anything specific. Obviously, the square and compasses with the G in the middle is the symbol of Freemasonry. Yes, Peter, I am a Freemason. Well, the symbol... So one of the biggest debates within Freemasonry, I have no idea. One of the biggest debates in Freemasonry is how to wear your ring. There is no prescribed method or prescribed instruction to it. Some people, wear the ring points out, which would be like this, which means the points are facing away from me. They're facing this way. Others wear it points in, which would be like this, which means the points are facing towards me. The best explanation or statement I ever got as it relates to points in versus points out was actually a brother who said when he's waking up in the morning, he doesn't actually look at the ring when he puts it on. He doesn't look, he just puts it on, and then afterwards he looks at the ring to see the shape, to see how it's orientated. And if he put it on in such a way that the points are facing towards him, he takes that as a sign that he needs to focus on himself and the way he acts, and think about what he's doing for himself and how he can take better care of himself. If he puts it on and the points are facing outward, he took that as a sign that he needs to focus on other people and try to be charitable with his time and with his efforts. So that is, I think, the best explanation as to the best way to put your ring on, whether it be points in or points out. Otherwise, he would know what these colors symbolize. Well, if you're talking about Blue Lodge versus Red Lodge, obviously Blue Lodge is usually meant to represent the first 3 degrees, and Red Lodge is either meant to represent Scottish Rite, or sometimes it's also meant to represent York Rite. However, you need to keep in mind and remember that that's not what applies to a ring. Rings are just, it could have been that the person who made the ring put the red background on because he wanted, he was a Scottish Rite Mason. It could just be he liked the color. Lex Anamata, thank you for being here. Dad is right. The highest degree in Freemasonry is the 3rd degree, not the 33rd. So keep that in mind. The best book, Rut Row, is The best book is Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap. That is a book I'm always recommending to Masons to check out. It is a really great book to read and a really great book to study. So I am not a 33rd degree Mason, nor am I a Satanist, nor am I an agent of Satan. So you're wrong on all three accounts, Seth Sands, but good effort. 333rd is the highest. So not even the 33rd anymore. We're going 333. It's third degree for the reference. For reference, it's third degree. That's the highest degree within Freemasonry. That's the degree where you become a Master Mason and you're able to take part in your Masonic lodge as an officer, a potentially worshipful master. Interesting. In terms of the votes, oh, somebody said above, give me your best joke, and if I laugh, I will give a $2 super chat. All right, so the best joke I know is, how many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? It's a secret. That's the best joke I got, so I hope that one worked for you. I hope you'll hit like and subscribe, and that $2 or £2 super chat. Hello, cool G404. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I've never heard of a 3x333 degree. I don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I know plenty, and I know that sounds silly. Honestly, I don't know, consider yourself, why non-Masons and conspiracy theorists are so obsessed with the degrees. I don't really get it. All I can think is, you know, if you don't understand Freemasonry, like, degrees can be an easy kind of way to try to understand it because it's linear, it's numbers, it seems simple. Third must be, thank you, boom, third degree must be higher than, sorry, 33rd degree must be higher than third degree. It's one of those things where it's just, if you are not familiar with Freemasonry at all, it's an easy way to kind of, I don't even know what the right term is, to kind of try to wrap your head around it. Also, I think different conspiracy theorists, you know, latched onto things like Albert Pike, used that as an example. So I think that's just a few of the reasons why. When you don't understand something and you want to, your natural tendency is to try and put it in terms and ways you understand. And I think that's how they do it. Okay, we're going to try something here in just 1 second. As you guys may know, if you do a super chat of $2 or more, $2 Canadian or more, you get text-to-speech app.
At Boom 2020-P6R number £1
Thank you for that. So any comments that you make, Boom, if you do a £2 or more, you get the super chat. And you get the text-to-speech app with it. I don't know what a mandrake flower is. Saint Unito, what town are you in? Canada is Celsius, right? If I recall correctly. Oh, 33rd degrees. Took me a second. It's neither. I mean, Boom, I'll be coming and going. Obviously, I said 24 hours. It doesn't mean there won't be breaks here and there. Just keep that in mind. So, Saint Unito, what town are you from? And forgive me for not catching on to the joke. Well, then, I guess no. I'm naturally handsome. I don't need any aphrodisiacs. How's about that? I mean, with my fellow Masons, I have plenty of hobbies that I do. When it comes to with my, like, one of the things that we're looking at doing, and a lot of lodges are trying to do lately, is something called affinity lodges. And affinity lodges are lodges in which brethren with similar hobbies get together and create their own Masonic lodges. So, for example, recently a lodge opened up in California, and it's an affinity lodge for brethren who love Star Trek. What they did is they actually created a Star Trek themed lodge. They dress up in Star Trek uniforms, to my understanding. And so, affinity lodges are lodges where brethren of similar hobbies are coming together and trying to form. It seems like that is actually a very strong way through which lodges can grow and develop, is affinity lodges. It could be abandoned, unfortunately, St. Unito. I mean, Grand Lodge of Texas has a great website. It might be worth checking them out or giving them a call even and just asking them, where are they from? Boom, depends on the Canadian. Some are pro-Commonwealth, some are pro-monarchy. I mean, sunflower, that's a lot of kind of questions. How a lodge operates, meetings, officers, voting, membership process. Ultimately, a lodge is a self-funded, self-governing organization. That doesn't mean it doesn't first and foremost fall under the laws of the country in which it lives or operates, I should say, but you join, you become a member. If you pay dues, those dues give you permission to be a member of the lodge and give you certain rights, like to attend meetings, to vote, combined with your office and your degree, excuse me. Once you become a third degree Mason, you can be voted on to take different offices within the lodge. All of the rules are decentralized, meaning every lodge has its own bylaws, and every lodge follows the constitution of its local Grand Lodge. In Ontario, that's the Grand Lodge of Ontario in Canada. Sure, some spring soman, some lodges are organizing soccer watch parties, things like that. Not as many as I'd like. I think it'd be way better if we saw more lodges organizing more of these special events, but that's a different story. No worries, Boom. Thank you for being here. Before you leave, drop another $1 in the super chat. If you can't, no worries. I just appreciate you being here, and I'm grateful. I mean, Dad is not wrong. Freemasonry is not exclusively about numbers. It's trying to make something important to yourself. Jeremy, Red Deer, Alberta, which is awesome. Alberta had a lot of Freemasons back in the day. Like significant numbers. I can't even think of how many altogether, but something like 9 to 11 out of every 100 men. Basically about 10% of the population in Alberta once upon a time were Freemasons. I mean, sunflower, thank you, Boom. Sunflower, I mean, so, Jeremy, I'm going to get to your question in just 1 second, I promise. Like, what does Freemasonry offer that's unique that you don't get anywhere else? Like, I mean, I don't necessarily know how to answer. That's kind of like, I mean, the answer is Freemasonry. I know that's circular. That's kind of like asking. So for me, my favorite song in the world is Simple Man, right? I love it. I think it's the best song in the world. What does the song Simple Man offer to me that other songs don't? They all have music and lyrics and tones and beats. Ultimately, it's a different song. Other people may prefer other songs. Freemasonry is the same way. The joy I get from listening to Simple Man, others get by listening to the Rolling Stones, both of which are perfectly acceptable. The joy I get from Masonic ritual and practice, other people get from sports or from the Knights of Columbus or from the Rotary. It's kind of like you find the thing you love and you run with it. Why it's Freemasonry for me? Who knows? Does that make any sense? Like Freemasonry, the unique thing about Freemasonry is Freemasonry. It is our ritual, it is our ceremonies, it is our history. All of those things are unique to us. Coffee mugs and bumper stickers. Honestly, Zalios, you're not completely wrong. I wish we saw more coffee mugs and bumper stickers supporting Freemasonry. I think that would be really cool. I have been a Freemason for just about 20 years, St. Unito, which is crazy to think it's been that long. So, Jeremy, you say you want to join but not sure how. To be one, ask one. The first thing you need to do is you need to find a Masonic lodge in your area, and contact them and express your interest in joining. I don't know where you're at, but there should be a website that at the very least provides you with the Grand Lodge jurisdiction, and the Grand Lodge jurisdiction should help provide you with the closest Masonic lodge to your area. There's one here in Fort Nelson. Well, then you go to the Masonic Lodge and you knock on the door and you say, I'm interested in joining. Or you write them a letter, or you send them an email. Now, if it looks like there's no one there, so long as it looks like it's well kept, then you're probably at a safe bet to even just go there with a letter, knock on the door. If nobody's there, leave the letter in the mailbox. Provide your contact information and just say you're interested in joining. Nope, crack a wood, they do not. Maybe there are no secret handshakes, your man Kool-Aid, and maybe there are 500 secret handshakes. Ultimately, if you want to find out about the modes of recognition, you got to join. Right, I always tell guys, approach the Masonic Lodge, express your interest in joining, and go from there. But also, if nobody's present, just have a letter with you that has your contact information and expresses your interest in joining. That way, even if nobody's present, you haven't wasted the trip, right? You'll still get there and you'll still be able to talk to them. Well, I mean, ultimately, Richard Muirhead, you can do whatever you want. And you know, if you want to keep that on your car, you can. No one will stop you. Having said that, I don't think you should be having a tag on your car unless you are a Freemason. I'd like to stop by. That's awesome, Rutro, and I always support people doing that. Our Masonic buildings are so incredible and so beautiful that I love to see people supporting them, and I love to see people taking pictures of them. Ultimately, our buildings are public. Even if the building itself on the inside is exclusive for Freemasons, the outside of it, the facade, it's free for anybody to look at. It's free for anybody to photograph. And so many of our buildings have such incredible architecture and are such architectural gems. Like, how can you not support them and want to take pictures of them? Crack, nice try. I'm not going to fall for that one. Smokey and Bandit. I'm neither Satan nor an agent of Satan, but hello again. Thank you for being here. Spring Snowman. What made me decide to be a Freemason? So ultimately, my dad is a Freemason. Both of my grandfathers were. I remember growing up going to Christmas parties, whatever it is, and I always just figured sooner or later I would join. I think the better question ultimately is, what is it about Freemasonry that spoke to me and made me decide to remain active in it? And that's a little more complicated. Do we ever really know what we love, truly? I'm not sure, but what I would say is, at least for me, personally, I think my curiosity and open-mindedness have helped me find Freemasonry interesting and kept me coming back to it. It was the devil that made me. I don't think it was the devil that made me, but anything's possible, I suppose. Why not? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you kind of discuss a little bit more? What is the encoded alchemical story within the great edifices? Yeah, I mean, that's a big point of it. I'm going to call you I'm gonna call you crack. That's the best I can do. That's a big point of it. Like, what is the point of getting together with your friends on a Friday night? What is the point of having friends, of having brothers, of having relationships? Ultimately, it's the desire to be part of something bigger than yourself. And I always say at its core, Freemasonry is about being happy and communicating that happiness to other people. Um, I mean, if you don't live near the lodge you want to join, just join the lodge nearest to you and then visit that other lodge whenever you can. It's better than having necessarily a bumper sticker on your car where people think you're a Freemason. Again, though, you can do what you want, right? Ultimately, those bumper stickers, people can purchase them whether you're a Mason or not. But that's a good reminder to remind people, just because you see somebody wearing a bumper sticker, or just because you see, or sorry, having a bumper sticker, or just because you see somebody wearing a Masonic ring or a Masonic shirt, it doesn't automatically mean that they're Freemasons. So you need to keep those things in mind, and ask them the appropriate question. Interestingly enough, the question of, yes, Saint Yonito, I'm a Mason in Canada, and I've visited many Masonic lodges in Texas, and I've been very lucky to be able to do so. I probably visited, I mean, that was one of my most fond, favorite Masonic memories, was visiting um, Masonic lodges, was meeting in Texas. Well, I mean, so certainly within a building, absolutely, it's built in a certain way and it's built with a certain design in mind to provide lessons and teachings. Outside of that specific way, like on the external facades, very often it's built and designed and meant to be neoclassical. Very commonly it's meant to provide a sense of timelessness, right, and a sense of history. Well, the Grand Lodge of Texas is incredible. Like, I love the Grand Lodge of Texas. The Grand Master is awesome, Jim Rumsey. The Grand Secretary is awesome, and you absolutely should check them out. They're a really cool group. They're a really good group of people, and I hope you'll check them out. And yeah, if you ever consider joining Freemasonry, all the better. You can't go wrong in Texas, and you could easily join a lodge in Texas through the Grand Lodge of Texas, which is recognized, and then visit the lodges here in Canada. You will not find disco lights. You will not find disco lights in the lodge room, Gooey, but you will find disco lights in our ballrooms, including in the Masonic Temple ballroom. So Lord Jesus was not a Freemason. Freemasonry did not exist at the time. However, Jesus was a craftsman, and that included a mason and a carpenter. So interestingly enough, you could argue that that Jesus was a stonemason of sort, but not a Freemason. Yes, lodge members can be kicked out for a variety of reasons. It happens rarely, but it can happen if primarily they didn't pay their Masonic lodge dues. But also, it can happen if they committed unmasonic conduct. For example, if they committed a crime, they are likely going to find themselves suspended. What's the difference between what, Crack? I'm not sure. I've never heard of the Lambskin Lodge. I've been to St. Louis, Captain America. Well, so a stonemason is the operative or the profession, right? If you're a stonemason, it means you are a professional, and you're a worker. You're a craftsman. You could be a stonemason, or just like being a carpenter, or just like being, anything else. You are a stonemason. You're working. If you are a Freemason, it means you're part of a membership club or a civic organization. The purpose being for fellowship, friendship, and brotherhood. But you're not a professional. Stonemasonry, however, evolved from Freemasonry, right? Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry, excuse me. Stonemasons were there first, they were craftsmen and tradesmen first, and eventually, through their lodges, they developed, or through their guilds, they developed a social component that came to be known as speculative or Freemasonry, if that makes any sense. So, stonemasonry is the profession, Freemasonry is the club. Spring snowmen, some people can be exempt from paying dues if the lodge so chooses to allow them. Some lodges will have rules that if you are, let's say 90 years or older, you don't have to pay dues. Some will exempt members if they're life members, things like that. So there are some people who will be exempted from paying dues. Honorary members are also very often exempted from paying dues, which is a special class of membership. Yes, crack. Like me, I have no masonry skills, and I can still be a Freemason. That is absolutely the case. It's a designation of membership, not a designation of skill. Well, it's not a designation of Masonic skill, like stonemasonry skill. I suppose, certainly if you're a worshipful master, it's a designation of a type of skill, but that's for another day. The hewers of wood and the masons of mark. What? All right. My great-grandfather was a part of that lodge. Which lodge? Sorry. Jason, please hit like and subscribe. Jeremy, welcome. Light free. How hot is it for you? Captain America, please hit like and subscribe. So, the one thing I want to talk about, and I'm a little bit later, but that's okay. Luke Miller, please like and subscribe, is Lambskin in St. Louis. Never heard of it, so I can't speak on it. Is Freemasonry in 50 years. And in some ways, I do want to focus on Freemasonry in North America. The problem with trying to talk about cheers beyond either, about Freemasonry in the future in a global sense, is that Freemasonry in a global sense, it's like how do I put this? Every Freemasonry and what it's going through and the trends are so varied around the world. The numbers in the Philippines versus the numbers in South America versus North America, and just country by country, are so different that trying to imagine what Freemasonry will look like in the world in 50 years is really, really tough. And to a certain extent, to be honest, trying to imagine Freemasonry, even in North America in 50 years, when it's so different state by state, is really difficult. But there are some broad trends, and I think it's worth exploring some of those broad trends. Jeremy, no, it is not a requirement that you are practicing religion to be a Freemason. The requirement is that you must believe in a supreme being. However, the nature of that supreme being is completely up to you. We have Masons who are Muslim, who are Jewish, who are Hindu, who are Sikh, but we also have Masons who are not religious at all. Like, I'm not practicing a religion, and yet I do believe in a supreme being for the purposes of Freemasonry. So long as you can say that you believe in a supreme being, you'll be okay. And the nature of that supreme being is up to you. I would love to visit Lodge Zero, Jeremy, in Scotland as well. I think that would be incredibly cool. And I think that'd be awesome also. No worries, Jeremy. I hope that you'll share this stream with your friends, with your brothers, with your family, on your socials. Consider a super chat. Help me turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. I would truly appreciate it. In the States, you have to affirm the immortality of the soul. Well, so how people choose to define this idea of supreme being and the kind of rules around it are tricky, right? Like in Ontario, you need to be able to answer 3 questions. You need to believe in a supreme being. You need to believe that the supreme being rewards or favors virtue, and that the supreme being has made his will known to man. How it is that you believe in those things, it's completely up to you. Um, the architecture of the universe, that's kind of my supreme being in a lot of ways. There are many lodges in Africa, Spring Snowman. In fact, one of my past worshipful masters was initiated, passed, and raised in a lodge in Africa. So there are many examples of Masonic lodges in Africa, as well as all around the world. In fact, I'd like to do a podcast at some point on Freemasonry in Africa. So going back to the kind of the previous discussion, right, which regarded and was on how do I rank up? I mean, I'm a 3rd degree Master Mason. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. There's not really ranks in Freemasonry. There's offices and there's degrees. I also have the office of Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. Night full moon. Well, I hope that since you're here on this channel, you'll take a few moments to like and subscribe. I would be grateful. And thank you for being here. What year is it? Do you mean like after light? This was going to go with 2026. You should check the King of the Four Corners. Never heard of the King of the Four Corners. Many Freemasons have been preachers throughout the years, not just your great-grandfather, but many. One of the coolest things about Freemasonry is how many different religious leaders have found brotherhood in the craft. I do not know what a lodge as nothing would be. Jason, Freemasonry is not interested at all in separating you from God, whatever it is that you, or however it is that you understand God, whatever your faith is. That is not what Freemasonry is looking for. Freemasonry occupies a completely different space than religion. So the idea of occupying a religious space versus a civic space, that's the thing you need to keep in mind. Victor Nam 6353. What would be a good reason to join Freemasonry? That's a good question. I mean, there is no single good reason to join Freemasonry. Honestly, it's so much easier to give you the bad reasons to join than the good, because the bad reasons, like you want to get rich, you want to get famous, you want to get powerful, those are all bad reasons to join Freemasonry. Ultimately, to me, at its core, the good reasons to join Freemasonry is you want to spend time with other people and you want to make friends. I know that sounds super cheesy, but really that's the core. Or you're just very curious. One thing I've found is people who tend to be curious and inquisitive very often tend to have a lot more success at staying within Freemasonry. Goodbye, Dad. I love you. Once again, thank you for being here. Interesting. So where do we see Freemasonry? I mean, generally, yeah. I mean, I would say even amongst Masons who do not describe themselves as Christian, like myself, we would still argue that within the philosophies of Jesus, there's a lot to recognize and a lot to see as positive and as good. Without a doubt. You see that also in even Scottish Rite, York Rite as well. I think Freemasons as general, yeah, are more trustworthy of friends than say from the bar. Spoken Truth, welcome. Thank you for being here. Miles, please hit like and subscribe. So Knight, we have defined the sacred law. I don't tell people what I did my oath on. But keep in mind, it does not need to be the Bible or the Torah. I've seen it done on eagle feathers. I've seen it done on a Quran. I've heard of Masons doing it on gemstones for those Masons who are Wiccan, Wiccan, so that as well. A hot dog with grilled peppers and onions, which was delicious, by the way, at a fair and a carnival. I also have this for snacks. What's Poppin' popcorn. That is true. Why not? But keep in mind, one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry is every Mason is allowed to develop his or her own personal opinions about symbols. No two Masons will have the exact same interpretation of a Masonic symbol. That's truly the most beautiful thing about Freemasonry. So Knight, I feel like you're probably being sarcastic. Having said that, like, ultimately, why it's important that you take your obligation on a volume of the sacred law and why it's important you believe in a supreme being is because it will, through your obligation, touch your soul and touch your spirit. So if you could convince me, or if an applicant could convince me that the newspaper represented genuinely a firmly held and true belief on that would touch their conscience, I would have no problem with them taking their obligation, in fact, on a Bible, or sorry, on a newspaper. But I would need to believe that they were being legitimate and weren't trolling. That's where the issue comes from, right? So Spring Snowman, you're not wrong. And I've suggested a million times that, the food and refreshments is without question one of the most critical things about our lodge meetings and refreshment, but also making sure that we are providing food that is respectful of different, dietary restrictions, be those restrictions religious, be those restrictions health, like allergies, or vegan or vegetarian. We need to be respectful of all of that. We also need to make sure that if a brother is visiting a Masonic lodge, or even if an applicant or an interested party is visiting a Masonic lodge for the first time, maybe we'll make sure he has, there's coffee available, there's tea available, there's some snacks available. That stuff helps a lot. You can be a convicted criminal and be a Freemason. There's a lot more that needs to go into it, Jeremy, than that. There's a lot more questions I would need to ask. I don't disagree, Spring. I love Mexican food as well. No, light free. If you want to be a Freemason because you find another Freemason attractive, just ask them on a date. How's about that? Awesome, why not? If that is something that you keep within your mind and it helps you center yourself, I think the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is the symbols can ultimately help center ourselves. I think that's a really beautiful thing. So yeah, I support that 100%. I'm going to be back in a moment. I'm just going to close my window because I feel like the sound is getting kind of annoying. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I have my window open to let some air circulate, but it's getting kind of loud. Oh, and the sound is, it's not bad. Well, nonetheless, my grandpa loved it. He thinks like 30 or 40 years. Awesome. Both of my grandfathers were Freemasons. And, yeah, they loved it too, I think. Like everything else in life, you go through your positive and your negative. But I'm glad he loved it for 30 to 40 years. Jeremy, it was raining a little bit. We've got some very interesting rain and snow happening today, that's for sure. Or not snow, just rain. Very interesting weather. Interesting enough on this question, where do you see Freemasonry in 50 years of North America? We've had 86 votes. 25% are saying they think it's going to be equal, not go up or not go down. 21% are saying it's going to be stronger with more members, and using the idea of membership as a way to gauge whether something will be stronger or weaker is a bit of a challenging thing to do. Like, there's no way to know for sure whether something will be stronger, like whether membership numbers is the best gauge of judging whether something is stronger or weaker. You could judge it based on attendance at lodges, the amount of money Freemasonry has within its individual lodges, ritual proficiency. But I think membership numbers, for better or worse, it's a number that's easy to latch onto and easy to use as a marking stick. It was my cat, probably, Jeremy. Yes, why not? Vegans are always welcome. We should always make sure we have a salad. Light free, I will not sing Ave Maria unless you do $1 super chat. And interesting, 42%, the highest number, say Freemasonry will no longer exist in North America in 50 years. Based on the numbers, some people are saying Freemasonry will no longer exist in 40 years, never mind 50 years, which is a scary thought to me as someone who loves it. There was an article written October 8th, 2020, which I wanted to go through and study right now. Boom or bust, why North American Freemasonry continues to decline. And unfortunately, this article was October 8th. In my experience, it remains declined to this day. Now, this is written by Davis Oddfellows, but Freemasonry and the Oddfellows are both going through very similar things. Dear dedicated members for change, the Independent Order of Oddfellows are not alone. The decline in fraternal membership is not a phenomenon isolated to Oddfellowship. We see it in all fraternal orders, including the flagship of Freemasonry. But just like Oddfellows has dedicated members for change, which focuses on evolution of our order and best practices to retain and grow our membership, the Masons have their own version of dedicated members for change. It's called Masonic Improvement, and it can be found at masonic-improvement.com. The leading force in Masonic Improvement is a member from Texas named Justin Jones, who's written a fair number of articles on the decline of Freemasonry and how it can be reversed. I thought you would find it enlightening to review one of his articles entitled Boom or Bust, Why North American Freemasonry Continues to Decline. From an academic and educational viewpoint, I share this article with you because many of the thoughts in this article on Freemasonry can be applied to Oddfellowship and many fraternal orders and organizations throughout the continent. The Jones article is noteworthy as it indicates Freemasonry had over 4 million members in the 1950s, and now membership has dropped to about 1 million, a precipitous decline, but not unlike declines seen in other groups. At this point in 2025, it's closer to 850,000. My ref name is Cameron Adamson. Spring Snowman, I don't think you're quite right in that. It's not about needing to be or not be advertised. It's about being relevant. The most important thing in Freemasonry genuinely is that we are relevant to the communities in which we're located. If we're relevant, the advertising will take place on its own. If we don't allow ourselves to be relevant, that is the danger. That is the challenge. That is when we're going to see ourselves decline. Right? Advertising just to advertise. It's like advertising this stream. If I just advertise this stream, but I don't give people a reason to tune in, it's not good enough. Freemasonry shouldn't just advertise itself. It needs to give people a reason as to why it's relevant. Epstein is not a Freemason, Victor. So again, this is the article itself. Boom or bust, why North American Freemasonry continues to decline. I've recently had a few conversations with some brothers about the direction our fraternity seems to be heading, which really got me thinking. Granted, Talks about this subject are not uncommon in our fraternity, and any brother who has been a member for any length of time in North America has overheard or participated in one. Rest assured, it is not my intention to dive into the data concerning our membership statistics and make predictions about what's around the corner for Freemasonry. Brother Lance Kennedy has already covered the numbers extensively with his article, Freemasonry is Dying, and at this point, there's no need to restate what has already been brought to light. My analysis of this article may be found if anyone is interested in where I believe the fraternity is heading. What I do want to lay out in this article is why I believe those numbers are still in decline. In other words, we know the what, now let's figure out the why. Unfortunately, that why might make some people upset. I now invite your attention to the chart below. Using the data provided by the Masonic Service Association of North America, we can plot out a graph that gives us a general idea of what the membership trends in our fraternity have looked like in North America as a whole since 1924. As you can see, membership topped out in 1959 and has been on a steady decline ever since. Before we move forward, let's look at what we do know. The silent generation joined our fraternity in massive numbers around the middle of the last century, which caused the membership swell reflected in the center of the graph. By the way, I'll post the graph on my social media account. Once the baby boomers came of age, the oldest boomers would have been around 13 in 1959. They joined the fraternity, but not in the same numbers as the preceding generation. So Victor, can you describe a typical ritual meeting? So you need to keep in mind, I never describe specifics of Masonic rituals. It's like a family recipe. It's not mine to provide information on. Other than to say, there is nothing in any Masonic ritual that is against one's civic, religious, or moral responsibilities, or familial responsibilities. Ultimately, every Masonic ritual is meant to provide bonds of brotherhood through shared experiences and shared knowledge. And I'm grateful for the way that Freemasonry provides for both through its rituals. So yeah, that is something I'm very, very proud of within Freemasonry. However, everything is meant to provide a story and a lesson and is meant to help reflect our stone mason roots. We do have Tyler's swords. Why not? We do. They are symbolic and not literally used. Amanda, hello. Please hit like and subscribe. At this point, none light-free. We don't use any blood for our rituals. At this point, you may wonder why we are still... Can I give an example? An example of what precisely? Like one of the lessons you learn within Freemasonry? One of the lessons you learn through our rituals is temperance and trust. That's a very important lesson you learn through our rituals. Another very important lesson you learn through our Masonic rituals is the value of brotherhood. You learn about legendary connections between Freemasonry and King Solomon. They're not literal, and we've never danced naked around a fire. It might make our rituals more fun in some ways, but it's not something I would be interested in doing, I can tell you that. And there's no seed wars or spit wars either. We're not having wars of any sort, nor should we be. Well, there is a Masonic sword. It's not simply used during, well, not a Masonic sword, it's just a sword. It could be any sword. I've honestly heard of some lodges using lightsabers, or like obviously model lightsabers as the sword. Historically, right, a sword was meant as a representation of guardianship or guarding something important. So we use them for the same purpose. Right, that's all. At this point, you may wonder why we're still in decline when boomers were joining, and the reason for this would be because our membership numbers were attempting to return and stabilize and return to equilibrium. Another way of thinking about it would be to consider a huge rise in numbers as an aberration which could only be temporary and would eventually return to normal. So I'm not a big fan of this as an argument, and I think this is the first thing I want to bring up when it comes to this idea of Freemasonry declining, and therefore, like, some people argue that the fact that Freemasonry declining is actually okay because it's an aberration and not literally the case, right? And so this idea is we shouldn't worry about numbers dropping because the numbers just got super high and probably higher than they could justify. I don't think that that is the case. I think ultimately what people need to realize and understand is that however it is that Freemasonry got to the place it was, if we treat it as just an aberration or a mistake, we're doing ourselves a disservice. Freemasonry didn't get to the height of numbers in the 1950s as a mistake or as an aberration. It got there because Freemasonry was offering something to people. And if we can figure out what that is and offer it once again, I don't see why our numbers can start to go back up. According to this article, Generation X generally had no interest in joining Freemasonry or any of their father's organizations for that matter. If they had, then I may not have written this article, as it'd be reasonable to predict that we're looking at a different graph where the decline levels back out and stabilize between 3 and 2.5 million members. What's strange is that both millennials and Generation Z are interested in Freemasonry, but much of the frustration of lodges, we can't seem to retain them. The decline should be slowing, but new members are leaving Freemasonry as fast as lodges can get them in. The question now is why? Lost cause? I mean, first of all, lost cause, please hit like and subscribe. Second, when you say who gives a rat's ass, I mean, I give a rat's ass. And why is that not good enough? You know? Like, this idea of you don't have to care about Freemasonry, and if you don't care about Freemasonry, you certainly don't have to stay on this channel, but it's something I care about, and that should be good enough, you know? Lying, dirty fish pond. Yes, what you say about morals and dogma is absolutely correct. So Freemasonry, like, we were never, this idea that to be a Freemason meant you're in a position of power was simply not the case. Lying, dirty fish pond, please hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Lying, dirty fish pond is really interesting, Albert Pike. So again, going back to this article, he talks a lot about generational succession. Most readers are likely familiar with the idea of succession, whereby something is inherited, such as a title or a property. In the context of Freemasonry, generational succession occurs when stewardship of the organization is inherited from one generation by the other when it is succeeding. The process of general succession is typically very gradual, as younger members join and older members move on to that celestial lodge above. In time, the succeeding generation will inherit the mantle of full stewardship of the fraternity as the cycle begins over once again. As each generation slowly becomes the majority stakeholder of each lodge and Grand Lodge, the fraternity itself will begin to reflect the societal values of that generation. This is why Freemasonry has changed so much in the last 300 years. If a modern brother was placed in a lodge meeting 300 years ago, then what was transpiring would be unlike any Masonic experience he's had in the past. That's true somewhat, but he'd be able to recognize it. However, if you take a brother from 270 years ago and place him in that same situation, he'd be much more familiar. So, in short, generational succession is important because it allows Freemasonry to gradually adapt obligations from the fraternity. Typically, the differences in expectation between one generation and its successors are small enough that while certain things are sure to change, the differences aren't so vast as to create contention among the brothers. So what happens if this succession skips an entire generation? And we're asking that question right now as well. What happens if the current generation that we're living through skips Freemasonry? What happens to the next generation? When Gen X chooses not to join, the effects are threefold. And I think what we're seeing in 2025 for the next 50 years is that same thing. The current generation is choosing to skip Freemasonry, which means threefold effects for Freemasonry in the next 50 years. The three results are the boomers have held stewardship of our fraternity for almost 40 years, and they shaped the fraternity to reflect their values and expectations during this time. During this entire time, they have been the majority stakeholders of our lodges and grand lodges, and as such, they have more control over policies and a longer period of time to implement changes than any generation that has preceded it. In short, most programs and policies that lodges and grand lodges currently have in place, be they good, bad, or indifferent, were implemented or changed by boomers. So here's the problem with that, and this is the problem in the next 50 years. For better or worse, in the next 50 years, those boomers are going to be declining in such precipitous numbers, and when I say that, I include passing away, that the likelihood is we're going to have very few of them left. However, nobody took over the institutions. Nobody took over the rules, the regulations, the programs, the services, which means we have a dying out class of people setting rules and regulations that no one will want to follow. Like, what is the current boomer generation, right? So, the boomers were born between 1946 and 1964, which means, so hold on just one second. 50 years from now is 2076. Which means in 50 years from now, the youngest boomer to still exist or to still live will be 112 years of age. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, by the way, that there will still be Masons who are 112 years of age. In fact, some people are living so long nowadays, and we are seeing an increase in life expectancy historically, with some aberrations, that it is possible that there'll be a 112-year-old Mason in 2076. The oldest person alive today that we know of is 116 years of age. However, the numbers will be significantly smaller, significantly reduced. However, because so few Masons joined Freemasonry after the boomers, because so few from Gen X joined, and even now millennials, the culture, the programs, the services, the ideas remain rooted in, for lack of a better term, boomer culture, even as the boomers are dying off. And because of that, what we end up with is people joining something they don't recognize, as well as boomers being unwilling to give up the reins because no one took it over for them, right? What I find is if you, let's say you are running a Masonic building on the temple board as a boomer, you as a boomer of the boomer generation joined Freemasonry and took a committee role, took responsibilities in the lodge. If nobody came after you to take over and you end up in that same committee position, same job in Freemasonry for 10, 20, 30 years, eventually you start to feel ownership of that position and you don't want to give it up. And when a Gen Z person comes along and says, I'm now a Mason, I want to take over that position, the boomer feels possessive of it. If he only had the job for 5 years, 6 years, and then had to give it up to a Gen Xer, that's different. If he's had it for 30 years, he's developed his own stamp on it, on how it works and how it operates. The likelihood of him being comfortable with giving it up to somebody else, it gets less and less every year. When you have no membership churn, for lack of a better term, it affects the ability of the lodge and of the organization to grow, to develop, to advance. And we're seeing that right now. Modern welfare, hello. Super Schmel. So I am Freemason. That's not a religion, but thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. Honestly, Victor, I will give you an answer to that question. And this is not one that a lot of people will say. Curiosity and open-mindedness. Victor, are you on Medium? Do you know what Medium is, and are you on it? The second point, I stated previously, the majority of membership consisted of boomers for several decades. Many of them have been involved in the fraternity for longer than most young Masons who've been alive in many lodges. We owe them a great deal of gratitude. On the other hand, when something has been under your care for a great length of time, it can be difficult to hand over to someone else, which is what we are seeing 99% of the time when a new, young, enthusiastic Mason wants to get involved with his lodge and start contributing. Okay, so Medium is basically, it's YouTube for writing. I have a Medium channel where I publish written articles about Freemasonry. You can join for free, or you can become a member and pay, but you can join Medium for free, and you can check out my articles. Victor, I am going to leave an article basically stating what I think is the most important characteristic for a new applicant joining Freemasonry, and the qualities that I think will best determine positive Masonic performance, and it is curiosity. So if I could just pull up that article, and then I'm hoping, Victor, you will follow me on Medium and subscribe to get my stories. Again, you can do so completely for free. Even though I'm doing this stream for 24 hours, perhaps you can leave for a couple minutes, sign up for that, and come back, or just open up a new tab. Let me just pull up and leave a link in there for you, all right? It's taking me a little while to find it, but I will in a second, I'm sure. It's called Personality Assessments and Masonic Personality Assessments and Positive Masonic Performance. So Super Schmel is somewhat correct, and he's right. However, I will say it's a bit more complicated than that. Another reason is the idea of oaths and obligations. Within Freemasonry, there are obligations. The idea is the obligation that you take will be more meaningful to you if you believe in a supreme being, and if you believe, because it'll touch your soul in some ways. It'll touch your conscience. Ultimately, when you take an obligation, you take an obligation to yourself. I don't care what you think. You don't take it to anybody but yourself. If you let somebody down who you made a obligation to, it's a reflection on yourself and your spirit, not on anybody else. Because of that reason, belief in a supreme being is one way to help ensure someone keeps their obligations, because breaking it will speak to their heart. Victor, do you see the links in there? Can you copy and paste those onto Google? And can you follow me on Medium? I've never heard of Al Zut. Saint, I do not own a gun. Everybody please hit like and subscribe. I'm 2 subs away from getting to my 4,230. If you can't copy and paste, just write down personality assessments and positive Masonic performance. That should get you the story on Google. So, going back to this story, it's interesting, why not? I'll look into it. Right? When a man feels his input doesn't matter, then he eventually finds someplace that does. This isn't uniquely millennial either. Every man wants to be heard and feel as though he's contributing to something. So, the first thing to note there, when I say what will happen to Freemasonry in 50 years, the current leadership, which are almost exclusively of the boomer generation, with very few older Gen Xers, will either be unfortunately dead or significantly reduced in numbers. And because of that, we in Freemasonry right now need to be making sure that we're doing a better job at bringing in and allowing for younger millennials or older millennials, younger GXs to take over the reins. Because simply put, if Freemasonry in 50 years, we no longer have any of the current leadership, and when I say leadership, I mean both like literal leadership, like Grand Masters, Grand Lodges, but also metaphorical leadership. Almost every Masonic lodge has, at least famously, one or two cranky past masters who love to say, that's not how we did it in my day. And if we don't start to get those guys, for lack of a better term, out of leadership positions and into cheerleader roles, right, Freemasonry is likely not going to survive. The second thing we need to do is we need to make sure that our accept the fact that we need to focus on relevance and be part of our communities, right? We don't know for sure. I mean, 3-9, you might be right. And I'd be very sad if Freemasonry were to no longer exist. I think part of wanting Freemasonry to exist in 50 years is to understand why it's important. But we need to also understand why it's relevant, why it matters, and share those things with others, right? One of the biggest mistakes we can make within Freemasonry is to not think about the relevance of Freemasonry to our communities. And focus on it, right? Because if you look at, where's that chart? I'm trying to find the chart. You ain't cranky, and you're about my age, so you're kind of an older millennial, right? How many are we seeing? How often are we seeing, though, the boomer generation in positions of power, either directly or indirectly? Or to what extent do you see the gap that Justin Jones is talking about, where you have boomers and millennials, but no Gen Xs? So in Reddit, Crew9, I don't know him, actually did an update on the 2040 membership chart. So in December of 2015, this Reddit user made a chart showing membership within the USA and where the group, or he showed at the time, the membership chart, that the group will not be around by 2040. Basically, he took the membership trends as it was since basically the start of Freemasonry, and then he imagined, just extrapolated based on the numbers, where it would be going and where it would end up. And he found if numbers don't change, but if the trends don't change, membership or Freemasonry will cease to exist in America by 2040. And you can find that chart through Reddit. Hold on just 1 second. Let me see if I can get it to you here. No, I'm not right now sharing this stream. Like sharing my screen, but let me see if I can't show it to you guys this way. The better question, I mean, super schmool. So this is the chart. So this is the blue line you can see is what we've seen so far within Freemasonry. You can see it's at its height there in 1959, and you can see its decline from 1959 to originally 2015. And these three lines here are, this line is basically assuming we somehow manage to stay perfectly even or a slight increase. This line is the medium average, basically assuming nothing changes and we continue to trend the way we are. And this assumes if the trend drops to the most precipitous point. So basically the best and worst options. But either way, the most likely outcome is a drop in Freemasonry to the point where it no longer exists. Somebody brought up, thank you for the donut holes, by the way. Super Schmo. Somebody, you brought up quantity over quality. Super Schmel, same question to you. Thank you for the star. Do you follow me on Medium or know what Medium is? Thank you, Wade. I've won a couple matches in my time. Yeah, do you know what Medium is? All right, so Medium is basically YouTube for writing, or YouTube for written content, I should say. And just gotta plug this in. I posted an article called Personality Assessment and Positive Masonic Performance, where I basically argued that applicants or Freemasons that have a personality trait that focuses on curiosity and open-mindedness are actually likely to be more engaged and involved in Freemasonry and attend more meetings for longer. And the idea of quality over quantity, I do think one of the things we should be selecting for in our application process is not quality or quantity per se, but the quality of curiosity and open-mindedness. If you how many, I mean, I'm actually a professional wrestling referee. I've never had any matches officially, though I've trained for some. So Super Shmooly, I hope that you will type in the personality assessments and positive Masonic performance. I hope that you'll follow me on Medium. I hope that you'll read that article, because I think, look, you can be a good quality person and not be right for Freemasonry. Ultimately, it's about the extent to which you have certain personality traits that are likely to respond well to Freemasonry. And I think curiosity is one of them. Thank you, and please follow me on Medium too. I'd really appreciate it. So Life is Purgatory, I've never heard anything about Saturn's black cube. I will say within voting, the term getting blackballed refers to black balls versus white balls, which is how we vote. Although to deal with blind membership, sometimes they would actually use white balls and black cubes. Thank you, why not? I appreciate that. So, Wade, yes, don't spam. That's good rule of thumb. Victor, what can a non-Mason learn from Masonic philosophy? Well, I mean, a good way to do that would be to read Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodapp. But I think without question, temperance, prudence. I think one of the things that a non-Mason can learn from Freemasonry, from viewing our Masonic lodges, is the value of tolerance and the fact that people of all different races, religions, creeds, backgrounds, politics can in fact work together and can in fact get along. One of the things that I've been really concerned about on this stream, and I'm grateful for the fact that I get the chance to talk about Freemasonry on this stream, is people have said to me, like, how can you get along with people of different races or religions, as though that's a super hard thing to imagine doing. And I think one of the things that is so beneficial to having Freemasonry exist within our communities is the fact that, it doesn't actually, like, you can show the world, hey, in this building, you can be black, you can be white, you can be Muslim, you can be Jewish, you can be Christian, you can be Republican, Democrat, conservative, left, right, center, who knows what it is. And despite all of that, you can actually get along with people and work together for common good. And I think it's really unfortunate that we in society think that that's no longer possible. So I guess that's what I would say in terms of ultimately the value that Freemasonry provides to our communities and what we can learn. No worries, Super. Did you find the article itself or just the title? Because make sure that you can find the article, right? So Golden Archmage, from Reddit posted, my view on Freemasonry in large urban areas is likely to be fine. Those places with lots of young people, opportunities for word of mouth, discussions about Freemasonry, visible Masonic temples in high-profile locations. I do think, however, it will disappear entirely from rural areas and smaller towns as time goes on. There just aren't the numbers of people in local populations to even support their building in many cases. We've been seeing that happen for decades now. I don't see anything that's going to reverse that trend. Some people are asking about the question of turning away, right? Well, the most enjoyable thing is attending a Grand Lodge. I mean, the most enjoyable thing is travel, period. Whether it be to a Grand Lodge function or anything else. I think without question, the most enjoyable thing is the travel. And it's not the travel itself, it's the travel combined with meeting people you would not have met otherwise and getting to know them. You're absolutely correct. Like, I love our Grand Lodge annual communications. But even talking about a 50-year trend, the numbers are going down in terms of every year voting, things like that. We need to keep that in mind as well. The other thing to keep in mind, so there's symbolic traditions, Victor, but those traditions are important because they bind us, right? I've said this before. There's two ways, and just two ways, to create bonds of brotherhood: through shared experiences and through shared knowledge. And our Masonic rituals provide both. Ultimately, I had to check something there. Ultimately, that's what it's about. That's what it's for. It's like a family recipe. If I have my grandmother's recipe for cookies, if I choose not to share that recipe, it's not because there's anything nefarious or evil about the cookies, obviously. It's because that recipe belongs to my family, and maintaining that recipe in privacy of the family maintains the bonds between past, present, and future generations of the family. Freemasonry is no different. First of all, the secrets are not mine to share. They belong to the family. They belong to the brotherhood. But even if they were mine to share, sharing those secrets with brethren or with people outside of the fraternity, ultimately the reason why it's so dangerous is because, or not dangerous, but the reason why I don't do it is because it limits or restricts the bonds of brotherhood between Masons, or it dilutes the bonds of brotherhood between Masons, is what I should say. Uni is a fan of Trump, apparently. Rutro, I'm sure there are. I don't. Um, we don't have a dental plan because Freemasonry is not a profession or not insurance, but I know some Masonic dentists who do great work. I also know Masonic doctors, etc., etc. I don't actually go to Masonic dentist. I'll give a shout out. I go to Walkerville Dental, and they've been incredible to me. I will not lie to you. I have been super lazy about some parts of my life, particularly the parts related to taking care of my teeth and my dental hygiene. Um, I will say Walkerville Dental in Windsor has been incredible, and I'm grateful for all of their help and all of their support. My Grand Lodge is the Grand Lodge of Canada in the province of Ontario. Um, I'm also a member of Tranquility Lodge 2000 out of Texas and the Grand Lodge of Israel. I'm a member of Lodge Holy Land number 50. The other thing to keep in mind about Freemasonry in 50 years is we are currently experiencing, certainly in the United States and in Canada, but I believe in many places, a K-shaped economy. Hello, Kellogg. A K-shaped economy is an economy in which the upper classes are doing better and better, while the lower classes are doing worse and worse, and less able to afford things. One of the consequences of that is to what extent are we going to see Freemasonry in 50 years become more of a luxury item? Basically, you're going to see the economic makeup of a lodge be more and more upper class, even if our lodge dues never increase. It's a matter of being able to afford them. When you have inflation of 4.2%, when you have news articles being written about people who refuse to drive anywhere they do not absolutely have to drive to, when you see stories being written about people having to skimp on meals, at what point do they say we're not going to pay to attend Masonic functions anymore, or pay our Masonic dues, or pay to drive to the Masonic Lodge meeting? I think that's a question we have to ask as well. First of all, in 50 years, the makeup of lodges changes. The boomers are going to be fewer and fewer. The elder millennials are going to be fewer and fewer, and it's going to be Gen Z and Gen Alpha taking and Gen Y kind of running the show, while still perhaps working in a framework that has been populated for the majority of the time by the boomers, even when you have that generation gap. Are you also going to see within Freemasonry a concentration of wealthy people joining Freemasonry and the poor individuals not joining it? And also, are you going to see, as you see more and more people moving into a city, Freemasonry concentrated in cities and flying away from rural areas where they do not have the population density to support Masonic lodges like they used to? Or are you going to see Freemasonry exist anymore at all? Is worth asking as well. Based on the charts that people are posting, the answer is no. I hope some of those things made sense. Let me know what you think, if you agree or disagree. And once again, we are hanging out doing this marathon stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Please like, subscribe, super chat, comment, support the channel. Believe me, it helps out big time. And I'm grateful for everybody who's here so far. So, Victor, lodges sometimes do pay to send members to Masonic functions. First of all, it depends on how well the lodge is doing. Not every lodge can afford to send members away. And then you get into the issue of who does go, who doesn't go. But many lodges will pay to support Masons as they travel to different events. I think we should do it more often, to be honest. 24-hour streams, Jeremy. It's going to be a bit of a stream marathon. Obviously, every now and then I'll have to take a break for a variety of reasons. But you're going to see a lot of streaming in the next 24 hours. And then 9:30, we're going to be streaming the Detroit Windsor Go for Launch fireworks, which is going to be a blast as well. You're not wrong, Rutro. Certainly, democracy is a Masonic ideal, a very valuable Masonic ideal. And I think equality and democracy they're not exclusively Masonic. Obviously, they date back to ancient Greece, but they definitely are supported heavily in Masonic lodges and Masonic ideals without question. Yes, life is purgatory. We are seeing that everywhere. We are seeing not just Freemasonry, but groups in general. But we are absolutely seeing Masonic lodges doing a lot better in heavily populated urban areas than counties, excuse me, counties or like rural areas. Well, Freemasonry started in Greece, Victor. It started in Athens. It was the, Athenian experiment. Hello, Gemini. Please hit like and subscribe. Thank you for being here. Jeremy, we'd love to have you visit. I'd be grateful. Check out the beautiful and incredible Windsor Masonic Temple. Again, look, Freemasonry borrowed a great deal from, like, without question, borrowed a great deal from Enlightenment era philosophy and Enlightenment era philosophies. And those included democracy, rule of law, rational, being rational, using reason, things of that nature. And again, look, many Freemasons support monarchies. There are many Freemasons who supported the king in the American Revolution. But I would say, as a general rule, especially in the 17th, 18th centuries, Freemasonry trended more towards democratic rule and was anti-imperialism. I don't think I ever got your Masonic menorah pin. I don't believe so. I think I would remember that. If you want to send it to me, I'd be grateful. I'm trying to, like, I have my Masonic pins, and I don't recall ever getting a Masonic menorah pin. As someone who's a member of a Grand Lodge of Israel, I'd be honored. Like, genuinely so. Rat Utopia. I know about the Rat Utopia experience. I don't know what it has to do with population density. Um, I mean, cities as well as, any area is democratic so long as it's in a democratic country. Um, well, I'm talking about ancient, like Athens, right? Originally, Freemasonry, originally democracy was known as the Greek experiment. In a cool little side note, one of the coolest things about it is the fact that it was known as that. Um, it's not exclusively that, but it is a Masonic, it is, kind of known as the Greek experiment. Brian, Jewish people don't do that, and neither do Freemasons. So, no. Yeah, not every Mason was a supporter of democracy, at least at the national level. But I would say, as a general rule of thumb, I think it's safe to say that democracy leans way more toward democratic ideals than, say, kingship or divine right. Um, but no, Super, I'd love to see it's very cool. I'd love to see a menorah Masonic pin. I think that'd be awesome. And I'd love to, yeah, if you want to send it to me, I'd be grateful. Or next time I make it to a lodge in your area, where's your area again? Maybe I could borrow one from you and give you a Windsor Lodge pin. We've got a bunch of those as well. But please, once again, take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're just joining this stream. Let me know what your thoughts are on Freemasonry. Let me know what your thoughts are on Freemasonry in 50 years. As I said, we know demographically, a lot of the people who are alive in Freemasons today will be gone. The average age of a Mason in Texas, if I recall correctly, was 73. So I don't think a lot of them are still going to be around 50 years from now. That is going to change the makeup of the institution as well as the makeup of the governing bodies. We're going to see, my suspicion is, greater Freemasonry in urban areas and a reduction of Freemasonry in rural areas. as well as potentially Freemasonry being representative more and more of richer socioeconomic status. And I don't think we should ignore the possibility that in 50 years Freemasonry ceases to exist altogether. And what that will look like, I don't know. I visited a few lodges in Alberta. Okay, we're in Texas. I visited lodges in Fort Worth, Arlington, and Dallas. Super? No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever happen. I mean, never say never, and that's true for life, by the way. But I would doubt it personally. I think eventually lodges in most jurisdictions will go to recognize women Freemasons in the same way they do in UGLE, but that's not the same thing as co-masonry, right? Those are different things. We are back to just hanging out. We're just gonna wait to see who jumps on to say hello. But I got a lot of pins from Masonic lodges in Texas, and I'm grateful for all of them. And we're going to wait to see who jumps on to say hello once again. As always, please take a moment, hit like and subscribe. Oh, well, the black cube, yeah, I mean, there is some references to it, I guess, in some appendant bodies as well, I should mention. Um, but it's not really a reference in Freemasonry in the first 3 degrees. Victor, sure. Why not? I've sat in lodge with many gay Masons and many straight Freemasons. Freemasonry ultimately is about being a good person and honorable and enjoying one another's company. It's not about, nor should it be about whether you're gay or whether you're straight. Very cool. I would love to visit more lodges in Dallas. It's been a long time, sadly, since I've been to Texas. I loved my trips there when I was visiting. It's incredible. Very friendly people, very friendly Masons. One of the issues, though, I will say, when I traveled to Dallas is there really is like no public transit there. And the challenge of having no public transit is if you're traveling, like you're spending as much on Ubers and taxis as you are on the flights, which is the problem. That's true as well, although you need to keep in mind sometimes the cubic stone is referenced in some appendant bodies as well. 103 votes. Interesting. No longer exists is at 43%, which is not as high as I thought it would be, but it's still the highest, like compared to any other option in terms of Freemasonry in 50 years. Why does the Hope wear the hat that Dagon? I have no idea what a Dagon priest is. I have no idea why the Pope wears. Like, I'm sure that there's a reason behind all of the clothing for any religious leader. I just don't know what it is. You'd have to ask a Catholic. We used to have Catholics on this stream, but I don't have any Catholic. If anybody's Catholics watching this, you may know why the Pope wears that hat. Let me know. What is the most valuable lesson? I would say temperance. One of the things I often struggle with in the past, and I still do, because you can't like change your nature completely, is when things are going well, I have a tendency to get really excited. And when things are going badly, I have a tendency to get really sad and, upset. And so what I found, at least historically, is, or through Freemasonry, is it's taught me temperance. And when something goes well for me, I appreciate it, but I don't get to, I don't get too presumptuous or assume that things will always be going great. By the same token, when I'm struggling, I avoid becoming too despondent or sad about it at the same time, right? I find a way to not get too despondent and just say, okay, today was a bad day. How can I make tomorrow a better day? And that's a lesson you often get in Freemasonry in emulation ritual through what we call the mosaic pavement. So temperance has been the most valuable lesson for me. I sometimes need that temperance and that patience when I'm dealing with, shall we say, some Masons or some non-Masons here on this stream. I can assure you of that. We are rocking out right now. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been a blast on this marathon 24-hour stream. I hope everybody is doing well. What is the strongest? That's an interesting question. I mean, I've seen brethren show up for other brethren on their deathbed, just to, say goodbye to them. I've seen brethren show up to brother. I would think probably just showing up for brother at a hospital is a really great example of brotherhood within Freemasonry and a really great example of what it means to be a Freemason. So I would say visitations at the hospital, which I've done several of, many others as well. I will say I've given this example before, Victor, but last year I traveled to Colombia, and when I made it back home, this was in December. I traveled to Colombia, and I was flying out of Chicago because I don't know what this says about our. I don't know what this says about Canada and our flights, but it was cheaper to take a bus to Chicago and fly from Chicago to Columbia than to, fly from like Toronto or something. And I didn't have a ton of money. I arrived back in Chicago, and I have 12 hours to kill before I catch my bus back home to Canada. And it's freezing out, and at first I'm thinking maybe I'll just stay in the airport. The problem is it's insanely expensive to stay at the airport for 12 hours and to eat anything, right? Because airports are expensive. But I realize there is a Masonic Lodge. I know how to get there. You take the blue line and then you take the Pace bus. And I know they're having an event. And I realize I can get there while the event is still going on. So on this freezing cold day, I jump on, first of all, the blue line. Then I jump onto the Pace bus. And I make it to this Masonic Lodge meeting. And they welcome me. They feed me. There's coffee. There's food. There's refreshments. I spend, 6 hours at the lodge, and then I catch my bus back to Windsor. And that was just one of those examples of I get to join and meet some brothers. I know them through my trips to Chicago. I get to hang out with them, and I get to, I'm fed, et cetera, et cetera. It was a really special event and a really special moment and a really special reminder of how special Freemasonry can truly be. So I guess that'd be my favorite example of a Masonic story that I love. I've never visited a Mason in prison. If you're doing Masonry right, you should not go to prison. So life is purgatory. If you're doing Freemasonry right, there should be no ties with the mafia or any other such groups. Having said that, look, it's definitely the case and it's definitely possible for Masons to be criminals. They just shouldn't be. But we're human beings. And human beings, unfortunately, can make mistakes. But if we're doing our job right at the guarding of the West Gate phase, if any Masons are trying to get in and we think they're pro-criminal, they should not be getting through the doors. There is this famous story of a lodge in Italy called the P2 Lodge, which supposedly had ties to the mafia, but they're not recognized. That means I couldn't visit them and see them in their lodge. Um, Black Hole Zun, I've been to lodges in Montreal. I've been to the building in Montreal. Never got a chance to visit the lodge itself. Just got to see the building. Victor, I know some Masons who are, as you put it, 420 smokers, although it's going to depend really on where you are and whether it's legal or not, right? If it's illegal, you shouldn't be doing it. But is it common? I mean, it's not common for Masons to be removed. It can happen, though, depending on a variety of different reasons and circumstances. The most likely is they just stop paying their dues, right? And if they stop paying their dues, then they will be suspended for non-payment. If they were to commit a crime and be found guilty of it, then it's very likely they'll be suspended. Funniest Masonic story? That's a tough question. I mean, I don't know if I have any like laugh out loud funny Masonic stories. Um, like, I've had Masonic events that I've loved and I've been so grateful for, but there weren't ones that made me like laugh. It was like again, the story of me being in Chicago on a freezing cold day and finding food, shelter, and friendship at a Masonic lodge in Chicago out of the blue, right? Or seeing like some of the most beautiful Masonic buildings in the world, or in some cases, especially when I didn't have any money, when I was, working my way to be successful, going to a Masonic lodge because I know I can get a meal there. Like, I would say those are my most special Masonic moments. I have to think about what is like a really funny Masonic moment. Gosh, it's a tough one to think of. Neil Green, please hit like and subscribe. I freeballed my. What is freeballing? Oh, okay. That's so there you go. Super. That's a great story. I have a very similar story. I did not do it myself, but I was at a EA degree, and the brother, let's just say he did not tie his pants on properly or did not fasten his belt. So as he's going through the degree, they start to fall down, and now he's walking with one hand while trying to keep him up with the other. Obviously, and the deacon who was his guide was so new, he didn't want him to stop. So he's trying to drag this guy along while this guy's trying to hold up his pants. Eventually, saner heads prevailed, and somebody just told him, like, hey, stop, just fasten your belt, and then everything was taken care of. But that's a good example of it. So there you go. Probably most people have a version of that type of story. If you know, you know. Michael, welcome. If someone was considering joining, what advice would I give them? That's a great question, Victor. I would say join, focus on what you believe you can contribute to the lodge more so than what you like. I would say join because you want to contribute to something first and foremost, not because you want to get something from it. You will get things from Freemasonry. However, if you are joining, and I think this is true for anything in life, I think this is true for jobs, anything as well. If you are joining ultimately because you want to get something and that's it, you're not going to be as successful. If you are joining while thinking about what you can contribute, I think you're ultimately going to have way more success and be way better off in terms of your ability to enjoy the experience. Michael, please hit like and subscribe. There you go, consider yourself. You did do that. And I'm thankful that you are here. We got 106 votes. I'm getting very close to 4,230 subs. We're 2 away, so let's see if we can get there. Just answering questions, hanging out, chatting with people. I mean, if you can get some land and you can make that land productive, however it is, I don't know if you mean like farming and it's producing food, or mining, or putting property on it and renting it out, whatever it is you're planning to do with it. I think that's a great way to contribute. But I think one of the problems that we have nowadays is, I sound like an old man when I say that, so often our focus is on, unfortunately, so often I think our focus is what can we extract in value from whatever we're taking part in, which ultimately I think is just not a healthy and helpful thing. Instead of focusing, and I think this is true for a lot of businesses as well, where everything has become about extracting profit, right? I think it's better to focus on what we can contribute, not what we can extract. So there you go. That'd be my advice. What can you contribute? What can you provide? That should be the question people ask as well, right? What can you contribute? What can you provide? Don't just ask them, if you have somebody joining, like, what do you want to get from this? What can we give you? Ask them, what do you want to contribute? What do you think you're good at? What skills do you have? I think is helpful. I do not know what any of that means. Life is purgatory. But I'm not going to say any of it because I think you're trying to trick me. I think in general that's probably true. Super. I think in general it's probably within that 30, that one third percentage. I mean, I need to know a little bit more about how you define esoteric, right? Because I think the danger of esoteric joining is, do you think the rituals are going to give you some type of magical power or something, right? So, Raj, I mean, there is, like, I think the danger of that, and that as an idea of saying, I can't help anybody until I help myself, is, I find that in some cases, it's very easy to spend so much time focusing. Like, you may never get to a point where you are 100% good, 100% set, 100% helped. There's always going to be challenges and emergencies within your own life that you have to figure out how best to resolve and deal with. I think that focusing, you have to find a balance. But I don't think you should ever focus exclusively on helping yourself all of the time, because it's easy to start to use that as a way to, like it's same thing with a country, right? The idea that like a country will never help any other country until it has, let's say, 0% homelessness is just not feasible and not reasonable. But I think if you're looking in a position to, help yourself and therefore help others, Freemasonry can do that for you, right? All the evidence shows that being part of a social group, a social organization, a social institution like Freemasonry can absolutely provide you with certain benefits. It'll make you stronger and healthier. In fact, the Governor General of the States a few years ago, 2023, I think it was, posted a report on the dangers of social isolation, and the health dangers specifically. So if you want to help others, or if you want to help make yourself stronger and thereby help others, join Freemasonry. It's a good place to go. Thank you for this thumbs up, Super. I appreciate that. I've never signed a 1,000-year contract of servitude. I would not want to sign a 1,000-year contract of servitude. Having said that, it'd be a very dumb contract to create because I don't plan to live 1,000 years. I don't know how long I'll live for, to be honest. Sure, Rut I think we've all had experiences where we try to help others and find it backfire. No good deed goes unpunished is a real thing, and it's a real story. I don't think that means that we should stop trying to help people, but obviously I think that we need to use it as a lesson on being wary. Right? I think that's always going to be a risk and always going to be a danger. And you have to find a way to maintain to keep helping people and want to help people, but to not allow those times when you've been hurt to teach you a lesson, but not harden your heart. No. First of all, there is no Church of Freemasonry, Brian Summers, so that is not an issue at all because there is no Church of Freemasonry. And second, you do not have to give all of your worldly possessions to any church of any sort. So no on both accounts. Again, honestly, to take your question somewhat seriously, one of the biggest debates within Freemasonry is how expensive or inexpensive we have Freemasonry and whether we should charge, more dues or less in our Masonic lodges. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but certainly we're not requiring people to give up all their possessions, that's for sure. We're going to wait to see who joins. Please jump in, hit like and subscribe. Our fraternity already accepts transgenders. A lot of it depends on where you're at. Different, in UGLE, for example, transgenders are accepted into Freemasonry without issue. Other jurisdictions they are as well. I think in Texas they're not. I will say this: I would have zero problem sitting next to a transgender Freemason. I wouldn't care one way or the other. Every jurisdiction will decide for itself. To my knowledge, in Ontario, it's simply not asked. Now, I can see and understand why people would be concerned about, for lack of a better term, trolls. I do think those things can exist, of people of women claiming to be transgender simply because they want to join Freemasonry because they whatever want to kick up a fuss. But I'm good friends with a couple trans people, and I know one who was assigned female at birth, is now transitioning to male, and one that was assigned male at birth, transitioning to female, or transitioned to female. You wouldn't know what their assigned gender was, nor does it matter. So the idea that it's actually a big deal or should be a big deal is dumb. And it's not going to make a difference in terms of like opening up the numbers. They are such a small percentage of the population, relatively speaking, that the idea of like doing, accepting them to increase numbers, I think is silly. I think we should accept them because it's the right thing to do, as it is to accept anyone. Um, yeah, I mean, look, if you can profit from Freemasonry, but the profit you make from Freemasonry is ultimately metaphorical. It's skills, it's memories, it's stories, it's friendships. It's not financial. And if you're joining because of, again, what you can profit from it as opposed to what you can contribute to it, I think you're doing things wrong and doing things incorrectly. So there you go. The Freemasons built the pyramids. Welcome back, Snake Plissken. I think it's been a while since I've seen you here. No, the Freemasons did not build the pyramids. The stonemasons built the pyramids. That is true. Um, so yes, stonemasons build pyramids, but by definition, any type of stone structure will be built by stonemasons. I mean, it is what it is, right? That's just human nature. That's just the nature of the profession. If you are building something out of stone, you're a stonemason. Now, your talents and your abilities are going to determine how good the structure is, right? That's a whole separate issue. We are just going to wait to see who jumps in the chat to say hello and what they want to talk about. It was also today National Indigenous Persons Day. I wrote about that on Medium. Maybe after this little bit of a break, I'll talk about that. And I may restart the stream around 1 a.m. just because I find 1 a.m. is a good time to catch new potential audience members. Light free. What's happening? Don't forget, guys, do some super chats. We are at $11.24. I don't know what light free and rut row are talking about, but I'm going to assume it's positive. As I get some water, got to be healthy. Stonemasons built the pyramids, not Freemasons. We're different. Although I will say they were very talented, without a question. Those stonemasons absolutely were talented as heck. Because if you're building pyramids for the pharaoh, you'd better make sure that those pyramids are going to stay in, you know how to make a square angle. Otherwise, those pyramids are going to fall over and you're going to be in trouble. The obsession that some people say, anyways, the obsession that Freemasons have with ancient Egypt, at the time when Freemasonry was growing in the 17th and 18th centuries, many people were obsessed with ancient Egypt. In fact, it was very common amongst Victorian era to, that was a time of gentlemen explorers. Some would say gentlemen grave robbers. um, traveling around the world, traveling to Egypt, excuse me, and borrowing artifacts, taking artifacts from different, wherever it might be, in order to put them in museums or keep them from their own collections. Just ancient Egypt was huge and considered hugely popular. And because of that, Freemasonry at the time borrowed a great deal from of Egyptian symbolism and Egyptian mysticism as well. But it doesn't mean it's literally connected. It's not as though there were Freemasons running around in ancient Egypt. Nope, Freemasons are not a cult. I've explained why in the past, but there's several different reasons. The primary reason, though, is Freemasonry does not attempt to isolate any individual from friends or from family. One of the things you very often see, and I mean, a hallmark of a cult is the cult will separate or isolate membership from friends, from family, from work, from whatever else it might be, because obviously it's one of those situations where if you don't isolate individuals, then those individuals will start to point out to membership, like, hey, your group is doing nefarious stuff. We in Freemasonry have nothing to hide. We're not doing anything nefarious. So obviously, we want people to join us. And a big part of that means not isolating people from their friends and family. So that's the main reason why we are not a cult. Jay Nelson, Dale Uzi, who is Enoch? Which Great Pyramid? Dale Usery, I'm going to call you Dale. Hello, thank you for being here. To everybody just joining us, if you're new to the stream, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. We are getting closer and closer to 4,230. So let's help a brother out. Let's see what we can do. Well, the first blacksmith row would have been Tubal-Cain, right? Why have a battle plan? I've always said this. We in Freemasonry are vegetarians. We don't want no beef with nobody. Look, I don't know much, if anything, about Scientology, so it's tough for me to say or talk about it other than to say, to my knowledge, Scientology is a religion. So if a Scientologist were interested in joining Freemasonry, I would have no problem with them doing so. I just don't know enough about Freemasonry to be able to, about Scientology to speak a lot about it. But if we're talking about a battle plan, way before we have this battle plan to deal with Scientology, we honestly, and I'm not being like facetious, we need a battle plan to deal with how popular television is right now. We need a battle plan to deal with how tempting it is to sit at home and stay on your phone. We need a battle plan to deal with the generational gap within Freemasonry from boomers to millennials and the subsequent stranglehold boomers have had on our institutions and the resulting damage it's going to cause to our Masonic order over the next 50 years unless we get a lot of new people in very quickly. A cult does not have a building as public as the Detroit Masonic Temple, as my dad says. That is very true also. And that is very true as well. So that's a good thing to keep in mind and remember also. Or the Grand Lodge of Texas has a lot of very well-known, very popular buildings. So that's a good point also. And I've had a chance to tour them. Honestly, even if your building is not like Detroit or Texas, not some big grand building, most Masonic buildings in most communities will take you on a tour if you ask them, or will take part in open houses or special events or whatever it might be. Like, that's very common. So you should definitely check them out if you can. Just knock on the door and say you want a tour. Even if you don't want to join Freemasonry, if you just want to see the building. Not every building will take you on a tour, but many buildings will. It's one of the coolest things about Freemasonry is how open our buildings are. Thank you, Rutro. You as well. Before you go, leave some thumbs up or some hearts. Do all that cool stuff. I would be much obliged. Dexter. Are you actually Dexter? An ending is the beginning of what, if you don't mind my asking? What are we ending? What are we beginning here? There's a great song called End of the Beginning by, I forget who it's by now, the guy from Stranger Things, but it's all about Chicago. And Chicago is one of my favorite Masonic lodge, my favorite places in the world, my favorite city. It's got some incredible Freemasons there as well. So I love visiting it. It's, like I said, my favorite places to be. A dark passenger. Whom is the dark passenger? Light free. Dexter, are you the dark passenger? By the way, I heard, I've never seen the show, so I don't know, but I heard Dexter has some Masonic references. I just never seen the show, so I can't say. So, I mean, I agree, super schmooly, that to have more advertising, more news stories would be helpful. I mean, it can't hurt anything. Um, but we also have to do things that are worthy of those news stories, right? Like, I'm very proud of the fact that I got my Masonic building in several news stories throughout the last few years for special events and celebrations. That will get people maybe interested, but then we have to hook them, right? Howdy, Lord Brew. We have to, I mean, I say hook them. I mean, we have to keep them coming after that first visit, right? If we do a news story about like Freemasons celebrate 150 years with a major banquet, and then we never do any big events after that, what's to keep them coming back and keep them interested? I think is the challenge. Sadly, I never watched Dexter. I missed out on it. I always heard it was really good though. I mean, honestly, super schmoozy. I think if you type in like Windsor Masonic Temple into Google, you will find several stories of about the Masonic Temple, like in the news, I believe. I don't think it's seen much differently, Dylan. In my experience, there's really very little difference between the way Freemasonry is viewed in Canada versus the way it's viewed in the States. Obviously, there's more Freemasons as a just straight numbers than in Canada. As a percentage, I think it's a little bit higher as well, but probably not much to be honest. A lot of television shows do trail off light free. Like um, it's very tough in my opinion to maintain quality in a television show after several years. What is the point of Freemasonry? Teach me how to Douglas. First of all, teach me how to Douglas. Um, the point of this channel is for you to please hit like and subscribe. and to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. The point of Freemasonry, ultimately, the point of Freemasonry is no different than the point of getting together with your friends on a Friday night. It's about the human desire to belong to something and to spend time with other people. I think that's truly the greatest strength of Freemasonry is that, right? So some people fulfill their desire to be around others by playing football. Some choose to do it by getting involved in bands or book clubs. Within Freemasonry, it's kind of a philosophical society, but at its core, it's about the human desire to spend time with other people. Yellow, I should switch it to a more exciting color. But what can I say? I think blue brings out my eyes. Will there be enough new members? Hello, the one and only red light. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. I think you're new to this stream. Please hit like and subscribe. I mean, the question of the one and only red light, will there be enough, or sorry, Dad, will there be enough new Masons? That's the question. According to these, a recent poll done in Texas, or I don't know if it was by Texas, but a recent Masonic poll that I shared, the answer is no. If the numbers keep on continuing the way they have been, Freemasonry will reach 0 by 2040, right? That's the danger that hopefully things like this can try to resolve by promoting, again, the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant in and for our communities. $70. Well, we're not going to have any drama, the one and only red light. We are a drama-free organization, a drama-free YouTube channel, I should say. Anybody who pays attention to this stream, however, knows that Freemasonry, like any other organization with human beings, can have its drama because, hey, we're humans. And unfortunately, to be human means to bring in drama sometimes. All right, red light, what are your thoughts on Freemasonry? Positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. So Thomas, I mean, I suppose I don't know what it would look like, real J-Dog, to single-handedly keep a lodge going. Like, what would you even be doing? Freemasonry is, by its nature, a organization that requires meeting and spending time with other people. Like, one of the landmarks is you spend time with others. I don't really know what it would look like to be a singular Mason. I'd like to think I would always continue to act as a Freemason, even if Freemasonry as an organization ceases to exist. Thomas, I mean, when people talk about Red Lodge or Blue Lodge, those things really don't mean anything. They're colloquial in terminology. And because they're colloquial, they don't really, this idea that, like, Blue Lodge normally refers to the first 3 degrees in Freemasonry: entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. Red Lodge can refer to Scottish Rite or York Rite or appendant bodies. However, I've also heard people describe Red Lodge as York Rite and Blue Lodge as Scottish Rite. But generally speaking, Blue Lodge usually is meant to refer to the first 3 degrees in Freemasonry: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. But a lot of these are colloquial terms. By the way, on a side note, if anyone wants to follow me on Facebook, I just got verified on Facebook, so maybe you guys can consider checking it out. Checking out my Facebook pages. And also, to everybody watching this, super schmooly, follow me on Patreon as well. You can become a free member, or join at like a $5 level. Victor, I'm in the Scottish Rite, but keep in mind, you don't have to join either. Many Masons remain within the Craft Lodge, within the Blue Lodge, and are perfectly happy to remain within those three levels, which is perfectly fine as well. I think this obsession that some people have with the rites is not the healthiest approach. That includes within Freemasonry, by the way. We don't always need to be, focus on strengthening and growing your craft lodge first. That's the most important lodge most important thing. Without that, Freemasonry as a whole will cease to exist. So, but I will leave you guys in the chat the link to my Patreon. So it's patreon.com/square and compass. Mark Jameson. Okay, very cool. I mean, my grandfathers are both Freemasons, but to my knowledge, they didn't join any of the rites. At least I never heard of it. So Victor, like, in some ways, light free is correct when he says infinite. Freemasonry, the thing about the levels and what a lot of people don't understand is, like, Freemasonry is not the same everywhere, and there is no standardized rule on levels. Like, at the most basic level, within every jurisdiction, you have 3 levels or degrees: Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, and Master Mason. And that is pretty much consistent throughout the world. However, you can then look at joining Scottish Rite, which has an additional 30 degrees to get your 33rd. You can also join York Rite to get your, to grow. You can get your York Rite, and you can join different chapters. You can join the Shrine, but you can also join Memphis Mizraim if you're in Europe, which has like 99 degrees, some would say. Then there's Allied Masonic degrees. There's some invitational orders. And so at its core, at its basis, there are 3 degrees in Freemasonry: Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, and Master Mason. After that, it depends on recognition and jurisdiction and things of that nature. I'm happy with the number of Masonic platforms I have, or social media platforms I have at the moment. I don't really know if I want to keep adding more to it. I have a hard enough time focusing on the ones that I have presently. I don't know if I need to start adding more. I got my Patreon, my X, my Facebook, my Blue Sky, my YouTube. I have Podbean, and I have Medium. So that's probably enough, But I do think we as Freemasons should be on everything. I wonder if back in the day there were Masonic MySpace pages. Honestly, I barely remember MySpace, so I don't know how it worked. I'm just happy to be anybody's favorite anything, Light Free, so I appreciate it, and I'll take it. I'm definitely here multiple times a day representing what I love. Still, I don't care. I'll take it. And having said that, I hope you meet others, and maybe even some of them will become your new favorite. That'd be fine with me, so long as it means you're joined Freemasonry. We are going to just keep hanging out. I know, obviously, for a lot of these, I'll just answer questions from people as they come, take breaks here and there. Let's see who else jumps on to say hello. Audible Veracity, it's been fun. It's been good. Had a decent number of people join. We still have 11 people watching, which is awesome. I'm probably going to be stopping and then restarting the stream soon, because I find that sometimes I can re-engage people, maybe after I grab a quick coffee. Um, but no, it's been going well. So thank you to everybody who has been hanging out and checking it out so far. Obviously, super chats support, new viewers support. So I appreciate it being here. I hope I was able to provide some new insights, especially because we had a lot of Masons on the stream. So it'd be really cool to see and hopefully give them some insights into Freemasonry they can take with them to their lodge. Would be awesome. Well, thank you, Lightfree. I mean, you are the guys who, without a doubt, it's the viewers that make this possible. Turtle McFarlane. So, don't ride the goat. The goat is ornery and the goat gets cranky. So, leave the goat alone. The Widow's Son is a motorcycle club as well as a reference to a Masonic kind of figure. But I think about when you say riding, traveling with the Widow's Sons, I imagine you are referring to the motorcycle club, which keep riding with them because they're cool dudes. They are charitable organization. That is awesome. And they do a lot of charity work, I should say. And you absolutely should support them because they are an awesome organization. Turtle, what you should also do is hit like and hit subscribe. I'm getting close to the 30 mark, so I mean, not a fan of the Hells Angels, obviously, criminal organization. It goes back to, like, you know, ultimately, I don't care whether you are your grandmother's knitting club or whether you are the Hells Angels or whether you are anything in between. At your core basic level, you are trying to fulfill that human desire to belong to something bigger than yourself or to belong to something greater than yourself. That is kind of what you're doing at your most basic core level. Or at the most basic core level, right? Now, the difference is your grandmother's knitting club takes that desire to belong to something and uses it for something positive. The Hells Angels uses it for something negative. I would argue Freemasonry uses it for something positive. And so, I think honestly, every time that this is a Voltaire quote, who was a Freemason, by the way. Voltaire famously said, "We are responsible for all the good we do not do," which I don't know necessarily how I feel about that 100%, but I think there's some value to it. Every time I think we see things like organized crime and criminality on the rise, especially organized crime, I think in some ways that's an indictment of Freemasonry in that it shows that we as Freemasons are not doing a good enough job at providing an alternative sense of support and structure for young men especially. So they're turning to things like gangs and crime and criminal acts. But if you have good Freemasonry and good civic institutions in general, you will see less gangs and less things of that nature, at least in my opinion. I see 41. I love to see 41. Javelin, that's just a conspiracy theory thing that pops up a lot in Freemasonry, or a lot outside of Freemasonry. And whether or not there's anything to it within Freemasonry, join and find out. The Deeds and Doctrines of Enoch. I don't know who Enoch is. Enoch is a book in the Bible, right? Some people say Nimrod was the first stonemason because he built the Tower of Babel. However, keep in mind, he built the Tower of Babel out of mud and clay. So I don't know if that counts as stonemasonry. Wade, I mean, it's an honorable thing to do. So if that's what you want to do, then you should absolutely do so and join the U.S. Coast Guard. It's up to you. It is whatever you say. Like, for years and years, I had no idea that Nimrod was actually a biblical figure and the builder of the Tower of Babel. So that is kind of a really funny thing about just life in general, how words and phrases and ideas can go to take on multiple things and multiple different things. Think that's kind of cool and kind of an ironic thing. It's so yeah, but some say Nimrod was the first stone mason. We Are the Widow's Sons are an awesome biker group connected to Freemasonry in some jurisdictions. They do a lot of charitable work, a lot of really cool stuff. And so, yeah, I would recommend if you're a Freemason and you have any interest in motorcycles, check to see if there's any Widow's Sons motorcycle groups in your area. They are genuinely, I know a lot of those Widow's Sons guys, they're genuinely an awesome organization. And you should check them out if you can. We're actually, some places, again, it's called an affinity lodge, are looking at developing lodges for motorcycle enthusiasts. I think they have them in Britain, to be honest. Whatever you say. I mean, I'm sure every group has done at least some good things, but I think the Hells Angels has been more bad things. I don't think that's true, actually. Well, first of all, historically, I mean, I know what you're saying, Turtle, but historically, stone was worked with stone instruments, right? The first stone tools and stone the first stone work ever done was created by bashing two stones together and through stone tools. And in fact, it's very likely that was the case for a long time. But obviously, yeah, at a certain point, especially when you start to look at creating some of the structures that you start to see historically, you need metal tools or metal instruments to work the stone. Hence, tubal cane. If you go and read Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, he actually says a lot about, legendary and apocryphal connections between Freemasonry and ancient history or biblical history. Tubal Cain and Nimrod all show up. But Tubal Cain in the book of Genesis is referenced as the first blacksmith. Normal or special forces, Wade, I mean, if you can, obviously look at joining special forces because I think it'd be really cool. But whatever you do, nothing but respect for the U.S. military service, and that includes the Coast Guard. I think it's one of those things where sometimes people forget that the Coast Guard is part of the U.S. military, which is unfortunate because, I mean, I see the Coast Guard passing by fairly regular in the Detroit River. I am lucky enough to have a beautiful view of the Detroit River right outside of my apartment. And I can say they do some pretty incredible, their ships are incredible. We are just going to hang out, wait to see who jumps on. As always, please hit like and subscribe. And like I said, I may be restarting this stream at some point soon. Take a quick break. But let's see who jumps on to say hello. Do a quick check on the chat. I don't think that's true. Having said that, Light Free, I have no doubt that you're right, that it is probably incredibly hard and incredibly challenging to join special forces. I don't think it's you have to eat a package of crayons, but those are almost certainly very tough sons of guns. Turtle McFarleton, that's it. I'm going to call you Turtle. No, Freemasonry is a brotherhood. It is not a brotherhood of secrecy, right? You need to keep that in mind. We have private ceremonies, we have private, rituals, but they're not secret, they're private. I think a lot of people view secrecy with distrust. For that reason, I prefer the term privacy or private. Um, it's no different than your grandma's secret family recipe. You can call it a secret if you want, but I think it's better probably to call it private or to call it a private recipe, more so than quote unquote a secret one. I mean, Wade, you should do whatever you think is best. I'm not in a position to tell you what to do. I guess what I would say, and I know this is going to sound cheesy, but just listen to your heart and what it's telling you to do. Well, it's why, right? Light free, it's why are you keeping something a secret? There are many, or keeping something private. There are many valuable reasons to keep something private, right? There's no doubt about that. That there are many valuable reasons to keep something private. Sometimes it's about personal safety. Like, I don't think anybody should put on this stream their social insurance number or bank account information, because that's protecting both your personal and your private financial and safety information. I also think it's absolutely the case that sometimes there's business reasons to keep things private. Like Coca-Cola is not sharing its recipe for very valuable reasons. However, I also think one of the best reasons to keep something private is to maintain the bonds of brotherhood and the bonds between a family. Could be a family recipe, could be our Masonic rituals. Either way, if we start to share the private nature of these ceremonies with others, all we're doing is reducing the bonds of brotherhood. So there you go. Well, let's not have anybody get chopped up into pieces. But Turtle, by the way, Thomas, I don't know if in your statement you're saying that Freemasons are swine or non-free. I don't know what you mean by that. I've heard the expression before. I just don't know who the swines are. So, Turtle McFarlane, the idea of chopping up into pieces. I never go into specifics about Masonic ritual, and I've never been chopped up into any pieces in any Masonic ritual, nor would I join if they were doing that. Here's what I will always say, though, and I've used this example before, so you may have heard me say this. Forgive me if I'm chewing my food twice. I used to work in a legal aid clinic. And when I was working in this legal aid clinic, I was working once with a lady who famously said to me, as I was talking to her, she was being evicted for non-payment of rent. And she was claiming she paid her rent, and the landlord was just, trying to defraud her. So as I'm talking to her, she said, if I'm lying, may God cut my tongue, or I will rip my tongue out, and may God strike me dead. Now, obviously, she didn't mean literally. She didn't mean literally that she would rip her tongue out. I don't think it's even possible to do that. Nor did she mean literally that she expected God to strike her dead. However, she was using the discussion of physical harm as a way, metaphorically, to express how important it was, the thing she was saying, and that I believe her. And so when people talk about, physical punishments, keep in mind it's a metaphor, not literal. And it's meant as a way to express the importance of what's being said. And you see that all the time with, people talk about crossing their heart, right? She didn't. I don't think it's possible to do those things, for the record. Good for you, Wade. I hope you enjoy being the Coast Guard. Nothing but respect for you and your work and your efforts. Catholicism, no, I will not convert to I will not convert to Catholicism, so I guess you will unsubscribe. Um, so be it, you know? I would never want to join any like I don't think for the record Catholics would want me to join if I was simply joining to keep people subscribed to my channel. That doesn't seem like a very good reason to keep any to convert. Um, Thomas, I don't say disparaging words. I know the axiom. The Cavalon? Who wrote that again? Let me double check. William Walker Atkinson. He may have been a Freemason. So this is from Wikipedia, for whatever it's worth. There is no definitive historical record confirming that prolific author and New Thought pioneer William Walker Atkinson was an initiated Freemason. His direct ties to the fraternity remain a matter of speculation. So there is no blood oath within Freemasonry, Turtle McFarlane. I've never had to give any blood to Freemasonry, either literally or metaphorically. And I wouldn't want to give my blood to any other organization. If for no other reason, then it's very unhygienic. And I don't want to be doing anything that is unhygienic. I think, it'd be gross. I mean, honestly, I don't care that much, but hygiene, obviously, that's kind of a joke, but not really. Like, there are certain lines I wouldn't cross. Having to give up my blood to an organization is one. Unless I'm donating my blood, which you all should do, to go to somebody who needs it for medical treatment, any type of oath that required me to give up my blood or mix my blood is not happening. I mean, whatever you say, it would definitely result in only, exclusively getting really dedicated people who really want to join. However, in my opinion, I don't think we'd be getting the right people in at that point. I know some people don't like using terms like who is the right person to join Freemasonry, who is the wrong person to join Freemasonry. I would say, in my humble opinion, if you are joining Freemasonry because you like the idea of a blood oath, you're probably not the best person to be joining. Because I don't want to be, you might be joining for some other interesting reasons at that point. Which is okay, but, maybe not okay. By the way, I believe we are over 1,000 views for this stream, so thank you for that. I'm grateful. Fiat Phenom, please hit like and subscribe. It adds to something. We don't always need that type of mystique, for the record. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for being here. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, Fiat, let me know. Thank you guys for helping me with this channel to get this stream over 1,000 views since we started. I'm grateful for that. I mean, any Freemason can become Catholic if they so choose. We're not going to stop them. And if that gives them a sense of spiritual peace or helps them on their spiritual journey, then I say awesome, and more power to them. I think that's awesome. Whatever the Catholic Church may think of Freemasonry does not think the same thing about the Catholic Church. I think it's, I think the Knights of Columbus are great, and I think the Catholic Church, despite many problems, historically, has also done a lot of good for the world. So yeah. I got a big nose, Timothy Adams. I've grown to accept it. Yeah, I love vintage Masonic aprons. They're incredible. Our aprons are a wonderful historical record. I've got a few Masonic aprons myself, which I'm very grateful for. Fezzes from the shrine, vintage fezzes are incredible as well. When you say look at them, do you like look up pictures of them online, or do you look like you go to museums? 'Cause a lot of Masonic museums will have vintage fezzes and vintage aprons. Have you ever been to a Masonic museum and seen them in person? I mean, every organization, I don't care whether it's the Catholic Church or any other organization, if it involves humans, then it's going to have some problems because human beings have problems, right? Um, but that's not to say, I think most even devout Catholics would admit that there's problems, but that doesn't mean that the organization as a whole is not doing good things in the world as well. It's like everything. You have to kind of take the good with the bad. That's true for Freemasonry. It has its problems, but it also does a lot of good. Um, nice, Thomas. I'm glad you did a tour of the Grand Lodge in New York, and I'm glad that the tour guide was excellent. That's awesome to hear. A good tour guide can make all the difference in the world when it comes to this stuff. What what was your favorite part of the tour? I think there's a lot of different religions, to be honest, Catholicism, but I do think Protestants were pretty active in it. But I think, like, if you look at everything, whether it be like food banks or charitable work or whatever it might be, like Catholic Church has done a lot of great things. So is Freemasonry, which is not a religion, by the way, Freemasonry. So is the Elks, so is the Rotary, so is Protestantism, so is et cetera, et cetera. You have to kind of take the good with the bad, but you have to be really careful that you don't allow the bad from an organization to overshadow the good. You just have to kind of take everything on balance. So Chef Boyardee, not everybody can see what he said, but he said here Freemasonry is fake and gay. No, Freemasonry is neither. Well, Freemasonry is not fake. There are some Freemasons who are gay. There are some Freemasons. Most Freemasons are straight. Freemasonry is not concerned with one's sexual orientation, nor should it be. Glad. I'm gonna call you Hub. I don't know who that is, Coach Emerson. I don't know whom you're referring to, but please hit like and subscribe. And welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. I'm hoping to get 4,230 subs. I'm at 4,227 at the moment. I mean, Stuzzy Bo, many Freemasons would agree with you that Jesus is God. Many Freemasons are Christian. However, there are many Freemasons who are not Christian as well. Freemasonry is not a religion. So we welcome men of all different faiths, all different backgrounds, all different beliefs, be they Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, whatever else it might be. I think one of the greatest strengths of Freemasonry is that we welcome all different faiths. Well, then, Hub, first and foremost, you need to have your parents' permission to be on stream, so make sure you do. Not just to be on stream, but to be on YouTube in general. Make sure you have your parents' permission to be on YouTube. Um, Second, I mean, this channel is not really made for kids. There's probably better things for you to be watching, but I guess welcome nonetheless. Um, Stuzzy, you can be a Freemason and serve Jesus, because I know many Freemasons who are Christians and who are very active in their church and who absolutely serve Jesus. Chef Boyardee, I do not know what you mean by you cannot serve two masters. Obviously, we have within our lives various times when we have different masters. When you go to work, you have a master in the sense of a boss. And then when you go If you're married and you go home, you have your master in the sense of your wife. And when you are existing in the world, you have a master in the sense of the police. To be human is to have multiple masters. Now, from a religious sense, you probably cannot be both a Christian and a Muslim, or a Christian and Jewish, or Hindu and Sikh, or Hindu and Muslim. In that scenario, you probably have to select one or the other. But in your civic life, every day you are serving multiple masters. It's your human, it's just what it means to be human, what it means to live in a society. Stuzzy, I mean, now you're getting into the real Frenchman or the real Greek argument, which is a stupid argument. Yes, they are real Christians and they're real Freemasons. They're both at the same time. So, York Rite, there are many Christians who are York Rite. There are also many Christians who are not, or sorry, there are many non-Christian York Rite members. It's simply at the highest chapter. You need to be Christian to join, but there's other chapters where they join. Dylan, do you know? So the last president who was uncontestedly a Freemason, meaning everybody agrees he was a Freemason, was Gerald Ford. Now, Joe Biden was supposedly made a Mason on site, on, ironically enough, on the last day he was in office. But it's very questionable as to whether it was a legitimate making a Mason on site or not. Some people, it's a contested membership amongst many. Hello, Zalios. I've never met any Luciferian members. I'm told there are some. Some would argue Albert Pike was a Luciferian Freemason. I don't know for sure though. I've never met any. So the Waits experience. So Dylan, whatever you say. I don't think you need to have been there to make these arguments. Obviously, there is on YouTube a very interesting kind of industry that's evolved, where people are debating whether Jesus ever claimed to be God or not. I think he did. Before Abraham was, I am. Obviously, and again, we're getting into religion, and Freemasonry is not a religion. I'm the worst person to answer these questions. But, some people say when Jesus was on the cross, if he's God, to whom is he praying? I don't think it's possible to truly understand it, but I think that's okay. I don't think we need to truly understand it. If you're a Christian, you don't need to truly understand it to believe it, if that makes sense. He was Thomas. See, it's interesting. For years and years, people, for years and years, I would tell people, they would say to me, Jesus was a Freemason, or Jesus was a Mason, like a stonemason. He was a carpenter, and therefore, worked with wood. But I just found out a few months ago that, Jesus was referred to as a tekton, which means builder, and builder could mean stonemason as well as working with wood. So maybe he was a stonemason, but he wasn't a Freemason. Freemasonry did not exist until 1,500 years after him. So Stuzzy, I don't know what it means to work for Freemasons. Like, your boss may be a Freemason. I don't know why he's talking to you about Freemasonry at the job site. Freemasonry is not satanic. Our rituals are not satanic. I've been to thousands of Masonic meetings and seen thousands of Masonic rituals. Never seen anything that would indicate it's satanic in any way. God said not to worship any other gods before him. That is true. And Freemasonry is not idolatry, right? We need to keep in mind that Freemasonry does not have any gods that are worshipped above anyone's God. It occupies a different space. So if you're a Christian and a Freemason, you're not worshiping a Masonic God above, Jesus. You're worshiping your God, whatever that might be. So to be made a Mason on site, it's a highly contested question as to what it means precisely or whether it's legal. But basically, it means that a grand master, usually, or a brother who is so allowed to do so, can basically point at you and say, "You're a Mason," without you needing to go through an application process or without you needing to wait for degrees. In some cases, to do it, you need to first set up a board, have them go through degrees in a day. But in some cases, like with Joe Biden, it's you give him a plaque and you say you've been made a Mason on site. Um, but a lot of people don't recognize, a lot of Masons don't recognize it. I've never seen um, Stuzzy Boa. I've never seen anything in Freemasonry that I would describe as creepy. So you can say creepy stuff all you want. I've never been creeped out by anything Masonic, and I've been to thousands of Masonic events and meetings all around the world. Well, they made Shaquille O'Neal a Mason on site. Shaquille O'Neal is one of the examples of being made a Mason on site. But also, yeah, it's kind of like getting an honorary degree. There is, that is a decent example. So I mean, Thomas, I'm swamped, but I will try to look into Freemasonry and Catholicism by Max Heindel. If you consider looking into Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap, which is a great book about Freemasonry. Um, I mean, ritual and symbolism are incredibly important, not just within Freemasonry, but within life. And yes, they do provide an excellent relationship between the conscious and the subconscious. Or subconscious. To me, though, Freemasonry or ritual is more important because it creates bonds of brotherhood between members. The goat, there is no goat. I mean, so goat can mean a couple different things. Obviously, primarily it's meant as a dumb conspiracy theory about riding a goat, which we don't do. But within Freemasonry, right, there is no Masonic God. Rather, we talk about a supreme being. It's an Enlightenment era term, and it's meant to reference like the reason we say, like the reason I say I believe in a supreme being and not in God is because God, like if you're a Christian, you can use the term supreme being and you'll be referring to Jesus. If you're a Muslim and you're using the term supreme being, you will mean Allah. If you're Jewish, I think it's Yahweh. If you're Hindu, Sikh, like whatever you believe personally, that is your supreme being. In the same way AA uses higher power for the same terms. Historically, though, in many books of Masonic books, Masonic ritual, instead of using the term supreme being, they would use the term God of all things. And it was meant the same way, not to reference a specific God, but to allow each individual Mason his personal beliefs. And God of all things got abbreviated in Masonic books as the GOAT, G-O-A-T. And then people found those books, read it, and made jokes about Freemasonry and goats. There you go. We are getting Jungian. I mean, turtle, whatever you say. I mean, it could be whatever you say. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of the idea of Mason on site, because it does have a political feeling to it, which I really don't like. But I can see times where it may be a valuable tool to have, just so long as it's not overused. Turtle, are you aware of medium and what medium is? No, Baphomet has nothing to do with Freemasonry. I never heard of Baphomet until I started being on YouTube. People started telling me about him. I don't know the Coalition War. No, riding the goat was just a joke because people started to, like conspiracy theorists started to make this claim that there were goats in Masonic lodges, and then from there, people started saying they make you ride a goat. It just became this big joke. Spirit of Revival, please hit like and subscribe. Never met P. Diddy, and P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, was not nor is not a Freemason. It could be the Waits experience. I mean, you're getting really theological, and I'm the worst person to talk theology with because I know nothing about it. So, I mean, I think the fascinating thing about the Bible is the number of different stories and interpretations that you get outside of the church. Within the church, obviously, there is a standardized story or a standardized interpretation, I should say. But outside of it, a lot of people develop a lot of different interpretations, which is fascinating. Those are pillars mentioned in the Bible. Anything else as to do with Freemasonry, for example, maybe join and then you'll find out. Thank you, son. Please hit like and subscribe. That would be a compassionate thing to do for me. Stuzzy Boa. I mean, King Solomon honestly probably was not a real person. More than likely, he's an apocryphal figure. But for years, they thought that Troy wasn't a real city, and they found archaeological evidence of it. There were Freemasons in the 1900s. There were a lot of Freemasons in the 1900s. That was just before the great boom period of the 1920s. Now, when you say 1900s, way to make me feel old because we're in a new century, but Courier, I do not. I do not believe in the white displacement theory or white genocide or anything like that, so no. Thank you everybody for joining, helping me to get over 1,000 views on this channel. Amanda, I'm not a professional at what? I'm trying to be a professional YouTuber. Why don't I believe in it? I've not seen enough evidence for it. Right? I've not seen, I mean, you can subscribe or not. I always say that, and I would be honored for people to subscribe. I've not seen a sufficient evidence of it to believe it. I was in South Africa. I didn't see any examples of white people being threatened, nor did I feel threatened myself. Now, I didn't spend a ton of time in Africa or South Africa. I'm trying to be, Amanda. I mean, I consider myself a professional YouTuber. So Freemasonry is not a cult. Freemasonry is not a cult for a variety of reasons, but the two primary reasons: it does not attempt to isolate anyone from family, friends, employment, religion, and it does not venerate individuals or beliefs. It is democratic in nature, right? And most people will say a cult is, by its definition, not democratic. And as for Jesus as God, again, there are many Christians who are Freemasons, or there are many Freemasons who are Christian. Freemasonry occupies one space. Christianity occupies a different space. Freemasonry occupies a civic space. Christianity occupies a religious space. Those are different spaces. It's no different than your neighbor is a civic relationship. Your, person sitting next to you in church is a religious relationship. I don't think Christianity is a cult, Zeleos. I just think it's a religious institution. You can be a monotheist and be a Freemason. Obviously, I would probably say 99.999% of Freemasons are monotheists in some point, whether it's Christian, Muslim, Jewish. I've known a few Wiccan Freemasons, Wiccan, who are probably, they may be polytheists. I don't know a lot about the Wiccan faith, but it is not religious and is not a religious cult. So it is not either of those things. The reason it's not religious is three reasons. First of all, it does not promise salvation nor threaten damnation. You do not get to heaven by being a Freemason, nor will you go to hell if you do not attend a Masonic lodge. Freemasonry has nothing to do with one's salvation or damnation. Second, Freemasonry has multiple interpretations and each is allowed. In a religion, there is a single interpretation required by the priest, the rabbi, the imam, whatever it is, right? And third, For taxation purposes, there is no Masonic lodge I've ever heard of that is considered a religious institution for religious purposes. A lot of people say religions are 501(c)(3)s in the States and Masonic bodies are those as well, but that's not completely, that's a very misunderstanding of the point. Religions receive the designation automatically, whereas Masonic bodies and any other nonprofit has to apply for it. Masonic lodges have to, or bodies have to, as part of a nonprofit, fill out tax forms and, send them into the IRS every year that even if they're not for profit, still describe their, income and structures and the rest of it, whereas a church or religion does not. So, even though it's under the 501(c)(3) umbrella, religions under the 501(c)(3) umbrella are under a different tax consideration and have different requirements than Masonic bodies. So for those three reasons, it is not a religion. So Stuzzy, Freemasonry, the point is Freemasonry will never tell you how to get into heaven, period, right? If you were to go to a Masonic lodge and say, can you earn your way into heaven? The Masons should, if they're doing things properly, say to you, that is not a question for us to answer here. Go to your priest, go to your rabbi, go to your imam. A Freemason should not say what heaven is one or the other because every Mason may have their own views on it. A Christian Mason might say, well, as a Christian, I can tell you, you don't earn your way to heaven. It's through Jesus. But Christianity, Freemasonry, again, it makes no promises of salvation nor threats of damnation. So, again, if you were to go to Masonic Lodge and say Jesus is the way to heaven, the Masons would say you're right. Or at least it's not our place to say otherwise. I know many Masons who are Christians and who consider themselves saved. To everybody just joining us, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would be truly grateful. You're saying a lot of things there. Shaquille O'Neal is a Freemason on site, but he's pretty active in Freemasonry. Zalios, I don't know if I think we can be our own saviors, but that's a perfectly valid belief. I think we maybe are each other's saviors, maybe not in a spiritual sense, but here on earth without question. Austin, why do you say Masons are not saved, and what do you mean by that? And to everybody joining, we are one subscriber away from 4,230 subs, at least according to my YouTube counter right now. Help a brother out. Let's see if we can get there. Freemasonry is not satanic. Very sorry to disappoint. I would not wear a shirt that said that. Jesuitical is a real world. Yes, like and sub. Well, if your lodge is satanic, then you're doing it wrong because Freemasonry is not satanic. So it could be that you're part of a group that's claiming to be Masonic but is not. Freemasonry is not a political movement. Freemasonry has nothing to do with politics. Knight, everybody who does a super chat and provides gifts and YouTube ad revenue, that's how I get paid to do this. I'm trying to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. I also have a Patreon, so please support that as well. The one-eye symbol is a very common symbol throughout history. It's called the Eye of Ra or the Eye of Providence. Thank you, Yo Maple. I'm grateful. Even if you don't comment much, just you being here is very helpful. Following, subscribing, liking, following me on social media outside of this channel is also very helpful. What does that mean, Austin, that you cannot serve two masters? I don't think Freemasonry is post or pre-politics or downstream. I mean, Freemasonry just occupies a different space. To the extent of anything else, I would say Freemasonry is downstream of politics, just because political decisions affect our societies and therefore affects Freemasonry. Honestly, Zaleos, you get used to it. It's part of the fun of being on these streams. You get used to, let's say, interesting people. Sure, night full moon. I try to avoid using the word depressed because depression is a medical term, right? It's a chemical imbalance. Like, I get sad sometimes, but my concern about using the word depressed is it would be like saying if I have a stomach ache, saying I think I have cancer of the stomach. Like, cancer of the stomach is a medical issue. Pain in the stomach could be anything. Like, depression is a medical issue. Sadness, I get sad sometimes. I mean, this idea of serving two masters, I'm still not quite sure what it means. Um, I mean, I believe in, I can't speak to, I've never heard it being debunked. I still tend to buy it. And that doesn't mean, by the way, that everybody who's sad has a chemical imbalance. And it doesn't mean that people who say they are depressed have a chemical imbalance. They could mean depression simply as in they're sad. Um, but I think it's kind of the same way, like mad refers to a psychological impairment, whereas angry refers to an emotion. I think depression should be preserved as the psychological impairment, whereas sadness is the emotion. Um, I didn't go to work today. I feel sad. Sometimes going to work can make people feel happy if they're lucky enough to have a job that gives them a sense of purpose and makes them happy. I think that's awesome. Well, I don't think you can do a biopsy and see chemicals. I mean, we know chemicals in the brain exist. I don't know, like we know chemicals in the body and the brain exist, and we can study different types, serotonin. I can't think of the other ones off the top of my head. I used to have a really cool chart that described it. I mean, there are clearly people whose mind works in such a way that they have stronger feelings of a certain type, be it depression, manic energy, whatever it might be. And if not chemical imbalance, what else would explain it? Like if people are feeling a lot of pain all the time, you wouldn't say to them like, it's clearly a physical ailment of some sort that's causing them to feel that pain. Um, Thomas, that's always good advice. I think very often. Well, I mean, I don't believe in demonic possession. I don't believe that's possible. I don't believe in demons. But, I mean, even then, even if you did, it can't be in every instance that that's the case, right? Because what about those? I mean, some may be exorcist level, vomiting pea soup. But in my experience, very often it's just a persistent state of lacking motivation. Is That seems like a strange type of demonic possession. Banana, all right, we got a banana here. But I mean, like I said, I'm not one who's particularly religious. Like you said, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe. Again, I mean, I could believe in demons in a metaphorical sense, as in you're trying to describe challenging feelings, challenging life, challenging emotions. You could certainly use this symbology and terminology of demons to help you describe it. I don't think, however, I don't take it literally. Night, full moon, pain is part of being alive, but it's not exclusively. So if you are in pain all the time, you need to talk to a doctor. Um, right? You need to talk to a doctor as soon as you can and see what you can do. Because obviously, being in pain all the time is not a good thing. Again, I'm not sure how you debunk it. If, like you said, you cannot see chemical imbalances, then how could you debunk it? Um, I do not know what that means. Apollo is the sun god. No, I don't believe Apollo is coming. I mean, I don't believe in Apollo. If you mean the Greek god of the sun, so no. Well, I mean, different people say. I got a friend of mine actually who says that human beings are simply vibrational patterns, and there's vibrational patterns beyond us. I don't know personally if I would buy that. Again, I'm not one who believes in this type of stuff. I'm always take a very rational, materialistic approach to the universe. Actually, technically, Apollo was the sun god, Artemis or Diana was the moon goddess. So the Apollo missions were named after the ancient Greek god of the sun, light, and archery. NASA manager Abe Silverstein, who was a Freemason in fairness, selected the name in 1960. He thought the imagery of Apollo riding his chariot across the sun perfectly captured the grand scale and reached the proposed space program. Um, Welcome, everybody. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. You're right, the internet is poison, go outside. Apollo was one of the few that got the same name. Wasn't like a Zeus Jupiter thing. Um, Yo Maple, welcome. John Aggie. So, thank you, Austin. John Aggie, what is the difference between Freemasonry and Scientology? Freemasonry occupies a civic space. It's a civic institution. It's a community group. To my knowledge, Scientology occupies a religious space. To my knowledge, Scientology is a type of religion. Now, I'm not gonna, I don't know enough about it to speak on the specifics of the religion. And whether it's like, I don't want to be disparaging of it. I don't know much about it. I've never met a Scientology Freemason before, or a Scientologist who's a Freemason before. I'm sure it's possible. But Scientology occupies a religious space, Freemasonry occupies a civic space. Guys, I am one subscriber away from 4,230 subs. So let's help a brother out. Let's see if we can get there. Well, if humanity is still around by then, I don't think it'll be good. But my hope is we are able to leave this planet and be interstellar before that happens. I think it's supposed to be a few million, if not billion years before that is an issue. So, I don't think I'm a troll. What do you mean by am I a troll? I mean, Freemasonry is not wealthy. We do charge people dues. I loved Interstellar. Catholicism is cool. I thought, thank you guys. We're at 4,231. Um, I loved Interstellar. I think I'm a real Freemason. And when you say I'm a real Freemason, what do you mean by that? I pay my dues to Masonic lodges. I'm a member of 5. I'm part of a recognized Masonic lodge. I don't know how else I could be a real Mason. Lord Christ, I mean, Freemasons are not the Illuminati. They are not the Rothschilds. They are not the New World Order. They are not connected to Baal. They're not connected to Moloch. I mean, it's surrounding this stuff insofar as people have the wrong idea about Freemasonry. I mean, I've never heard it described that way, Austin. Do I partake in the Freemason gatherings? I attend Masonic Lodge meetings. Um, level 6. Now you're just making up levels. What is a level 6? And the fact that you use the term level automatically makes me highly suspect that you know anything, right? Freemasonry has nothing to do with levels. It's degrees and it's offices. Some lodge meetings are public, more so than people think, to be honest. Some Masonic Lodge meetings can be public. Specifically in the States, very often the installation of officers is public. Just to give one example. I mean, I don't think any Freemason has ever participated in a black, I don't know what a black mass is, to be honest, um, or desecrated the Eucharist. But I would say no one, and I would condemn any Freemason who would desecrate a mass or take part in a black mass or desecrate the Eucharist. We as Freemasons are instructed and taught to be respectful of the beliefs of our brethren, to be respectful of any religious beliefs, including within the Catholic Church. So don't be desecrating the Eucharist. Um, Jeremy, I don't know what it means to not be on the level. I mean, Freemasonry, it's a term, right? To be on the level means to be honest and trustworthy. Um, oops, trying to see something here. Define respectful in what way? Um, like respectful of people's religious beliefs? I mean, in the most like generalized sense of the term. So, and the same way I would be respectful of my neighbor's religious beliefs, right? I'm not going to be passing my neighbor on the street, and if they're a different faith than me, tell them that their faith is wrong or knock their faith or anything like that. But simply respect the fact that they have a different belief than me. It will not stop me from being a good neighbor to them and a good friend to them and part of their community. There is no substance to it. It started in a variety of ways, but it has been given a second life through, unfortunately, social media. As much as we try our best to push against it, social media makes it very hard because one conspiratorial tweet is going to result in, thousands of retweets, much more so than the boring truth about Freemasonry, which is it's simply a club and a group of men trying to make the world a better place. We have had dozens, if not hundreds, of ex-members who have talked about Freemasonry and exposed Freemasonry, and they're all still walking around perfectly alive. So we're not killing anybody. Um, yeah, many lodges have public open houses. I think that's one of the coolest parts about Freemasonry is the open houses that we have. Um, well, I mean, I think to be tolerant, one must first be respectful. I think they're two words that can basically mean the same thing. I would say what respectful means is it's both an internal and an external qualification. I think tolerant can maybe be more internal. What I mean by that is, or sorry, external. I see if I'm tolerant, I see, let's say, a Buddhist who's my neighbor. I'm in the elevator with them. I'm another religion. I may tolerate his religious beliefs and not say anything, but on the inside, I'm judging him and going like, "Oh, what a jerk! What a this! What a that!" Being respectful means not just respectful to him, but also within my mind having respectful thoughts towards him. I think is maybe how I might try to separate the two a little bit. But certainly to be respectful, you must also be tolerant. And either way, like desecrating a Eucharist would be neither respectful nor tolerant. Um, Jeremy, I do not smoke cigars. Well, there you go. I hope it looks better now. Um, so Stuzzy Boa, I mean, again, there are many Christian Freemasons who would absolutely agree with you. But what you need to keep in mind and remember as you talk about this stuff is in your day-to-day life, I mean, maybe you are. I suspect you're not. You're not going up to your neighbor and telling him Jesus is God, follow him. You're not going up to your bosses at work. You're not, even if you're going on mission trips or whatever it is, there are times when you're not engaged in telling people, what religion they are to follow. Freemasonry is just one of those spaces where it's not the place to tell people what religion to follow. Um, I'm not I don't know who Thwomp is, but there you go. You're the fire horse. Please hit like and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. Night Full Moon, many Freemasons are Catholics, and I agree with you on that as well. Checker, please hit like and subscribe. Firehorse, please hit like, subscribe. Help me I'm at over 4,231. Let's see if we can get over maybe 4,300. Who knows? I'm doing a marathon stream, so anything is possible. I mean, night, full moon. There may be some religions that believe that. I'm not sure if I know of any off the top of my head. Maybe Wiccan faith, I think, sometimes. All right, night, full moon. You need to calm down a little bit. You're getting, everybody relax here. I think maybe in the Wiccan faith there might be a feminine kind of deity. I'm not sure. And I think some Catholics venerate the Virgin Mary. But, I don't know. If you're going to be silly, night, full moon, you could at least do a super chat of even $1. Rainy girl, I mean, I'm glad you're still alive. I'm grateful that you're still alive. I'm glad that you're here. You can know our secrets and still be alive. It's not going to result in anything. It's just I'd rather people didn't unless they were Freemasons. In the same way, if I had a family recipe, I'd rather people know about the. I'd rather people don't know about the family recipe because it maintains my connection to my family. No worries, night, full moon, but you can support me and this channel in many ways without needing to spend any money. You can, for example, follow me on social media channels, follow me on Medium, follow me on Patreon, all of which you can do completely for free. We'll see Catholicism. I don't think anybody knows what the future is going to hold, but I do understand that from a numbers perspective, the Catholic Church is growing. But also keep in mind, the Philippines and Brazil are both very heavily Catholic nations, both of which have significant Masonic populations. Very accepting night, full moon. I've sat in lodge with many Muslim Freemasons. They are wonderful parts of the craft and wonderful parts of what it is to be a Freemason. So I'm grateful. They are my brothers. Everybody finds different reasons and things to be drawn to when it comes to Freemasonry. I think the mystical side, most would describe it as the esoteric side, which definitely, look, there's a great value to the esoteric side of Freemasonry, without a question. It's just not something that's ever really interested me. At least not too much. I prefer the more nuts and bolts, Masonic ideas. We are going to just keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Honestly, I'm in Windsor, and thank heavens it has not been too hot. I hate the heat. So anytime it's not too hot, believe me, I am grateful. You are absolutely correct by that as well, Night Full Moon. Right now, what I believe is I have to go to the washroom. So I need you guys to give me a moment. I'm going to be putting this in front of the thing. This is my co-host. Everybody be nice to the co-host. Oops. Let's see if I can get this guy to stay better. There. Be nice to my co-host. I have to run to the washroom. I'll be back in a moment. I was born without legs. No, Catholicism is cool, is not in charge. Just for the record. And I'm back. Slick Rick. No, none of that is true. I don't know if It is totally a moose. What are you talking about? So no, Slick Rick, none of that is true. We don't have Masonic courts. We don't control the courts, etc., etc. Well, that's clearly because you, Catholicism is cool, was laying down the law, so I appreciate it. Did I get any more subscribers? No, we're still at 4,231, but you know what? I'm grateful to be over 4,230. I mean, there's a few different things, signs within Freemasonry that can have the name royal. There's even a royal order as well, a couple, although that's not really connected to Freemasonry anymore. So I don't know the specifics. Catholicism behaved himself. Sometimes Catholicism doesn't a little bit, but usually he behaves himself. And it's nothing too bad. It's nothing too, nothing I can't handle. No, they did not. I think he's just bugging me. Catholicism is cool. I don't believe him. It's okay. Um, sometimes, sometimes on YouTube, you got to be able to handle some trolling. Unfortunately, it's human nature. We're all friends on this stream, even the people who don't like me. I look awesome. What are you talking about, treadmill? You know what would help my hairline not recede? You hitting the like and subscribe button, though. How's about that? I'm in the Order of Phoenix, Harry Potter. This is my handle. This is my handle. Hit like and subscribe. We call this creature, by the way, Mason the Moose, just for the record. The earth is not flat, Harry. Lazarus, I have returned. What's wrong with my hairline? My hairline is great. Now, my dad is bald. I am full of all sorts of hair and such. You don't know what you're talking about. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still working on. I got to get some more interviews. I kind of miss doing interviews. I did them for the longest time. I really enjoyed them. Lately, though, so much of my focus has been on these streams. So, Lazarus, I'm missing my legs, but in high school, I did wheelchair track. I also played a little bit of wheelchair basketball. Um, so, Marks Carney, I don't think you are the prime minister, but I am grateful that you're here. Yep, I'm missing both of my legs. I do a bunch of videos of me doing push-ups and stuff, and people always notice on the videos of me doing push-ups I have no legs. So I am missing my legs. I never played murder ball because those guys are way tougher than I am. I actually, just to chill they, them, hit like and subscribe. I have been visiting a dentist. I got my teeth cleaned and a cavity filled a couple days ago. Actually, I got pretty much all of my cavities filled. I was bad about going to the dentist for a long time. So, all right, Harry, I'll have to put you in a timeout in a second. We do not get extra comps at Vegas casinos. I was born this way. I should, but we'll leave them on for a couple more minutes. Lying about having no legs? I do not, Jeremy. I mean, I've heard of them, I think. I have heard of the moose, but I don't know anything about them. So unfortunately, I can't be very helpful with that. Um, I know I got a big gap in my teeth. It's fine. Um, Freemasonry teaches us to support the internal and not external. How my teeth look is not as important as how good of a person I am on the inside. When you say now, I mean, they always were. Now, obviously, Freemasons are human beings, which means, unfortunately, in the same way that human beings can have prejudices, those prejudices can make their way into Masonic lodges. So I'm sure they would experience prejudice. But I've sat in lodge with gay Masons and straight Masons, and it doesn't matter. Um, I rebuke that spirit in the name of Jesus Christ. JS, what spirit? Pun intended, jokes in stride. No, I appreciate it, Lazarus. I appreciate it very much. And like I said, if you're going to be on YouTube, one of the things you got to get used to is, let's say some interesting people. Don't know much about the Elks either, Jeremy. The Moose I know a little bit more about. I know they're heavily involved in charitable activities and a great group of guys. Whoa, whatever you say. Let's be nicer to Catholicism. He's good people. Um, but yes, Catholicism. Sorry, we're not looking at you to lead us. We're perfectly fine. There is no leader in Freemasonry, right? That's not how it works. There are individual lodges with a worshipful master and stuff, but it takes a long time to get there. And it's not overnight. if somebody tells you to join Freemasonry and will make you our leader, it's pretty much guaranteed to be a scam. And so you need to keep that in mind. What do I think of the Freemasons are portrayed? So, Lazarus, I've never read that graphic novel. However, I have watched the movie, and I've loved the movie, by the way. I think the movie is incredible, starring Johnny Depp. I loved it. Yes, we are viewed as a. No, he wasn't fast tracked into Freemasonry. I don't think he was. Was he made a Mason on sight? Um, and that's definitely not true. Knights of Full Moon. I think it's an incredible movie. I know that the Freemasons in the movie are kind of viewed as the enemy or bad guys, but you know what? I don't care. I still love the movie. So, oh well, some lodges nowadays, and even then, are doing like same day degrees, which is another very controversial view of Freemasonry. Do you want to see lodges, conferring a bunch of degrees in a day or whatever it is? That's this whole separate issue, though. That's a whole separate can of tuna. Well, probably Christian. I've never really done a poll on it. I would say, well, a lot of it depends where you're at, though, right? Like, if you're in Morocco, they're going to be Muslim. If you're in Israel, I'm assuming Jewish. It just kind of depends on what the dominant faith of the jurisdiction you are in, right? Freemasonry tends to roughly, correspond to the jurisdiction in which it's located, and to roughly correspond with the roughly correspond with whatever the makeup of the jurisdiction is. We can talk about Freemasonry. We can proactively offer information. There's certain private information that we don't share because doing so would, again, it would affect the bonds of brotherhood between past and future generations. But I can talk about Freemasonry and how much I love it. You know, that's one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry, is getting the chance to talk about it and why I love it. Now, you don't have to. You can be a Freemason and never mention it at all, never talk about it, never say anything about it, and that's perfectly fine as well. It's up to each individual. But the idea that somehow we have to keep quiet about it is just not the case. And I wouldn't want to join an organization if that was the case, to be honest. I don't think that just doesn't seem cool to me, right? I want to be able to talk about the things I care about. I do not know enough about Quebecois separatism. I don't want to see Quebec separate. I don't want to see any province separate. Freemasonry has a really cool history in Quebec. It also has a really cool history across Canada. And I think we as a country are stronger when we are all together, whether it's Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, maybe not Saskatchewan. Just kidding. I love Saskatchewan. Any state, any province. I'm sure that's possible. Yeah, that is true, Yo Maple. And as you know, I'm one of them. So please follow me on Instagram. It's basically, if you just type in Instagram Square and Compass Promotions, you'll find us. You're seeing it grow more and more. The Catholics are not satanic. They are by definition, the opposite of satanic. I think in Quebec there was a lot of factors at play. I don't think Catholicism. Um, I don't think. I don't think Catholicism was the cause behind the desire for separation or discrimination. I think it was primarily a matter of wishing to preserve language, which is a big deal. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see as many languages as we can be preserved, including indigenous languages. Um, and French. And also, I think there were some economic desires there as well. I don't have, I mean, I'm sure some Canadians do, but I don't. And I think as a general rule, we mostly love our French Canadian countrymen. Wayneck, I gonna take what you said there as being serious because even if you are trolling, which I have no idea if you are or not, um, many people may have stories of somewhat similar where they were in a position to help somebody, they didn't help them for whatever reason, and it turns out that they needed help, they died, it was terrible, whatever it might be. So I'm going to give more a real answer and say in those situations, first of all, seek help, seek counseling, talk to somebody about how you're feeling. Second, take it as a lesson so you can act in a different manner in the future should someone need your help. Um, I do believe in man-made concepts. Danny Scott, please hit like and subscribe. I don't know what you mean by that precisely, but obviously, like every concept is man-made, I suppose. Maybe a better way is man. I mean, I believe in, I've said it before, right? My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and as expressed through geometry, which I think is the best approach to take. Yeah, Danny Scott. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, so I mean, I don't. Hold on just one second. I need to. This is exciting news. You'll see why in a second. I'll be back in just one moment. I promise the Masons aren't getting me. I'm just. Oops, hold on. Where did it go? Where did it go? I'm back. In just one second, I promise I'm not going too far. All right, I made it back. So, when you say Danny Scott, right? Like, it's so nice and temperate in here. I can actually wear a sweatshirt and not feel like I'm going to be melting, which is a very nice feeling to have, as normally if I'm wearing a sweatshirt in summer I melt. There's an interesting question as to whether or not math and science and rationality is man-made or discovered. I think most people, myself included, would say math and the rational nature of the universe is not man-made, it's discovered. Like, whether there are humans or no humans, 2 plus 2 equals 4. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Like, that's not created by man, it's discovered by man, which is a very important difference. Disciple of the Lord, please hit like and subscribe. I don't think necessarily a rational creator, a rational universe necessitates a rational creator. Well, I like to think I have a brain as well, but who knows? Finally, architecture. A squared plus B squared equals C squared is a very important idea in architecture. It was necessary. Without that idea, you would not be able to build some pretty incredible structures. I think most. I mean, Again, we're getting into thank you, Yo Maple, for the donut holes. A true Canadian gift. I mean, the idea of, you know, Catholics, I mean, there are many Catholic people of the Catholic faith who are scientists, but Galileo would be an example. I think Galileo may disagree with you a little bit on that, Catholicism. Well, by definition, the the understanding of something has to come from some type of entity capable of understanding it. So, I mean, as I pick at a scab, don't be like me and pick at scabs. It's a bad habit. So, all right, stop talking about Catholicism, night, full moon. I don't like. Nobody on this stream talks about other people on this stream. It's just me who can do that. Um, like when a lion is hunting a gazelle, and the lion picks the path through which he plans to capture the gazelle for his prey, he's making a differential equation, right? Like he's doing some type of calculation to figure out the shortest possible path by which he can get to this gazelle. That's an example of understanding the rational nature of the universe, or understanding geography, or geometry, I should say. Like concepts, to understand them, it requires a rational mind of some sort. Is the idea of God man-made or what he discovered? Optimal curve. Apparently, really talking about my blood oath. I mean, so you're asking what I believe? So I believe the idea of God is not man-made. I think it's something that's discovered. But I don't believe, again, I'm not a Christian or Muslim or Jewish. The specifics about how that's interpreted, I think that is something that I think man created. I'm in the Lodge Martial Masters like 84, says Holly. So we just talked about this. Where will Freemasonry be? When I say just, where will Freemasonry be in 50 years? One of the issue is we have a lot of older members, 50s, 60s, 70s, a lot of boomers joined Freemasonry, but not a lot of Gen X, which means you have a massive gap in generations. But what that also means, unfortunately, is it is very likely that in 50 years, all the boomers are going to be gone or be 112 years old. There'll be no Gen Xers, and the millennials and the Gen Y will be trying to take over an organization that had a singular demographic running it for a very long time. Yeah, well, maybe, Holly, you can get some younger people to join. Um, I mean, if I'm looking at a single giraffe, then there's one giraffe, right? The use of symbols to represent a number is man-made, but that doesn't mean the concept of one is man-made. I mean, a good example to think about it would be sound. Like, sound exists in nature. I can hear wind moving through trees, and I can then write down the notes that that wind through the trees makes with musical notes, but I didn't create the music. I didn't create the sound. I just, I'm representing it through symbols. It's seen throughout nature. Yeah, you don't have to see a number to recognize that numbers or concepts of math exist outside of man. If there's no human beings exist and there's one asteroid floating in space, and then suddenly that one asteroid gets really close to another asteroid, now there's two asteroids in space. They don't need to literally be numbers to have the concept of numbers. Well, somebody's counting them. I mean, again, like what? Well, I guess not somebody's counting them, but more like whether humans existed or not. So before humans existed, right? When there were just planets, there were always, I was going to say nine, I think eight, because Pluto's not a planet anymore, right? Planets. It's just no one's there to count them. That doesn't mean, that's like when a tree falls in the forest, does anybody hear it? It's like it still makes a sound. Whether someone can hear that sound or not, it's kind of separate point. Um, well, I would say nature is counting. I don't think nature needs God. Nature could just be nature. So, as Yo Maple says, even if we weren't here to perceive the math or make it up, the moon will orbit Earth and the numbers will match with or without us to recognize it. Um, brute facts. I mean, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. Um, so, I mean, if you think he's the greatest, that's great. I think you're wrong. But that's my own personal opinion. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. I would very, very much appreciate it. Well, the Earth didn't just exist, and we know that's true. We know how the Earth formed. The universe might have existed eternally, but Earth existed, 4 billion years old, if I recall correctly. God isn't coming every 8,000 years. The aliens depopulate for 300 years. Oh, Holly, you're going to be convincing the people that Freemasons or something. We're not. No, there's no aliens coming to depopulate the Earth. I think it's like 4 billion, if I recall correctly. 3 or 4 billion. I forget exactly what it is. How do we calculate the age of the Earth? Or are you saying the Earth is always... I mean, how we calculate it, I don't know. I'm not a scientist in that regard. I think it goes back to measuring layers of the Earth from the... as far as we can get down. Well, time is a man concept. I mean, time, it's a weird way to put it. Time is not a exclusively man concept, but certainly the passage of time, again, it's not man-made. I mean, the moon orbits the Earth, whether man is there to see it or not, and if at one point it's at one point and then it moves to a next point, like that cycle, and the change from the cycle you see is not man-made. The ability to observe something does not mean it automatically exists, right? Time is relative. Math is learned, but what math is representing is not learned. Math, again, like you have, whether humans are there to see it or not, 2 + 2 = 4. Danny Scott, I don't really understand what you're saying right now. Look, I think just for me, it goes back to this idea of there is a rational universe, and it is not something that requires humanity, but rather it is something that we as humans are able to observe, and through that observation are able to make rational and moral decisions. Right? The universe was rational before humans existed, and it will remain rational after humans are no longer there. Holly is right about that. This idea of the 33rd degree is the highest degree in Freemasonry. No, the 3rd degree is the highest degree within Freemasonry. And if you are a 33rd degree and you're sitting in lodge with a 3rd degree, you're both equal in the Blue Lodge. And for that matter, in the Scottish Rite Lodge. But about what? I mean, you don't really understand what it would mean to... Right? Like, yes, we learn words, we learn science, we learn everything from, the time we're infants through observation and teaching. But that doesn't mean that the concepts are, require us as humans to be there. Right, but at that point, he wasn't Holly. He wasn't initiating you as as a 33rd. He was initiating you as a Master Mason and as a member of the lodge, right? As the worshipful master. Well, many other species know math, but they couldn't express it, right? Like again, um, whenever a lion hunts a gazelle and the lion chooses the best path, yes, it's instinct, but it's an understanding on some level of spatial geometry, and the mathematics of spatial geometry, the way birds determine their flight paths. um, you can argue, the way certain animals create and build structures to maintain stability. You need to have a basic understanding of spatial geometry, mathematics, things like that. um, again, they can't express it and they don't understand it the way we do, but that doesn't mean that they don't understand it, at least some level. Yeah, like actually, ravens have been shown to be very smart and actually have shown some pretty decent understanding of mathematical principles. Um, well, I don't know what that means, Danny. I mean, it can be both. They're learning it, the idea of they're learning it from their parents or whatever it is, there's still, that implies there's something to learn, and what they're learning is spatial geometry. It's so different than humans. I mean, even if you go back to caveman days and you never explain or teach to any human, like, how to, I don't know, the best way to move a rock, they'll figure out not just how to move it, but how to move it in the most efficient manner, right? When do we ever? We should never use guns. I don't know what you're talking about there. Um, so there is in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Indian Masonic degree team, which is a pretty incredible Masonic degree team that does the third degree entirely in Masonic regalia. It's a Masonic ritual done in, First Nations headdresses, traditional First Nations garbs, and in Masonic regalia. It's really cool. Oh, well then yes, don't use guns, for heaven's sakes. No, but you develop it as you go, right? I mean, even if you're not taught anything, once you're able to, for example, walk, you pretty much figure out pretty quickly without being taught, like, how to get from point A to point B in the most efficient manner, especially if you want to get to your mom, because your mom has some snacks, or whatever it might be. 149 votes. Where do you see Freemasonry in 50 years in North America? No longer exists at 39%, so it's dropping a little bit. That makes me happy. I don't know if guns are good. I would probably oppose that a little bit, but all right. No, but I had a godchild, and when my godchild was 2, they would run up to me when I would go to visit, and they didn't, if they wanted to get to me, they didn't run away from me or run in a zigzag pattern. They ran directly towards me. That's an understanding of spatial geometry, right? I mean, I'm just saying, the concepts of, like, what is spatial geometry, what is path of least resistance, that is stuff you learn. Fractal geometry, ratios you learn, but a basic understanding of how the world works, how things move, the manner in which things move, that is something that we're not taught. We just develop it. We understand it. It comes from observation and experience. Um, Geometry fractals are definitely in nature. Have you ever looked at I can't think what it's called now, the Fibonacci sequence? Right? It's human. But we, without a doubt, have the ability, especially even as young children, to observe the world, recognize things within the world, understand the world, and then react accordingly. Now, that gets refined, that gets better, that gets stronger as we get older. And if we have good teachers around us, parents, whatever it might be, who will absolutely help us in all of the above. But that's not to say that we don't have at least some basic understandings. Holly, I mean, some of this stuff are being a bit weird. I mean, you need to calm down a little bit. I mean, obviously within a Masonic lodge, you cannot discuss religion, you cannot discuss politics. That doesn't matter what you are, whether you're EA or Master Mason. There are some dress code requirements depending on the lodge, but if the lodge is open on the 3rd degree, you can't be an entered apprentice. So there's rules like that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Danny. I mean, where the first human comes is not that complicated. It would be evolution. I mean, the better question, if you want to ask it, is where does life come from? Where do the cells come from that then evolved into fish, that then evolved into et cetera, et cetera? I mean, you can ask where life came from as a general rule, I suppose, because we don't know for sure yet what the mechanism is that created single cell life forms, although there's some debate about that. Well, I mean, if you want to say with man-made concepts like science, nothing is proven, I mean, that's silly, but okay. But then you could say with any concept, nothing is proven, it's just a concept. Well, it takes millions of years, right? It takes millions and millions of years. I've been around for 40. Modern humans have been around for about 200,000, so take us about 200,000 more. Well, that's more than that. So it take us about a million years more to see something else. But we are evolving in some ways. You still see evolution happening, right? The different types of diseases that used to wipe us all out no longer do. That's an evolution of our immune system to new diseases. That's a weird... I mean, that tells me, Danny Scott, that a question like that tells me you're not the smartest one out there, I don't think. Yeah, Holly, I don't think you're a Mason. So first of all, no. If you are joining a Masonic lodge to get a good job, you're going to be disappointed. By and large, that's not what Freemasonry is for. Look, the more people you know, the better your chances are of getting a job, I suppose. But you don't need Freemasonry for that. You could just as easily, join a knitting club and meet new people. So the idea of joining Freemasonry to get a job is not the best approach. It's not something you should be doing. You should go to university, right? Go to college. Go to college. That is what you should do. The idea of getting Masonic gatherings to find good jobs, no. Having said that, though, Freemasonry will teach you certain skills and abilities that will help you in the job market. You'll develop things like conflict resolution skills, memorization skills, public speaking. You may get more confident in those areas. But if you're thinking that by joining Freemasonry, you will automatically find, better jobs or better employment, you're going to be very disappointed. Um, well, I mean, the animal that evolved into humans already evolved into humans, right? It's not as though, like, that's not how it works, Danny. So there was a common ancestor branch, and then it branched out, and then some creatures evolved into chimpanzees and monkeys and apes, others evolved into humans, and then a million years from now, will evolve into something else, as will probably 2 or 3 million, who knows, as will every other creature, right? But the creature that evolved into humans is no longer present, it evolved into humans. That's the point. Um, we are the universe experiencing itself. I always really liked that. I always really liked that idea. Um, right? I always kind of liked that idea of we are the universe experiencing itself, even though I'm not sure I completely believe it, but I get the argument. Certainly, we are comprised of stardust and, things and items created in stars. So maybe we are. Carbon was forged in stars, right? All right, Holly. I don't think you could ever prove evolution, right? But I think if you want a theory for how it is that humans came to be modern humans, I think that evolution is the best explanation. Not just for humans, but I think for almost every species, right? You have an environment, you have genes. Those genes have different mutations. Some mutations are more beneficial than others, and those mutations have an advantage. I think that makes a lot of sense personally. At this point, I did not evolve at all. I mean, where I'm not as an individual evolving, although again, the fact that, for example, certain diseases no longer harm us while others do is an example of evolutionary biology in action. There are abnormalities. Abnormalities in what, Yo Maple? I was being facetious, says Dirty Clean. All right. I mean, but I mean, the idea of, obviously, from evolution, again, not being an evolutionary expert, is that human beings we're kind of constantly evolving, but it's a process that takes millions and millions of years. It's not going to be something within our lifetime that we see. I mean, I think the more interesting question for this, and it applies to Freemasonry in two ways, right? First, the idea of stone tools and the use of stone tools was incredibly important for human evolution, right? People don't realize it, but it was the use of stone tools that allowed human beings to actually increase our diet, to access shellfish, oysters, animals that grew the amount of protein we were eating. And as a consequence of that, all the evidence shows it encouraged our evolution and made us stronger, faster, better, more able to survive. Also, stone tools represent a major advancement in the way human beings thought about the world and interacted in the world. So our evolutionary history of stone is incredible. And when Freemasonry talks about, or Freemasons talk about the value of stone and the value and the importance of stone metaphorically, from our humanity's perspective, it's actually literally the case that stone was necessary for us to exist. If not for stone, we as human beings would not be here today in a modern sense. So I think that's really cool to keep in mind. Also, it's always made me wonder, if aliens do exist, and I don't think they do, but let's say aliens do exist. Presumably, they evolved and developed on a planet that has stone and rock and would evolve with similar kind of physical pressures to what we experience on Earth. Would they eventually, if they became to exist like we did, like an intelligent species, would they develop Freemasonry, or if not Freemasonry, something similar to Freemasonry or equivalent to Freemasonry? Would they have an alien version of it? Why do you say that, whatever you say? I don't get it. I don't see why that would be the case. I believe we are currently older than we both understand and accept. End free money to Israel. Well, Christa, LCM, Christa. First of all, that is a political statement. Freemasonry is not political. So some Masons may agree with you, some Masons may not. Having said that, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Let me know how you're doing. Sure, Yo Maple. When you say older than we currently both understand and accept, what do you mean by that? This is not AI. At least I don't think I'm AI. Now keep in mind, if I was AI, I would not know it perhaps, but I think I'm real. That's right. If you want to support me in my efforts of working overtime, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Half hawk, half man. It's been a while. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Everybody who's just joining us, hit that like button. If you're not a subscriber, hit subscribe. And some never achieve their potential, sadly. Minotaur, how's it going? We got some of the old school cats back on. If there are civilizations out there below us in our intellectual thinking, current, that may not be more advanced than we could ever... I mean, it's very possible that there are species that are so advanced we can't detect them. I just highly question that as being possible. Well, that would be the Prime Minister, Daniel Pack, but I appreciate it. Yo Maple. So today we live in what we would consider a modern society. Now we have achieved some incredible things. I'm sure you'll agree. At the same time, some of us live in tribal. That is true. Some of us live in tribal cultures. Some of us live in giant cities. Will we ever find... That's the question. Canada can never have a president. Well, we have a prime minister, whatever you say, right? Our head of government is a prime minister. But whether it's a prime minister or president, I mean, it fulfills a very similar function and similar role. The difference is, in the American system, the head of state and head of government is connected into one thing. Whereas in Canada, our head of state is the Governor General, and the head of government is the Prime Minister. You're back in Iraq and Afghanistan when you're sleeping. I mean, I'm very sorry that you're dealing with PTSD. That sucks. I hope you have somebody to talk to because it's obviously no joke. So I hope you find somebody to talk to. He is. That is true. But I mean, that's not true, whatever you say. I mean, even from a royal assent perspective, ultimately it's not King Charles that gives royal assent, it's the Governor General. And the Governor General is not going to refuse or revoke royal assent if it is against the will of the people or democratic the democratic requirements of the country. I think in general, half hawk, half man. It's always the case that if you are trying to spread joy, you will ultimately create a more enjoyable life for yourself and those around you. I think Freemasonry actually does teach us that and encourages us to think about it in that way. Having said that, you know, maybe for those days where you feel like you don't have the energy to spread joy, you can find other people who will spread joy on your behalf. Might be the best way to do it. Minotaur, when you say no one, but I'll be all right, is it no one as in you're not searching out for people to talk to, or you just can't find somebody to talk to? Well, there's always an inherent danger, half hawk, half man, in overusing any word because it strips it of its meaning. Oh, you mean like lost civilizations, Yo Maple? I mean, anything's possible. I don't think there's enough evidence to back it up, but certainly, like, no two civilizations will advance at exactly the same rate. So, is it possible there's like what a pre-Anduvian, I think it's called, civilization that discovered things that were later rediscovered? Anything's possible. We don't have enough evidence, I think, to back it up at this point. But I mean, I think it's Graham Hancock who talks about that as an idea. I think it'd be aligned with Masonic principles, absolutely. Another way to put it might be just to build a meaningful life. In some ways, if you want to make it more connected to Freemasonry, what you would say is it's about about building a meaningful life or building uh, meaning within life more so than making life meaningful. But that might just be semantics. I don't see why not. I don't think that's impossible. I think at a certain point, obviously, things like sufficiently spread that you couldn't have that anymore. Like, well, I mean, so you had like ancient Rome, and then you had the New World, and those were completely separated cultures that were each developing at their own pace. But I think, as a general rule, as the world gets smaller, you kind of have less and less development of that sort. Yeah, no, human beings are going to be developing are going to be developing in parallel for most of their history. No combat vets or vet services here in Switzerland. Really? I find that interesting. I would have thought there would be some type of combat vet support, but I mean, I'm sorry if, what I would say is, I mean, is it possible, obviously, to speak with people you served with? or online resources. There may be veterans groups you can join outside of Switzerland through social media or through like Zoom meetings or something, though it might not be the same. I can understand. Half hawk, half man. That's very good advice, and I would not disagree with it. That itself point towards at least a single group or individual. I mean, I don't think at the start of human history, and when I say the start of human history, I'm saying going back about 200,000 years. I don't think you would have in those instances a single group discovering something, right? I think in those instances, it is going to be multiple groups discovering things around the same time. And obviously, there would be an earliest group that would discover something first, but like stone tools, right? It wasn't like one group discovered it and then shared that knowledge. It's multiple human beings discovered how to create stone tools at around the same time in different locales. At least that seems to me to be the most likely. Well, first of all, Minotaur, I'm glad that you are good. I am doing great, and I hope that you are doing well. So, it's great to have you here. What time is it for you? Whoever you are about to... let's see. Would you agree that no men who don't intentionally expose themselves... I mean, I think, obviously, whether you intentionally expose yourself or not, pain is going to be a part of life. I think learning to expose yourself to pain is probably a healthy approach for a leader. Again, everything within limits and within common sense, right? I'm not interested in a leader who walks around hitting himself in the head with a wooden paddle, right? That's pain, but I'm not particularly interested in that. But I think, look, like exercise is exposing yourself to unnecessary pain. You don't have to exercise, but through exercise, you develop skills and abilities, stick-to-itiveness, hard work. Freemasonry is the same way. I mean, like choosing to become a worshipful master, choosing to become a junior warden, choosing to become a senior warden, that involves a level of maybe not physical pain, but sacrifice, time, effort, dedication. All of these things absolutely, it demonstrates how much you care about Freemasonry, and it also demonstrates your willingness to take on challenges and take on a certain level of pain. And so, yeah, it makes you certainly a better leader, if nothing else. So I think exposing yourself, quote unquote, to pain of some sorts, it can be a really valuable growing and growth experience. And I think that everybody should try. I think exercise is a great example of that. All right, so here's what's going to happen for a few minutes anyways. I'm doing a marathon stream and I'm loving it, but I do need to take a bit of a break so I can get myself back and prepared. You are right, half hawk, half man. Exponential growth is absolutely at the early stages. Like you would be amazed how, and this is true within Freemasonry, this is true within life, this is true within everything. Like we tend to very much underappreciate how important exponential growth and exponential change is because it can start out so small. But if on day one, you know, you are 2% apart, by day 50, you can be 1,000,000% apart, depending on how you're traveling and where you're going. And I think that's true for a lot of different things, but Freemasonry as well. Like, we need to take the time to think about how we are growing and how we can pay attention to these exponential changes. So, do I remember my first? Honestly, I don't think I do, Jeremy. Like, obviously, my first Masonic dinner would have been the refreshments after the installation of my after my initiation, which would have been in October 2007. But like, I can't. I've been to so many. Yo Maple, I would agree with. Would agree with. Yeah, I think you can use the term pain. You can use the term adversity. All of those things ultimately are very, very valuable and necessary, and things that we should look at doing. So how long do the fireworks? The fireworks are, I guess, technically tonight at 9:30 Eastern. So the fireworks would be, well, they start at 10 o'clock Eastern. I'm going to start them. I'm going to start the stream at 9:30. So I guess it'd be what? I was going to say 12 hours. I look at this darkness I'm in. This would be almost 12, like 17 hours. Freemasonry is not a satanic cult, John Blue. You are incorrect. So this stream has been going great. I'm doing, like I said, my marathon stream to celebrate a lot of success I've been having with this stream and how grateful I am for it. But I do need to take a little bit of a break. I need to run to the washroom, get some coffee for sure. So I'm going to give you guys a view of the Detroit River. I remember going to one years ago with a great man named Kevin, and there was a prayer. You mean like a Masonic prayer? I mean, I always prefer the term invocation when it comes to our Masonic lodge meetings, because an invocation is, for lack of a better term, I would describe it as a secular prayer, because it welcomes men of all different faiths and backgrounds. This is the Detroit River. Meeting adversity head on lets you reap the benefits of your efforts. Well, I mean, people may come and go, and that's cool. Anybody, I mean, obviously, you can stick around on the stream or you can take off. I do like to show off the Detroit River. I'm lucky to have such a beautiful view. Also, when I come back on, I may restart the stream just to see if we get some new people joining or hanging out. But let's give it a bit of time. Let's give you guys a cool view of the river. Let me go to the washroom, all that good jazz. I agree, Jeremy. I'm lucky to have it. Well, mayo and Oreos. I was not just pooping, though I was doing that. Hello, everybody. I promise you, I'll get you to. Actually, hold on one second. Bandit says hello. Look, there's my cat. That's Bandit. Bandit says hi. Everybody should be nicer. Bandit, move around. The people are going to think that you're like. The people are going to worry about you. There you go. That is Bandit. That's why he's called Bandit. All right, well, that was a fun break, although we do have a terrible emergency, which I will share with you guys in a moment. However, let me answer some questions from the stream. All right. Because I saw a couple ones that I thought were interesting. And once again, don't be like me and pick at scabs. It's a terrible habit. All right, so let me go back up because I saw a couple of things I saw there that were kind of cool. If I could, I should go back up now. First of all, you can never eat too many beans. Beans are good for you. Yes, everybody should be super respectful to paramedics. Paramedics are incredibly important for our society, incredibly important for it to function well. I've known a lot of Masonic paramedics, and I'm not sure who the paramedic is, but nothing but respect to them for everything that they do for us, and for our communities, especially because very often they're not getting paid a ton of money at all. And the, professionalism, they have to show the fact they very often have to go into incredibly dangerous situations. Nothing but respect for them and for all of their work. The Bandit is a rock star, Scott the Rock. I concur with you 100%. See, I know the cat wasn't moving, so I had to pet the cat. Any suggestions? Otherwise, Freemasonry teaches this is quite fanciful. Well, so John, no. There's a lot to go. Yes, Stephanie Lockhart, I am looking at donating one of my kidneys. We still don't know for sure, because we're still working on we're still trying to figure out, there's testing and stuff that's involved, but we shall see. But I would say to everybody watching this, I'm a big proponent of organ donation. You don't have to be like me and donate while alive, obviously, but looking at organ donation, I'm a very big proponent of it. I think it's incredibly important. Somebody also asked if that was a Ferris wheel. It is. We have the fair happening right now. I'm the worst at picking scabs, so don't do it. All right, so any suggestions? Otherwise, so John, Freemasonry, the fraternal civic organization, it has not existed since Roman times. It existed since, at the earliest, I think you can say 1634. So about 400 years. Stone masonry has existed, obviously, since ancient Rome, and before that, since ancient Greece. But that's not the same thing as Freemasonry. Having said all of that, and having said all of the above, I think what matters and what's most important is we remember, just because something's been around for a long time doesn't mean it will always be around, right? We need to be very careful and do our best to remember that just because something's been around for a while, we don't want to take it for granted and think we don't have to work on it and put work into it. So stonemason guilds are not the same things as Freemasonry, right? Stonemasonry, look, so long as people want to build things out of stone, stonemasonry will always exist. But Freemasonry and civic institutions in general, that's much more questionable, whether or not that's going to continue to exist. Um, I mean, looking at all the evidence, right, in North America, there's a lot of challenges with our numbers. John Michael, please hit like, please hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. I'd really appreciate it. Um, no, Mayo and Oreos, you know that's not true. Nobody watch Eyes Wide Shut if you want to understand Freemasonry. You are going to end up very disappointed. And if you join thinking you'll get Eyes Wide Shut parties or something, you will be even more disappointed. Now, obviously, like saying, right, Freemasonry evolved from stonemason guilds, but that doesn't mean that Freemasonry is a stone Masonic guild. So you need to keep that in mind. Freemasonry uses symbolism, ideals, teachings, a structure from stonemasonry and those guilds, but it's not the same thing as saying it is a stonemason guild. I've never seen that movie all the way through. I've seen parts of it, but never the full thing. Yeah, John Michael, I would agree with that, right? Many, but I mean, certainly by the 18th century, the vast majority of Freemasons were not stonemasons. Mayo and Oreos, I do, in my opinion, when it comes to examples of, like, I can't think personally of a movie franchise that has a greater number of just bangers that are grossly overlooked than the Hellraiser movies. Like, in my opinion, Hellraiser 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all really good movies that don't get the respect they deserve. In my opinion, they're honestly like a murderer's row of incredible movies. Well, Scream, I agree. Scream, there's no bad movies in the Scream franchise by any means. Hellraiser, I mean, there's a couple I think you could say are not the greatest, but again, that middle branch is really good. So, Yo Maple, if they do have less interest in craftsmanship, which I don't necessarily disagree, right? That's not an automatic knock of Freemasonry, right? Because Freemasonry is the civic institution, not necessarily not necessarily like physical labor, but certainly I think younger people are tending to show a disinterest in civic engagement, without a question. And maybe they're less interested in some of the history of Freemasonry as it relates to being stonemasons. I certainly think that's possible as well. Never, I mean, honestly, I like Rob Zombie's Halloween movies, Paul. Beyond that, not a big fan of his other works, like House 1000 Corpses. I mean, we would love to. I mean, obviously, it would be great if you would join. If you're interested in joining Yo Maple. Having said that, like, people will find what they're interested in. So, if the thoughts crossed your mind, but maybe you just decide it's not the right time for you, that's perfectly fine. There's no rush. 13 Ghosts, Darkness Falls, and Hatchet are all great movies, especially 13 Ghosts and Darkness Falls. Those are two absolute bangers of movies. 7-9 Bronco. What I unconditionally support is you hitting the like button and you hitting the subscribe button. As for Freemasons unconditionally supporting Israel, I mean, no. Freemasonry is not a political organization, so the idea of unconditionally supporting any city-state is silly. That's not how it works. That's not how it should work. Some Masons may support Israel, some Masons may not. We're not making political decisions, right? Um, we support the people of any country because we recognize them as our brothers, especially if they're Masons, but that would be just as true in Jordan and Lebanon as it is in Israel and anywhere else, Palestine, whatever it might be. If there's a Mason there, we support them as our brother. Elbow Man. I think you've been on the stream before. I kind of recognize your name, but I can't think of from where. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe if you're new. Day of the Dead is a classic. Darkness Falls is a really good movie that's really underappreciated, I think, in the horror genre. Like, it kind of never got the love it deserved, unfortunately, but I really like it. John Michael, I don't disagree. I mean, the key word there is gratuitous, right? There's a value to, there can be value to sexy, there can be value to profanity, but when it's gratuitous, when there seems no purpose behind it other than to kind of shock the audience or whatever, yeah, it has to serve the plot in some way. I think that's key. Did I like Uncut Gems? I never saw Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, so I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I like Adam Sandler, so maybe I should watch it. Would you recommend it? Rosemary's Baby, that's a classic. That's a great classic film. That's true. I mean, and honestly, maybe there's some interesting Masonic lessons in that. Maybe too much of anything defeats the purpose, and maybe um, 77 vibes. You're giving me good advice. It's a bad habit, I know, but you know what can I say? We all have to have certain bad habits. Um, Maybe, John Michael. I mean, this is something I talked about earlier. It goes to my poll question. Maybe there was simply too much Freemasonry in the 20s and the 50s, and maybe too much of a good thing, too much Freemasonry in our civic institutions actually did really cause, harm to it overall. What type of dogma, Yo Maple? I don't necessarily disagree, but what type of dogma are you referring to? Do you mean like religious dogma? I mean, but Adam Sandler can do intense, right? Like Adam Sandler did a really great job in Funny People. I remember really enjoying that movie. So, mayo and Oreos, I agree with all of that, 100%. Yeah, so Yo Maple, dogma, right? By definition, dogma is something that you cannot question. That's the whole purpose of it, right? You cannot be questioned. And any beliefs that cannot be questioned, I think one of the problems is by definition, it does not leave a lot of room for growth. Um, right? It's very hard to have personal growth if you already feel like you have all the answers or like nothing can be questioned, right? I think that's obviously an issue. But I also think what dogma provides to people, and again, this is dangerous, is a sense of certainty. And when you have that sense of certainty, obviously the danger of having that sense of certainty is it's comforting, but it's a stopgap against personal growth. So I don't disagree with you. I think what Freemasonry can do, if it's done right, is it provides a counter to national or political or any other type of dogma because it forces you into situations and scenarios where you're with people who share different views, different opinions, different ideas. It also forces you to remember that you have brothers of different nationalities, all of which, to me, one of the greatest strengths of that is it forces you to grow because you have to put some of your dogmas aside. Um, well, I'm Mayo, and that's okay, right? I mean, I appreciate again, I didn't start this channel necessarily to exclusively speak to Freemasons or to kind of recruit people to join Freemasonry. If people join after watching this channel, that's great, but it's not necessary, right? I started with this channel just because I love talking about Freemasonry for me and for my personal views. And when you have that, it's like, why not share it with others? But also, I'm just happy if people come away from this with a more positive view of Freemasonry, whether they ever decide they want to join or not. And Yo Maple and Mayo and Oreos, I mean, absolutely. Having said that, Mayo and Oreos, I would say if you go to the lodge and you suggest they serve mayonnaise and Oreos as a snack, you are going to be, in my opinion, like very disappointed. They will probably not let you in. I would ignore it. I would say, you know what? Even though he has crazy ideas about food combinations, we will still let him in. But some of the brothers may not want the mayo and Oreos. I'm just giving you the warning. I'm giving the heads up. I will cry. I will cry in a corner. No, Yo Maple. No peanut butter and mayonnaise. Everybody needs to just calm down. Stephanie, can you help me out here? We need some assistance. We have some clearly interesting people in the chat who are suggesting mayonnaise with peanut butter and mayonnaise with Oreo cookies. I don't know how to handle these things. It makes me sad. It's like putting ketchup on a hot dog, to be honest. Like, why would we do such things? But I hope you're doing well, Yo Maple. I hope you're doing well, Stephanie. How's it going? I saw that you were on while I was taking a break. I hope you're doing good, and thank you for the nice things you had to say about me. I greatly appreciate it. Let me just make sure that I got the chat filter on good. By the way, everybody should follow Stephanie Lockhart's lead and become a Patreon member as well. I'd be grateful. You can join for free. Or you can join at $5 a month or $2 a month, whatever you want. No, I've never had a banana sandwich, Bama Yard Dog. What is happening? I mean, it would be wonderful to have you join Mayo and Oreos. But again, the key word is, joining when you think you're ready and when it sounds good to you, right? Everything you said there is absolutely what Freemasonry can provide and will provide if you dedicate yourself to it. It's like the gym, right? Freemasonry is not going to provide you with a sense of having a brotherhood if you never go to meetings. In the same way, a gym membership will not make you physically healthy if you never go to the gym. But if you do go to the gym with your membership, you'll get healthy. In the same way, if you're a Mason and you show up to lodge regularly and you take part and you travel, you will absolutely develop a sense of brotherhood and being there for one another, without a doubt. Both you being there for your brothers and your brothers being there for you. Oh my heavens, David Solomon, what is happening? Bring back childhood memories. I don't disagree. I mean, small town Canada, suburban Canada, it was all wonderful. Sniper Shot, it is time for you to hit like and subscribe. It is also 3:12 in the morning. No, David, nobody does. I mean, I appreciate that mayo and Oreos, but you don't have to. I mean, you have to apologize maybe for your food choices and the combinations, but you don't have to apologize for. I mean, unfortunately, as you've seen, many people believe Freemasonry is a cult, and if you're growing up and people are telling you that, then it makes sense that that's what you're going to believe, right? But you were smart enough or open-minded enough to change your opinion when given, different information, and that's really all you can ask. And also, there's a good lesson in there that it's important that we as Freemasons try our best to be nice and understand that, we, through our actions, can help others reevaluate their views and their positions on Freemasonry, which I truly think is one of our greatest strengths and one of the greatest things we can do. So, yeah, that's a great story. 77 vibes. My grandfather was you've been here before, right? 77 vibes? And the fact that your grandfather was a grandmaster, that's awesome. So, I mean, grandmaster refers to the jurisdiction as a whole, right? So he wouldn't have been grandmaster in Saratoga Springs. He might have lived there, but he would have been grandmaster of New York State altogether. I mean, you can be an Amish Freemason. I don't see why not, but no, because the Amish is a combination of, to my understanding, a combination of a culture and a religion, whereas Freemasonry is not a religion and not really a culture either, per se. Though I guess there is kind of a Masonic culture. Well, welcome, 77. Like I said, I think you've been here before, but on the off chance you haven't, hit like and subscribe. I've known some emergency response people, both fire, police, like first responders in general, EMS, who are Masons. And absolutely, there is a correlation between Masonic service and community service. I think that is without a question. It's one of the best and coolest things, in my opinion, about Freemasonry is the fact that we have such dedication to service. I think it's one of our greatest strengths. I could see that. It's crazy to think I've had Bandit for 11 years. And the fact that Bandit is still alive. I mean, I would think living with me would age somebody greatly. But apparently not, because Bandit's still around. And for that, I am truly, truly grateful. She was called Bandit because she has the black and white, it looks like a black and white mask. I will say, if anybody ever wants to learn the Masonic secrets, one place you can find them probably is through my cat Bandit. When I was practicing my Masonic rituals and ceremonies, I practiced them all with Bandit. So she's heard every Masonic secret there is to hear, at least a couple dozen times. Give it a couple seconds. Let's see who else can find us. I'm happy that we are at over 4,231 subscribers. Thank you so much for that. I'm grateful. Yeah, he would be very disappointed. We do not control the government or the banks. I mean, it would be kind of fun if we did, I suppose, but I wouldn't want to. I feel like it'd be too much of a headache. I'm happy just in my lane. All right, so I mentioned before that we have a bit of emergency. Oh, I was a probation officer, 77 vibes. That's really cool. It's an interesting connection. I was a probation officer for 5 years. They didn't start from a single source, Mayo and Oreos. They started from a variety of sources. Maybe they became most prominent with the Leo Taxel hoax. It was a gentleman, he wrote as Leo Taxel, I can't remember his actual name, who claimed that Freemasonry was Masonic. He actually did it in part to make fun of people who claimed Freemasonry was, demonic and satanic, excuse me. He kind of did it as a joke. People believed it, though, and then kind of ran with it. So a lot of it was the Leo Taxel hoaxes of the, 1888, 1900, in around there. Um, the local Masons here built, and then obviously social media gives some pretty significant and some pretty impressive fuel to those ideas and those conspiracy theories, unfortunately. What's the name of the park, Yo Maple? Do you know? Oddfellows are awesome. Um, I just actually one of the stories I read earlier on the stream was about the Oddfellows. Both the Oddfellows and the Freemasons are both struggling with very similar problems, and so unfortunately, because they're both struggling with very similar problems, they're both looking at each other to try to find solutions. Sorry, Yo Maple, do you know the name of the park? Or at least the city, and I can look it up? If you don't mind sharing your city info, I don't want to dox anybody, but I think cities should be safe. And then after this, I'll talk to you about the emergency that I'm dealing with right now. It's in Quebec. I mean, there's been a few Masonic parks in Quebec, I'm sure. Masonic Parks, Quebec. Nice. I love Eastern Star. National Citadel. If I can find it. So there's Masonic Memorial Temple. There's There's fortifications around the Quebec National Historical Site. If you want to send me some information about it through social media or like on Instagram or something, I'll see if I can track it down. Los Angeles does. I love Los Angeles. I was in Los Angeles a couple of times. Genuinely an incredible and beautiful place. So yeah, I wish I could get back to spending more time in Los Angeles. Los Angeles also has a lot of Masonic buildings. Like, many people don't know this, but Jimmy Kimmel, he actually films, in a Masonic lodge. So that's a really cool note. All right, so my emergency. I realized as I was taking a break that I do not have any coffee. And that makes me sad because believe me, I am going to need coffee. And it is 3:21 in the morning, which means that's awesome, Mayo and Oreos. I hope you let me know how it goes. So I've got a couple different options. And actually, I'm going to make this a poll question, and we're going to see how people answer it. I'm going to end this poll. I hope you guys enjoyed. I don't know how many people were here for it, but this was about 6 hours ago, the early part of my stream where I focused on where Freemasonry would be in 50 years, I hope my answers made sense. Again, the combination of the fact that the boomers will all at that point, or almost all, die off, combined with the fact that we had really very few Gen Xers joining, created a massive generational gap, and in 50 years from now, that gap will be exacerbated, or will be kind of, the gap will become more apparent because the boomers will leave behind a significant amount of Masonic infrastructure that they ran for almost a century at that point without passing the reins on to the newer generation. The K-shaped nature of the economy, meaning Freemasonry may become more and more responding to rich and wealthy members and less to middle-class members, unless we as Freemasons start to advocate for, policies that will allow middle class and even lower middle class to take part, and even poor. The increasing concentration of potentially Freemasonry in cities as opposed to in rural areas, the loss of Masonic buildings as a consequence, and the potential danger of having no Freemasonry at all if the numbers continue as they are. Unfortunately, the Eastern Star was not completely wrong. But I'm going to do a poll question. There are two places I can go to get coffee. I can go to Caesars Windsor, which is the casino next to me, or I can go to the Windsor Masonic Temple. Now it's closed. I have keys, and I can go there and get coffee. Not everybody has keys. I'm lucky I can, but I know where I keep the coffee there. I'll be going to both at some point, but I'm going to put these down. Either way, when I'm leaving, I will have to stop the stream, but I would restart it, and I would stream either at the casino or at the temple, and I'll stream at both. I believe you're not wrong, but McDonald's isn't open right now, and I can't do an Uber Eats without turning my phone off. So you're not wrong. We have several societal changes happening right now in the world. All of them are really affecting, unfortunately, Freemasonry and other civic institutions as well. We got one vote right now. It says, where should I get coffee? I will say Caesars Windsor is closer. We got 2 votes. Consider yourself, do you think that society will change again in a way that's more favorable to Freemasonry, or do you think that we're kind of the path that society's on will kind of forever be in this not so good of a spot? I'm not sure why. Everybody else, like, I've got 4 votes right now. It's 50-50 at the moment. What are some ways you think, and when I say that, Yo Maple, I'm not just speaking about Freemasonry, keep that in mind, but what are some ways that you think Freemasonry or any civic institution can adapt? So that's interesting. I mean, consider yourself as, a lot of people would agree with him. Try refreshing your screen. That's the best thing I can think of, refreshing your page. So then I'm not sure. I've actually written 77 Vibes about Freemasonry and AI. I brought this up on a few different occasions. Do you follow Medium by any chance? Medium being a basically written content. It's almost like YouTube for written content. Do you follow it at all? Well, I hope you'll follow me on Medium, because I've written about Freemasonry and AI. Let me just see if I can get the story and then share the link. I don't think it'll be the end of civilization. I try to be positive about technology. Yeah, a lot of people bring up, so you can get it on Medium relatively quickly. That's nice. Yeah, so it's interesting, Yo Maple. A lot of people are positive towards like a lot of Masons, are positive towards Freemasonry being online, and a lot of them are negative towards Freemasonry being online. Ultimately, though, I think it's a necessary thing. So, 77 Vibes, can you see the link or the comment I just made in the chat? Good, Yo Maple. I'm happy to see that. The question is, what is that interest being converted into, right? I think we need to keep that in mind as well. I never done horror movie reviews, but I've done horror movie watch-alongs, and I'd love to do more of them. So consider yourself, here's the better poll question. Can Freemasonry stop the creation of a nuclear wasteland? So I recently saw A House of Dynamite, which is a great movie. Soundgarden, you're not wrong. Please hit like and subscribe. And it's called House of Dynamite. I don't know if you've ever seen House of Dynamite before, but the basic premise of House of Dynamite is a nuclear weapon is heading towards America. No one knows who sent the nuclear weapon. And everybody is freaking out because Russia, China, everybody else thinks, what if America blames us and retaliates with the nuclear strike? And so there's this one scene where the Undersecretary of Defense is talking to the Russian Minister of Defense. And the Undersecretary of Defense for America says to the Russian defense minister, to his counterpart, says, you know, I have a wife who's pregnant, but he says, you know, if we get this wrong, nobody's alive tomorrow, because obviously, if they get this wrong in the sense that the American president decides to retaliate and send nuclear weapons at Russia, well, then there's a nuclear war, and then there's a nuclear wasteland, and then there's a nuclear Armageddon. And I really loved that line, but it got me thinking, what if both of these people, both the defense secretary and the under defense secretary, what if they were both Freemasons, one from Russia, one from America? Would that make them more confident, more trusting in each other? Would that mean they would be less likely to distrust and make a not so good decision? Oops. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to do something here and not succeeding. Here we go.
99 cents.
We'll try this one more time.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028, number 313 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
No, mayo and Oreos. That's gross. Sailor Green, please hit like and subscribe. If you're going to make fun of my nose, that's the least you could do. Do I know the Red? I know the Red Cross of Constantine. Good, Stephanie. I'm glad. And you cannot separate the three of those. You cannot separate spiritual, emotional, and physical, right? Like, they're all connected. That's one of the things that we learn through Freemasonry. Well, then I appreciate it. I'm so used to people saying I'm ugly on this stream that I appreciate the support. We got some new followers. That is awesome, and I'm grateful. All right, let me just check something. We have got 8 votes. Let's see where we're at. 8 votes, 50-50. It is a fraternity. It is not a cult. Stephanie is exactly correct about that. A person must have a belief in a trinity. I've never heard of the Red Cross before. I mean, I've seen it. Like, I've seen pictures of it, if it's what I'm thinking of. But, like, the idea of earning it and how you earn it, that's not something I'm aware of. Meet on the level and part on the square. It's a very Masonic expression, but not just Masonic. It's made its way into our day-to-day parlance. Sailor Green, are you new to the stream? Because I don't think I recognize you. I recognize the name. I could be mistaken, but like I said, I don't think I recognize your name from anywhere. Well, then welcome. Thank you for being here. I started this channel to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, as well as turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. So, it does. It does. Right? It does mean to treat others with respect and equally and fairly. Fairly being the most important thing. Level conduct, right? And square conduct means fair conduct. They're exclusive to the district. So if you are a Grand Master in Ontario, you are responsible for Freemasonry in Ontario. You're not responsible for Freemasonry outside of Ontario, but you are responsible for Freemasonry within Ontario. I do not know Ejaj Kumarjan, sorry, but please hit like and subscribe. I mean, I think hopefully we within Freemasonry will remember, Stephanie, that we should protect not exclusively our family. We should view the world, in a sense, as our family. No worries, Sailor, but thank you for being here. Saren, I'm not really sure what you mean. I've noticed Christianity has stamped on the seal of demonic on every other religion. Well, I mean, Freemasonry is not a religion. The stamp of Freemasonry, like, this is the square and compasses. So I'm not really sure precisely what that means. Robert Lee, Kyrgyzstan. I don't think Robert Lee was from Kyrgyzstan. Please hit like and subscribe. Answer the poll question. Where should I go and get coffee? I'd very much appreciate the heads up. No, the lodges do not have connection to electoral colleges. I mean, the seal, I'm just not sure what the seal is to which Saren is referring. The Masonic seal, if there is one, would be the square and compasses, right? I am proud to say that we are, at this point, well over 4,230, so thank you for that. Don't forget, when this stream is over, sooner or later, we will be, at 9:30 actually, we will be streaming the Ford fireworks. We shall be go for launch. Thank you. We're working our way toward 5,000. I mean, they claim the other gods are demons, and so some Christians, Saran, may claim that Freemasonry is a religion or that Freemasons are demons, but in my experience, most Christians don't. And I've known several Christians who are Freemasons. I would answer them no different than I would answer anyone who has a misconception about Freemasonry, and simply to respond with no, we're not, and explain as much as they could why we're not. I mean, it's hard to explain why you're not a demon other than to say you're not. I mean, you want to more focus on the good that Freemasonry does in the world and the good that Freemasonry does in communities. And it's that old idea of, by the fruits you shall know them. It's this idea of, like, what are the fruits of Freemasonry in our communities, and would they really be demonic? And also, I'd probably rely more upon my brethren who are Christians to perhaps better be able to answer them, because they may know more the theological meanings around these things, like what does it mean to be, when they say demon, what do they mean? Because I wouldn't necessarily know. No, we did not manufacture the COVID virus. Robert E. Lee is probably a troll. I suspect he'll find himself in timeout soon, but I mean, if King Solomon existed, I think he was a prophet. I question whether he was a real figure or Yo Maple, that's a good approach to take. That's probably the best approach to take with these things, I would say. "12 votes. Windsor Masonic Temple is in the lead, although Caesar's Windsor is not far behind. Keep in mind, Caesar's is closer, but I will definitely be getting some coffee at the Windsor Masonic Temple as well. Mayo, then you need to talk to a doctor. If that's the case, how bad does it stink? It's Aiden. You have some Freemason DSL. I'm not sure what Freemason DSL is, but welcome. Are you a bridge between elderly Masons and young Masons? That's a really interesting question. I don't know. I never really thought about whether I want to be that. I mean, I'm not trying to be. To the extent that I'm a bridge for anything, it would be between non-Masons and Masons. But I suppose I'm 42. I'm at an age where, Jesus, I'm old, where I'm an old Mason, where maybe I can try to be somewhat of a bridge between, say, boomer and millennial Masons. We've talked about how there really isn't a Gen X Masonic contingent. So maybe you do need a bridge in what would be called a Zennial, which would be people born from 78 to 83, basically. I have a perception, I believe Shiva is a different archetype for Ra. Well, Shiva is a Hindu god, correct? I've got a big nose, if that's what you're asking. Or I've got this stupid scab thing on my nose, and I have a bad habit of picking scabs. Don't be like me. I am Hindu. So I don't think it's right for anyone of any faith to disparage or disregard any other faith. You can believe that your faith is the right one. I think that's absolutely reasonable and absolutely fair to say, I believe my faith is the correct one over anybody else's. But that's not the same thing as, disparaging other ones. I think that's wrong. I think by nature, right, with everybody within their religious faith, they're going to believe theirs is correct. That's just human nature. That doesn't mean, however, you get to disparage other ones. I think Freemasonry teaches us that. 30, I appreciate that life is purgatory. Does Shiva have Masonic origins? I don't think so. User, you're on your own, but please hit like and subscribe. I think Shiva would well predate Freemasonry. Mayo, good for you. I don't think you should ever pursue money. I think that's dangerous and will lead you to not happy places. Now, I think we need money to live. Don't get me wrong. So I think this idea of money is completely irrelevant. I don't think that's a healthy approach to take either. But I think, yeah, your focus should be on doing something you love and something you think makes the world a better place first and foremost, before you focus on anything else. What was that secret, Saint 666? I mean, Shiva has to predate Freemasonry, right? So the word Shiva, meaning auspicious one, most commonly refers to the major Hindu deity known as the destroyer. Part of the Trinity. I mean, 3 is an important number within Freemasonry. Often depicted meditating in the Himalayas with a third eye on his forehead, a snake around his neck, a crescent moon carrying a trident, frequently worshipped in the abstract form of a lingam. Interesting. Well, I mean, 5 is an important number within Freemasonry, so is 3. Well, I think it's because Trinity is such, like 3 is such an important number throughout human history. Why it's so important, I think there's a lot of different debates you could have as to why that is. Probably in part because it's it's technically it's the 3rd prime number, but it is a prime number, right? No, you cannot. Bandit, you want to go with Oreo? Bandit says no. Absolutely, Stephanie Lockhart. Freemasonry is not a religion. I was a 32nd degree. Open your eyes. Oh, we got Oakwood back. First of all, why does that matter that you're a 32nd degree? Why is that relevant? What makes the 32nd degree so important? What power, influence, control do you have as a 32nd degree Mason in a craft lodge, or in a blue lodge, or in Shrine, or in York? Sorry, Mayo. Bandit wants to stay with me. Look at this cat, just chilling on his back, her back. No cares in the world. I have clogged the toilet quite a few times. Uncle Glenn laugh. Please hit like and subscribe. How's about that? What's a prestige token? I mean, is that a good thing? Like, Yo Maple, I will show you this. I'm going to talk about how many cool Masonic things I have. I just need to get a bit more space. If I could. Sorry, Bandit, I don't want to run you over. These are just some of my many Masonic tokens. And I would count these as pretty prestigious. So this has to count as something. There's no such thing as 33rd and a half degree Mason. I would never do such a thing. Bandit's over here looking at me, having a great time. If you want to support Bandit, give me a super chat of $5. I will use that $5 to buy Bandit a toy of some sort. Awar Dinkhaja? The star token, does it help us connect with devil? No. We're not trying to connect with the devil. That's not, I don't know. I mean, when you say the star token, I don't know if you mean the Seal of Solomon or Eastern Star. That's right, Yo Maple. Every now and then. I got some Masonic tokens. I got my Masonic stuff. I mean, I think I took it as a funny joke. I would never run over Bandit. I've actually, to my credit, I am going to say this. I've had Bandit for 10, 11 years, and I've yet to run Bandit over. I feel like that's pretty impressive. You know, even by accident. Because I will say this, Bandit, as most people know, one thing cats love to do is they love to, like, lie down in front of you as a time to show you, like, their affection. That's why, for example, one of the things that very often happens is older people will actually trip and fall downstairs because the cat lounges in front of them if they're not paying attention. Bandit will do that all the time. She'll lie down in front of my wheelchair, and yet I've never run her over. I would agree with that, Stephanie. I think my cat wards off evil spirits. So none of that is true. I can't pronounce your name. I'm going to call you aware. I'm going to call you Award. First of all, I do not know of any CEOs who are Freemasons. I'm not saying it's impossible that a CEO is a Freemason. I've just never met any. But none of this idea of we're using devils to control the world. We can barely agree sometimes on what to have for dinner. So I can assure you we're not using summoning powers to control the world. You'd be very disappointed. I mean, I don't know if Aware is in the wrong group or if he is just mistaken. I'm not going to accuse him of trolling quite yet or being dumb quite yet. He may have just always come across some not so correct knowledge. But let's see what else he has to say. I am 18th degree Scottish Rite. I have an 18th degree. I forget when I joined Scottish Rite. Like 2015, 2016, something like that. It would have been 2017, actually. You know, it's funny. I haven't watched The Exorcist in so long. I love scary movies. You'd think I would enjoy it. By the way, I got a couple prestige tokens. A few, like last year, one of the earliest 24-hour streams I did, it was me showing off all of my Masonic items, including like these prestige tokens, or my pins, I should say. Not anytime soon, Mr. Pallet. I'm happy staying where I'm at. I'm happy in my 18th degree. I want my focus to be on Square Compass promotions and on my craft lodges. I think that's the best place to go and the best place to be. And that's where I can do, I think, the most good. Well, okay, so none of those people are people I would suggest you listen to. Now, I will say this, though, Awar, I don't think you know quite what you're talking about, because Charlie Kirk actually just said one thing about Freemasonry that I ever saw, which is he keeps an open mind. Andrew Tate, I've never heard him speak about Freemasonry one way or the other, but I don't think I would listen to him about anything, just for the record. Still, I'm not going to fall for it. Nice try, but I'm not going to fall for it. But please hit the like and subscribe button. I'd be grateful. But I ain't the one, I ain't the two. So just keep that in mind. I've been getting pretty good. I remember when I started early on my stream, I would fall for stuff like that all the time. Where it'd be like Seymour Butts says hello or whatever it is. I figured it out now. Look up Willis White obituary, Saratoga Springs. Did you look up the Medium article? Did you find it? Sorry, Mayor, not going to fall for that either. Willis White Saratoga Springs obituary. So I see a Willis Benjamin White obituary. He died 2012. Is Mayo's profile picture a picture of me? Don't be doing that, Mayo. Get your own profile pic, for heaven's sakes. Sorry, Mayo, not going to fall for it. So, Willis Benjamin White died March 15, 2012, natural causes. Born in East Skodak, New York, son of Willis B. White and Frances Alter White. Entered the world during the Depression and Prohibition era. Holy cow, he's got a very long obituary. Let me see. Doesn't mention anything about Freemasonry in it that I can see. Took a cruise to Alaska with his son Jonathan. Happy Monday sports highlights. I feel like I haven't seen you in a little while. How's it going? Oh, here it is. Sorry. He was part of the Society of American Magicians, so like Houdini. Saratoga National Cemetery Honor Guard. Past Grand Master Mason of the Trumansburg, New York Masonic Lodge, the Elks of Saratoga Springs, and more. So he was part of the New York Masonic Lodge. It's interesting to say past Grand Master Mason of the Trumansburg, New York Masonic Lodge. That's a weird way to say that. I'm not quite sure what they mean. When are you chatting? There you go, Mayo and Oreos. When's your next chat? And by the way, everybody check out who's here. Check out Daniel Barris Sports Plays highlights. I'm not, I don't endorse streams per se, but I endorse you checking it out. And if you like his stream, then check out more of it and subscribe. He's not in shit. It's fine. Interesting enough, Windsor Masonic Temple is at 60%. Caesars Windsor Casino is at 40% for where should I go to get coffee. Now, I'm going to get coffee in both places, in fairness. I suppose it should have been the better question is where should I go first? The Dodgers. Who are the Dodgers? The Dodgers are playing? Playing what? Oh my, I guess it's baseball season again. Holy cow, I feel like it was just finished. Like, not that long ago. The fact that it's baseball season again is crazy. Time is absolutely flying by. Net asset. Are you saying it looked like Ronaldo? Because I'll take it, even though it's highly questionable. Everything's going by so quick. I can't believe we're back to a new season of... I was watching, as was all of Canada, Toronto versus Los Angeles. The sadness of the loss is still real. Even though I don't even really follow baseball. I got into it as a Canadian. Okay, so we are basically at the 7-hour mark of this marathon stream, which is pretty impressive. So what we're going to do, it is, Yo Maple, it is. So the votes are, where should I go to get coffee? Caesars Windsor is at 40%. Windsor Masonic Temple is at 60%. So here's what I'm thinking. He looks like an amazing man, 77. And by the way, 77, I hope that you will make sure to look up that AI article I wrote on Medium. I'm not hungry because I had some food, but I am dying for coffee. Ooh, Cyrus, not a fan of that avatar, that's for sure. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a bit of a break on this stream. I'm actually going to end this stream, even though I'm grateful that everybody's here. Well, I had a hot dog with with peppers and onions, as well as some roast beef, some mashed potatoes, and some vegetables. So what we're going to do is I'm going to end this stream. I'm going to go back on a couple times as I make my way to the Masonic Temple. That's true. It's not technically a 24-hour stream, but I did say throughout I'll be taking breaks and restarting the stream. No dessert. I have to get some dessert. Because honestly, there's ice cream at the Masonic Temple as well. So maybe I'll look at getting that also. Because maybe I could use some dessert. So it's not going to be a 24-hour stream straight through. Rather, it'll be starting and stopping. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, Windsor Masonic Temple is way in the lead. Plus, it'll be nice to check it out and see it. So what we'll do, I'll be off and on, off and on. I may even do a couple YouTube shorts. Yes, it is, Stephanie. Yes, it is. Again, it's not a straight no-stop stream. It is a, I need to get coffee and I need to maybe get a snack. Who knows? I do not know what the light Freemasons are, Cyrus, but I'm still not a fan of your avatar. If there were 100 sugar pills and one, so there's 101 pills, 100 sugar and one death, and I get 5,000. I mean, I can just go with 0, right? I mean, I like my life enough that I don't think I would risk death. I mean, 100, a 1 out of 101 shot is probably too great. Now, if there was 1,000,000 sugar pills and one death pill and the same rule, I'd probably have, I don't know, 20 or 30 of the sugar pills if it's 1,000,000 and 1 to 1. But 101 to 1, that's too much. Oof, Stephanie, the law of averages. Well, no, because the way he wrote it, he said if there were 100 sugar pills and one death pill. If he had said there were 100 pills, 99 sugar, and one death, that would be different. I don't know, Yo Maple. I'm not the greatest at math. I'm just saying that's what I see. So, well, Jeremy, then you'd be in trouble. Your life's not worth it. I like Russian roulette. Let's not. This feels like Russian roulette. You guys should value your lives more. I'm grateful that you're here. I would go with 0. Now, 100 to 1, I wouldn't need any. 1,000,000 to 1, I'd have a few. But it'd have to be 1,000,000 to 1. Well, the odds would be in your favor, but is it really worth it? 101 versus 1 is still a thing, It's still legit. All right, guys. Memento Mori. We are all going to, but hopefully, I would like to think, as a general rule, we can delay it at least a little bit, All right, guys. Let us, for the time being, take a bit of a break. I'll jump on a couple more times throughout the stream. So if you want to set those, yeah, it's I get it, Stephanie. It was an all right joke. It wasn't bad at all. If you guys want to take a little bit of a break, I'll be back on soon. You can set your notification bell. But when you see me again, you're going to see me at least a couple times outside and then once in the building, hopefully with a coffee in my hand. Because believe me, I'm thinking I need it. Thank you, Stephanie, for that. That is incredibly kind of you. Hold on just 1 second. And plus, if you guys haven't seen it yet, you'll get to finally see the facade of the Masonic building. By all means, I think you've earned it, Stephanie. Take a nap. It was a very kind donation, absolutely. anything from just $1 to, $69
At Stephanie
is a very
Lockhart,
kind donation.
8028, number 169 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
All right, guys, we'll be back on soon, I promise. Set the notifications, but nap. And the beautiful thing about restarting the stream is usually you end up finding a new audience. Maybe a distant cousin, Stephanie. Maybe a distant cousin. 77, this is a good chance for you to check out that story on AI and Freemasonry and follow me on Medium. I'm hoping to grow my Medium channel as well. Plus, it looks like I got to charge my phone, to be honest. All right, guys. I will see you all relatively soon, I promise. And let's restart this stream in a second.